As you wake up in the morning, you want to find the latest, greatest information about criminal cases and have an intuitive conversation about the suspects associated with these cases. Head over to the Bullhorn Betty channel on YouTube. Get breaking news right here on the Bullhorn Betty channel. Welcome to the Bullhorn Betty Coffee Club. Enjoy your stay and enjoy your day.
What is up, my beautiful people? Let me make sure my volume's up. Hold on. I think the volume's up. Can everybody hear me okay out there in YouTube world? I gotta take these plugs off. Good morning, everyone. Can you guys hear me and see me okay? Just want to make sure. I brought my other light and I realized the stand's too short, so I gotta change the stand out. I got the stand at the house. I just grabbed the wrong one. So we're going off one light, even though we have three going right now. Turn this one off. I hope everybody's doing good. We are out here in front of Richland County Courthouse. We are going to be covering the Alec Murdaugh motion for new trial. This is where Alec Murdaugh says that Becky Hill, the clerk of Colton County, put her hands on the scales of justice in an effort to get him convicted of a double homicide. A lot of people are on the fence with this case right now. So some people believe Becky Hill did this. Some people adamantly believe that she did not. I personally am on the fence for a few reasons. I'm interested in hearing what happens today, what the jurors have to say, and more importantly, what Becky Hill has to say. So good morning, everyone. Let me see who's all in the chat this morning, bright and early for this show. Whew. I got to keep going. There we are. Luteens, the first to say good morning to Bullhorn Betty in chat, followed by Jules. It's nice to see you. Pardon me, I'm blocking my light as I'm going through this. We got Tammy Crimes. Nice to see you. Tammy Sue, GG for life. It's nice to have you this morning, ladies. Good morning. Good morning. Skittles is up in the house all the way from New Zealand. It's Monday here, but it's Tuesday there, right? It's awesome. It's awesome. So it's nice to see everybody here. Manic Mama T. Karen accidentally had her phone in her pocket, and when she pulled it out, she realized that she accidentally blocked you. So it truly was an accident. You didn't do anything wrong. It was literally you got booted by butt. You got butt booted. The real Me Too did it. It's all her fault. No, I'm just joking. We got Paralegal Liz is going to be here. I think she's going to be here shortly. It's cold out here, guys. The wind is blowing. I had to get a jacket on. I've got gloves, but I had to take a glove off because these aren't the gloves that work with this phone, and it kind of sucks a little bit. I'm freezing. I'm a burr. Okay, not a bear, a burr. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Skittles. It's so nice. It's so nice. It's dark as heck out here. I was up ridiculously early, 3 a.m. as always, right? And so this is the first time I think Karen got to see the whole entire behind the scenes. She got the front row seat of Bullhorn Betty chaos, right? There's going to be stories. Wait for it. Angie, it's nice to see you. Good morning. Good morning, all. It's great to have everyone. I am Team Summer is in the house. It's me, Jen. I hope you feel better, honey bunny. Remember, vitamin D. I swear by it. Take that vitamin D. Take that vitamin D. Vitamin D, vitamin D. I wish I could drill that in everybody's head, and you guys will be healthier, and you'll thank me for it later, and you guys will live a much longer, happier, healthy life. Vitamin D, guys. Vitamin D, vitamin D, vitamin D. Mel C is up in the house. Oh, look who we got. We got Justice. Oh, nice to see you, babe. Nice to see you. Good morning. You're up entirely too early. Who else do we have? I just seen Lee. Lee, it's nice to see you. Good morning. Darcy, good morning. Sonia, my beautiful Sonia. Good morning, love bug. I think Samantha, it's nice to see you. Pete, good morning. MJ, Tracy, good morning, everyone. November Rain, I think I got everybody. Melinda, it's nice to see you. If I missed you guys, I really am super sorry. I seen Cool Gamer, Sec2. Good morning, everyone. So a lot has gone on. We all have been watching this case, Alec Murdaugh, from out the gate, right? And Alec Murdaugh, a lot of people were on the fence. Some people didn't believe he did it. Some people did. I always believed when I heard the reality of the story. I felt that he was responsible. Especially, it wasn't until, you're always iffy about things like this, and you want to be very cautious and careful about how you explain stories like this until you get some information. And a lot of the information I get comes from going to these folks' homes and looking around and just getting a lay of the land, where they live, who their neighbors are, what kind of lifestyle they are, do they have a kept house, just little things that, that help me identify the person. And here we have a family that clearly had a lot of secrets that a lot of their family members didn't know or knew very little about. They had a lot of stuff, a lot of hidden secrets, stuff swept under the rug from their family that nobody really knew about. And all this stuff started kind of coming out and trickling out after Mallory Beach's death. So let's rewind just a little bit so everybody can get caught up to snuff. So back in 2015, a boy by the name of Stephen Smith died. There was an accident. His mother didn't believe he was hit or struck by a car. The evidence on his body was really hard to indicate whether he had been struck by a car. He was laying in the middle of a road in a desolate part of the county. In early morning hours, his car was found a few miles away with the gas cap off and oil. It didn't seem like, and some gas in his car. So it seemed like he was having car problems, but those car problems weren't gasoline related. So with the bottle of oil in there, he must have been having some engine problems, maybe burning engine or leaky oil. Who knows? There was car problems. And so he was walking, it appears, toward his home, and something happened where he was found. We heard rumors that there was a couple guys in a truck, and they thought they hit a deer. They went back the next morning and saw the cops, and it was him. Well, we did find out just recently, after Stephen's body was exhumed, that he was, in fact, appears to be hit by something on a vehicle, maybe not a direct impact from the vehicle. So why is this crazy story really important, and what does it have to do with Alec Murdaugh? Well, the problem is that Alec's family, his father, the solicitor, the once solicitor, Randolph, he was out there. He reached out to, so it was really weird how the Murdaughs got involved in this case when there wasn't really anything going on. And when it started dying down, they didn't really do anything. They just left the case, wouldn't return her phone calls or what have you. And she always thought the Murdaughs had a hand in it. Well, that case kind of got cold and died out. They basically said it was a hit and run and just closed the case. Basically, they didn't have anybody that would have that they had arrested for it. So then that kind of died down. I want to say 2016, I believe in 2016 into 2017. And then in 2018, Gloria Satterfield had a stumble. Gloria Satterfield was a longtime housekeeper of the Murdaugh family for Maggie. She watched those boys come into this world. She took care of those boys. She was a long-term, almost like a family member to this family, especially with the boys, because they've seen her since they were born. And she took the stumble down the stairs, and she didn't die right away. She went to the hospital, but she did eventually succumb to her injuries. And so Alec reached out to her sons, which, they look like they may have some type of disabilities. I don't know what those may be, but very easily manipulated by somebody that they trusted or believed in, like Alec. Again, Alec had been around them as long as his kids have been around Gloria. So at this point, nothing still caused alarms, nothing raised alarm bells in any way, shape, or form. And all of a sudden, he reaches out to the family and says, "Hey, you know what? Let's sue me. I don't, your mom's passed away. I know you boys need help. I'm your friend. I cared about your mom. I care about you boys. So let's go ahead and just sue me. We'll sue my insurance, and it'll get you, some money." Well, Alec ended up toying with these kids and telling them that they weren't settling, or they were only going to get $750. And there were some stories going out that he was settling. And so the family reached out to him and said, "Hey, what's going on here?" And he said, "Oh, nothing. We're getting close to settling. Maybe you'll get about 750,000 or something." I remember a $700,000 number coming up somewhere. And that was it. So these kids thought that was what they were getting. They had no idea they were robbed of $4.3 million from that settlement, which Alec ended up taking. That still didn't come up. Nobody knew. All this stuff going on, all these millions of dollars being taken, and still nobody knew. Now we fast forward to 2019. Paul Murdaugh wanted to go out with his friends, wanted to take the boat out, wanted to go out and have a good time, go drinking, live life up. And then boom, all the people, they're leaving a bar, they're saying, let us drive. He's got this. He slaps his girlfriend, and he's just driving like a madman. And he hits a barge. He hits a post that holds up a bridge. And it hurt several kids on that boat severely. One had a huge laceration on the face. One had a crushed hand. And then, of course, we know the fate of Mallory Beach. Mallory Beach was a beautiful young girl that she was just in a relationship with a new guy. They were appeared to be really in love. Everything was really going well. And they couldn't find her. They couldn't find her. Everybody on that boat was so angry with Paul that you could literally hear the anger in all of them when they were talking to the police on the body camera about who he was. Do you know he's a Murdaugh? This ain't going to go nowhere. Where's Mallory? We heard it all. It was heartbreaking. It was absolutely, utterly sad. Mark Tinsley ended up being hired by the Beach family, and Mark Tinsley knew Alec. He knew he saw his work. He saw that he was closing cases. He knew that Alec was making money. He could see how many cases he had on the docket. He knew that Alec wasn't broke. And so he approached Alec on behalf of his clients to try to settle this without court intervention. If Alec was smart, he should have just settled this instead of trying to fight it and act like he didn't have any money and all he's going to give these people is $500,000. That was a slap in the face, and he would have just paid them a significant and a decent settlement. We wouldn't even be here. Maggie and Paul would still be alive. It was just that simple, and he didn't want to do it. So now Mark Tinsley went to court and said, that's absolutely ridiculous. We know he has money. We want his financials. They were about to go, and of course they were, "Oh, hey, Ashley, it's nice to have you, love. Good morning." And so he was going to fight them. Well, Mark Tinsley said, "Fine, hand me over your docs." Many people didn't know he fraudulently set up an account called Forge. And this is where the problem lied, because it wasn't just Gloria's family he was stealing from. It was a lot of people right under their nose, and they had no clue. They saw the payment go into Forge. They knew Forge and Financial did this type of stuff. They were none the wiser. He literally created almost the perfect scheme. At some point, it was going to be well known. There's no way you can hide millions and millions of dollars into perpetuity. At some point, the house of cards were going to eventually fall. But this is what made his cards fall quicker than he needed them to. They were just about, Mark Tinsley did a motion to compel, so they were just about to go before a judge to have those financials turned over, which would have required the bank to turn over even that other account that was attached to Alec, because it was for Alec Murdaugh doing business as a Forge. So they were going to find out that he had been stealing millions upon millions of dollars. And although he was looking like he was normal and everything was okay in everybody's face, he was freaking out. He knew he was about to be exposed. And so what did he do? He calculated a dangerous and deadly plan, and he executed it. And when he executed it, he executed his son and his wife. And I got to tell you, what makes me lose sleep at night, honestly, is the fact that I feel like Maggie saw her son die. That's really the most heartbreaking is knowing the few moments before the end of her, that horrible sight she had to see, and that pure agony that a mother must have felt in those seconds and moments before. And those are the things that keep me awake at night. Just the pure evil. Like, I don't even think Alec even understands how evil he is. He's so evil. I don't think he gets it. I don't think he knows. I think he's totally 100% in the, I'm here at the court. We're right where where the court TV van is. So Liz, if you want to come over here, I got a couple extra chairs in the car too, if you want to, chill. I'm standing up though. It helps keep me warm because I can move. I can move and groove, right? I can move and groove. So then all of a sudden this happens, and everything in that case just stops. And this is a perfect out for Alec, because now he can kind of allege that it might have something to do with Mallory Beach, that it might be some retaliation from Mallory Beach, that his son had been bullied or picked on. And when you ask them, there was really no phone calls. There was really it was just when he was out and about, people making statements. Sorry, it's getting my ears are starting to get a little cold, so you guys have to bear with me. Ugh. There we go. Now I feel better. I gotta get these ears covered up. Gotta get the ears covered up. There we go. Turn your volume up, Evelyn, if there's no sound. There's plenty of sound here, so you might have your volume down, or you might have it in like your I know that one time I had my earbuds paired, and I didn't realize my earbuds were open, and so it didn't disconnect, so it was actually coming out of my earbuds. But either way, so he garnered a lot of sympathy. And at that point, I remember Mark having an interview or something, and he basically said his case was done because this had happened to Alec, and now Alec has all this sympathy. Nobody's going to render a verdict on his behalf after losing his wife and son. I mean, you got to understand, this is South Carolina. This is a Bible Belt. People, whether or not we like, jurors are jurors, they're human beings. And that's why we have the processes that we have here. So they have emotions, and sometimes, whether we like it or not, they act on those emotions. And Mark Tinsley is well aware of that. And so he knew that his case was dead in the water with this murder. This would put enough sympathy in the juror's mind that it would really significantly damage his case. Well, during this investigation, things weren't adding up. Alec had lied about he lied about his whole day, basically. I mean, there were probably portions of his day that were accounted for that were absolutely legit. But it seems like after he got home, everything from the time he got home to the time that his wife and son lost their life, it seemed like it was planned to me. It seemed like he had this made up in his mind long before he got there, or long before that it happened. I feel like he was, like, everything was closing in on him, and he was just trying to save himself. He didn't want people to know. He was trying to keep the exposure from happening, and it was just rolling like a freight train at him. And I feel like he just didn't know what else to do. I know Creighton Waters talks to him about being a family annihilator, and I have to think that is a good assessment of him. But in my opinion, I feel like family annihilators do it from a place of, as twisted and messed up as this sounds, Okay, I understand that. I'm about to sound crazy to y'all, but as twisted and sick as it sounds, it's almost like the family annihilators trying to save the family from, the bad world, the evil world. This doesn't feel like a family annihilator situation to me. Yes, did he annihilate his family? He sure did. But does he hit all the other boxes that I've equated to in a family annihilator? No, he didn't. I don't think he did that to save them. When you look at Anthony Todd, he was in Celebration, Florida, and he was having financial problems. The reason why he took his family out is because he was under federal investigation for fraud, some type of fraud, and they were about to lose everything. And I think for him, it was the fact that he didn't want his family living like that. He would, he didn't want them to have to deal with the ugly of the world and what he did. And that was kind of, as sick and twisted as it was, that was kind of his thought behind it. And he stayed in that house with them, and he tried to, do him in as well. Alec wasn't like that. He played like he was, let's face it. Cousin Eddie looks like he knows how to shoot. Okay, right? This is South Carolina. Let's be honest here. He didn't miss. All right. I don't shoot my gun every day, but I can tell you, if I'm aiming for something, I ain't missing. All right. I'm not missing. So let's get this one. Oh, shit. I don't know who that is, but if anybody starts putting little letters in the chat for all my mods, if anybody starts putting just single letters in, just block them. That's no, because I don't know why they're doing that. But either way, I don't like it, and it's nefarious in my opinion. Type what you need. If you make a mistake, that's okay. But if you're just trying to jam up the chat, we ain't got no time for you. We got no time for you. What else do we have? So now we're past this. So now we got this going into court. Alec was caught lying. We caught him on the stand. He admitted on the stand that he lied about everything related to the day that his son and wife were murdered. Why? It doesn't make sense. Why would you lie about that? Of all things to lie about, why would you lie about where you were and why you were there? He lied because at the end of the day, the only person in and around that area was him. They live on 1,700-acre land. There's not really anybody really close to him. There's nobody on the other side of the street of him. It's all woods. On his side of the street, they have that whole area. Who else would have been out there? Did they prove that he was holding the gun and did it? So, are they going to, it doesn't make sense. So nobody was out there. And he was the one lying about being at the dog kennels, right? Which just moments, literally moments before they're gone. If somebody was out there, they would have killed all three of them. He was there moments before they come on. It doesn't take a rocket scientist, and that is beyond a reasonable doubt, in my opinion. Good morning, Turkey Man. It's nice to see you. It's nice to see everybody. Good morning. So he went to court. He was found guilty by a jury of his peers, right? Found guilty. Or did he? This is why we're here today. Because according to the defense, Becky Hill put her hands on the scales of justice by going in, talking to the jury, telling them that, hey, you need to watch his body language. He's a sneaky SOB. I don't know if she said that verbatim, right? Or if that's what's alleged, she said verbatim. But apparently she, according to the state, did multiple things. So what they accused Becky Hill of doing is putting her hand on the scales of justice for one. And there's several reasons that they have listed. One is the book deal. Okay. They said that she wanted a guilty verdict because she wanted her book to sell, that she had this contract and she was going to make a killing off this book. Well, that was the first problem, because then we learned that, wait a minute, Becky Hill, funded this book herself along with her colleague or her partner, which is now that's a problem, right? But it all comes down to this book. It comes down to this book. When she did this, she went to the ethics department, made sure that she was able to write this book. She got approval. So she was going through the right chains of command. But what they're trying to say now is that she almost felt rock starry, right? That she was, using her office to benefit her and letting certain journalists in and not letting picking and choosing people. Now, I don't know if there's any truth to those allegations. I wasn't in the courthouse when I was out there covering the case. I was outside of the courthouse the entire time, just like I am here. I'm going to be running back to Karen's going to take over just for a little, like a half hour, so I can run back and get you guys started on the court proceedings, which reminds me, where is my pulse?
Somebody wants to know why you don't have your heated jacket on.
Oh, I brought it with me. I don't know how to work it. So I brought it with me. Is that, you said Sonia?
Yeah.
Yeah, Sonia, I brought it with me so when I see you in Tennessee, you can show me. I got it. I brought it with me, but you gotta show me how it works. I don't do instructions. But you told me you were going to be here, not here, but in Tennessee. So I figured it's on a hanger right in the back. I figured once I get with you, you're going to show me how to rock it out, right? Where's Liz? Are you here? Like, I'm here. Let me just show you where I'm at. Hold on a second. Let me turn this around if I can without. This is where I'm at, Liz. So I'm like literally right in front of the courthouse. So if you're here somewhere, that's where I'm at. I'm right across. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know where the heck I am today. But as soon as I get a feed, I'm going to run back to the room and get the feed up and running. Let's see what I got going on here. And where was I in my story? Sorry, I got sidetracked. All right, so now we're kind of at the court hearing. Alec is found guilty. They're now accusing Becky of this whole book thing. And then it's not just that. Now it's not just the book. It's that she wanted to put her hands for the book, and that she told the jury not to be deceived or fooled, not to be fooled by Alec Murdaugh's testimony. That is highly, highly problematic. Anybody that's in the legal realm or even covers this stuff knows that you can't do that, okay? So it really does sound absolutely horrible, right? It absolutely does sound horrible. But when you look at it, the jurors that came forward with the affidavits were ones that seemed like they were, maybe off-put by the process. Egg Lady got tossed off the jury. It was probably a little embarrassing for her, or she felt embarrassed. So it was like, the ones that did say something seemed like they had a bone to pick, or they felt jaded somehow, So it just felt unfair. So I noticed that right away when we were talking about the affidavits. They were supposed to keep these jurors confidential, and one of the affidavits was not redacted properly. So one of the jurors' names have been exposed in a public document. It was an alternative. It wasn't a deliberating jury. And again, they're just going to be speaking. Judge Toll has set the tone for this hearing. She doesn't appear to be willing to entertain Egg Lady at this point. She wants to talk to the deliberating jury body, and whether that deliberating jury body was swayed by the Clerk of Court, Becky Hill. Now, as long as she keeps that narrow scope in this hearing, I truly believe Alec will not get a new trial, because I don't believe the deliberating body was swayed in any way by anything Becky Hill did. I think this is an opportunity for that there was enough stuff created that they could have an argument. And this is the argument they chose. And it's a good argument, okay? Becky Hill is under ethics complaint. They've got SLED involved. And when SLED got involved, they did go after her for the ethics complaint and the one wiretapping charge for her son, Colt. He was obviously listening to it. It had nothing, from what we're understanding, nothing to do with Alec or anything. It was just, he was wiretapping related to her ethics. Does this look good? Of course it doesn't look good. Okay, anybody can say that this ethics complaint, having Becky Hill's son arrested for wiretapping, and them taking her phone, confiscating her phone on the day that they arrested her son, does not look good. We get that. We know it doesn't look good. But what she did with the ethics has nothing, and I mean nothing, to do with this trial. But they're trying to make it as if it does. So will they be successful? I honestly think if Judge Toll is going to keep it this limited, I think we're in good shape. Because I tell you what, if this man has another trial, if he's rightfully owed it, I'm a law and order person. I don't want anybody's, especially when you're going of all charges, life imprisonment or the DP, you should have a fair trial, and you should not feel like somebody has their hand on anything. And so if that is what the findings of this court are, we're going to have to accept those and realize that something did happen there, and that we need to make sure that it never happens again in another one of these hearings, or high profile hearings, either by coming up with new policies related to the clerks or otherwise. So we will see how this all eventually plays out. But I really don't think, I just felt like if she really did this, more jurors would have come forward. If they heard her make these statements, I know me, if I was on a jury, I wouldn't lie about that. Because in the grand scheme of things, most jurors don't know the process. This is their first experience with something like this, you know? So until they know something's wrong, they don't know it's wrong. And so at this point, I think all those jurors know if she did say those things, that it was wrong. And I pray that the truth comes out. And if she did say these things, that one juror, at least, at minimum, does have the fortitude and the grace to speak the truth. If she didn't, again, I hope they have the fortitude and grace to speak the truth. At the end of the day, I think we all just want the truth, and they hold the key to the truth. I don't think it personally, the way I'm looking at this and Becky's behavior, it's hard for me to believe, and I said that from the beginning. I've had to put myself on the fence because I was really a strong supporter of Becky Hill up until the wiretapping. Once the wiretapping happened, it did give me pause. I won't lie. Many of you guys watched me, and I've been very honest and open about that. So, you know, it is what it is. Guys, we have 111 people in the chat right now. If you guys could please go out and give me a thumbs up, I would greatly appreciate it. I would greatly, greatly, greatly appreciate it. And we're going to be here. I'm going to be leaving here in just a little bit to run back to the room to get the live set up, because we still have a video that we must do. So I'm going to probably leave Karen here for a little bit. I'm going to see if anything's been set up. I don't think it's been set up quite yet. I think you guys got me for at least another hour, but we will check to see.
Alex on the board?
Yeah.
Gonna get in?
Huh?
We'll get in. We'll be able to get in already?
I don't know. You might have to stand it. I don't know. But yeah, they said there was going to be a lot of people here. But yeah, that is the line. Yeah, I can't imagine them having lining up for any other case. Yeah, we already got a line. They're like turning us around here. We already got people lining up right here for the Alec Murdaugh to get into the court hearing. And Karen she's trying to find out whether she should stay in line or something like that, I think is what her real question is. But she can't right now because I'm going to need her to stay here with my equipment so I can get everything set up. Otherwise, you guys are going to be locked out the rest of the day, right? You guys won't see what's going on because I'm going to be in the courtroom. I'm going to try to be in the courtroom. Like I said, there's already people lined up here, if nothing more, which reminds me, Paralegal Liz, you might want to get your butt up here. Just saying. So that's kind of where we're at. That's kind of everything in a nutshell. And then naturally we are here. Got a little bit of a balancing issue here. There we go. I think that's straight. Is it?
Yeah.
Well, it was kind of down before. There we go. Where's Liz? Did I just hear Liz? Oh yeah, I did hear her. I told you I heard her. I heard somebody say Bullhorn Betty. I'm like, look at us. Is Liz here? Don't walk through. Yeah, don't walk through here. All right, love. So paralegal Liz is here. We've got a little entourage out here for the Alec Murdaugh hearing. Again, it's pretty cold. I'm excited to hear whether she, because this has been. I think we've all been really emotional with this. Many of you know how I feel. It breaks my heart to know that Maggie and Paul, 3 years later, still doesn't even have a headstone on the grave. It does upset me so. It really does. And then being here and knowing that there is a possibility. I mean, even the smallest possibility that Alec Murdaugh could possibly have a new trial is just, it saddens me. It saddens me that this family, that these two people, Paul and Maggie, were treated so poorly, and look at the result. Why am I blurry? Am I blurry? What's going on here? Is that my eyes or okay? There we are. Looked like went blurry there for a second. What is going on here? I am not blurry. I see Nurse Sandy. It's nice to see you. Nice to see you, love. I hope everybody's doing great today. I'm freezing my butt off. Thank you for making me work in the cold, guys. I just want to tell you, somebody should have told me not to come because it's too cold, and I'm a Florida girl. All right, I'm a Florida girl. Now that the sun's coming out, I'm packing up some of my lighting equipment because I don't need it, and I don't want to use the battery up if I don't need it, right? We don't need to be running now that we got some light. I'm just happy that everybody's here. Oh, okay. Let's go over there. Let's undock real quick and just take a stroll around. Let's take a stroll around. Let's see if we can get some people on here. Let's see what we got going on here. Okay. Oh!
Becky ain't done that wrong.
Yeah, there we go. There we go. God bless you. God bless you. So what brings you here? What brings you
I
here?
come here just stand up for justice. I've been here from the beginning.
Yeah.
And being a pastor, and I just feel that this is the right thing to do. I think the attorneys is trying to throw a monkey wrench into this thing here.
Being a pastor, how do you feel knowing that that Maggie and Paul are still out there in that cemetery without a headstone?
Okay, and I'm gonna tell you what really brought me here. I was asleep one night, and they came to me in a dream. Maggie and Paul woke me up. I'm a Vietnam veteran, and I came from Vietnam, and I was.
God bless you. Thank you for your service.
Some nightmare, and she was screaming, "Help me, help me!" And I could hear the shots. And that came to me in a dream, and ever since then, I've been on the trail fight.
God bless
I was
you.
here when they pulled the juror, and I've been dreaming.
Because this is what I advocate for in my county, is getting out there and doing the right thing in yours.
That's sometimes you got to come from behind the pulpit and do like Jesus, get on foot patrol and do God's will.
Amen. Amen. God bless you. Absolutely. Absolutely. Hi guys. Would anybody like to explain why they're here? I'm on a live. I didn't want to put you guys on here and let you guys. But anybody willing to give me an interview about why they're here? You want to come? Yeah, come on. Absolutely. Absolutely. I'm not going to ask you your name or anything, but I just want to know, why are you here at the Alec Murdaugh? You're here early and you're at the front of the line.
Yeah, we're here early in front of the line. We're so excited to get to see Alec make the same kind of justice.
Amen.
Everybody else has.
it's not right. And so to see justice told, she's like a local Ruth Bader Ginsburg. So to finally see a day in court with such opportunity for justice, it's exciting. We can't wait.
How do you feel? This is one thing I have a problem with, but how do you feel knowing that 3 years after Maggie and Paul were killed, that they still haven't received a headstone, a proper headstone over their burial site?
It's sad, but to give the family some grace, you think they don't want it to become a tourist attraction, but just to give them some grace and to give them some dignity, I wouldn't want to be that family that didn't do that. It would be hard.
Gotcha. God bless you. Thank you for being here. Well, let me ask you this. What do you think is going to happen today?
What do I think? I think that just control and have
Mhm.
I think that it's going to be swift, and the state of South Carolina is going to be proud.
Amen. Thank you. Anybody else? Hi. So we're just on live. I'm just going to be asking you, like, why are you here? Why are you here? What you think is going to happen, and how you feel about the them not having headstones on their graves. So that's basically it. I'm not going to ask you your name or anything like that.
Okay.
So explain why, because you're here awfully early. You're standing in the front of the line, so you're obviously excited about being here for him to be served a cup of justice.
That's exactly right. I was at the other trial, the very first one, but the murder trial. I went to most of the day's fit. I went to the auction. I went to the last court hearing he had. So I've been following him for a very, very long
I'm
time.
surprised I ever ran into you. I've been to every single one of those places. I have. That is cute. So, how do you feel to know that 3 years has passed and Maggie and Paul have no headstone on their
That
graves?
is so sad. I mean, if he's got money for an attorney, he's got money to put to headstone for them. That's just a disgrace.
And what do you think is going to happen today?
I am hoping, fingers crossed, that he will not get a trial. I don't think South Carolina needs this.
They don't. And do you think they're speaking truth or fiction about Becky Hill in that courtroom?
I don't know. I think that Becky is innocent. I really do. I think they're fabricating a lot of the stuff. You know,
I agree.
I feel sorry for her.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate your time. Thank you so much. Would you like the interview? Well, it's just going to be much of the same. So you're here awfully early. What brought you here?
Well, we've been to all of them. We started it, so we want to see it through.
And again, with the headstone, how do you feel about the headstones?
I mean, it's been 3 years.
3 years, yes. And I'm about to go back. I've been covering it. The headstones, like I'm cover every time I come here, I go out there to see if the headstones are put up.
All things, oh no, he was guilty or innocent. Actually guilty. That should have had a headstone.
Yeah,
It should have. I mean, why haven't the kids put a headstone there?
my question too.
You know?
What do you think? What do you think is going to happen here today?
I truly believe it's not going to get a replay because I don't think and I could be wrong, but I don't think she did the jury tamper. I know that she's pled guilty to the plagiarism.
Yeah.
So I think there was some things done wrong, but I don't think
Not to this degree. Gotcha. God bless you guys. Thanks for being here. Absolutely. Thank you guys. So, ma'am, why are you here? Where? Yeah. Yeah, I'm Bullhorn Betty.
What is it?
Bullhorn Betty.
Gotcha.
Thank you. All right, guys, I'm flipping you around. I'm flipping you around now. You guys get to see my ugly mug again. There we go. There I am. I'm back. See, those are the things that you're not going to get sitting at home, right? We're not going to know why people are here, what the land is. These people, these are the community. This is the community right here that wants to see the justice finally be served. They want to make sure he doesn't. And I think that a lot of people are like me. You know, yeah, did Becky Hill make some mistakes? Yeah. We can say she made some mistakes. We can say that she may have not done the book exactly the way the ethics board wanted her to do. Okay, we can say that she took a little slice out of somebody else's thing and plagiarism. But that's not what we're here for. We're not here for any of that. You know what we're here for? We are here to find out if she tampered with the jury. Just because she wrote a book and it sounds great that, oh, she wrote a book, she did it for the book. She wanted us. Honestly, I think that book would have sold 10 times more if he was found not guilty, because people would want to know what the heck happened in that courtroom. How in the world did they not find him guilty? So I really think that even their analysis of this whole book deal and why she would want to put her hands on the scales of justice, for me, doesn't seem to bode, because I'm telling you, for me, I didn't buy Becky's book. If Alec Murdaugh was found not guilty, I would have bought that book to find out why Alec Murdaugh wasn't found guilty. But I have not bought that book. There's some excerpts in the let me see, did I bring it? I have a folder with all the stuff, but they put some excerpts in for Becky's book, and some of the excerpts of inside the courtroom. I still can't figure out how that was bad. Again, these are her thoughts, her collection of notes throughout this process, and I don't see where she's not entitled to take notes or write a book. She's an American citizen just like the rest of us, but she has to understand when she's on the clock for the county or the people that she can't be doing stuff in her personal capacity. Again, what does that have to do with the new trial? When you look at all this and you start breaking it down, I have to agree with some of the people out here that are just, wanting to find out whether or not he's going to get a new trial. You heard from the locals. They said that this community doesn't need this. They believe he's guilty. They believe he deserves the same cup of justice as the rest of the people. That's not a plug for Eric Bland, but it could be. We're Eric Bland friendly over here. Okay, I'll be honest. So Ellie says, I don't agree with anything Becky Hill did. However, I don't think she did or didn't do anything to change the facts that Murdaugh is guilty. Yeah, I have to agree that I'm I'm right there with you, Ellie. Like I'm upset. Like I had a high opinion of Miss Becky Hill. I personally did. I saw her at the courts. I thought she was a really pleasant person. I didn't speak to her or anything like that, but she appeared to be a very pleasant, happy, dutiful person. Nothing that I got a vibe that she was this devious, delirious, witch hunt person, that wants to get Alex at all costs. She didn't for me, she didn't appear to be that way for me. And that is the problem I've been struggling with, because even with the whole wiretapping, it was such a disappointment, it's just like, I know when things are just breaking off, it's so easy to want to do bad things to find out information, or sometimes it's just best to step out and just let whatever is going to fall, just fall, don't do anything to make it worse. And I feel like she thought that they would never find out that she was, in the know behind the scenes. That wasn't her place to be. She knew that was wrong, that they have a job to do, and she should have let them do the job unobstructed. And she didn't. She had her son listen to find out so she could know what she was facing. She wanted to have the edge. And that is what her fatal flaw was for her and her son. She wanted that edge over that ethics complaint. And look at the mess it's caused. Look at the mess this has caused. Look at the mess that this has caused for the state of California, the Colton County residents. I mean, for, like Judge Toll said, like these 12 jurors they deliberated. They spoke their conscience. back in March of 2023. And here we are right before February 2024, and they're still tied to this. There's no other juror in across America that's dealing with this. They go in, they give their verdict, they go home. That's the way it's supposed to be. They were supposed to be anonymous. People weren't supposed, if they wanted to be known, they could be known, but it wasn't going to be forced down their throat. They did everything they could to make sure that these people's identities were kept out of the limelight. And then we find out that, either Dick or Griffin or the courts, I think it's one or the other, forgot to redact a name, putting a juror's name, juror 731 or 730, I can't remember which one it is, her whole name out there. Her entire name is in the public record. So I'm a little, and I think that's why Judge Toll said no more affidavits, because the more you put in the public record, the more that person is exposed. And if you're trying to not expose the jury, especially, the ones that don't want to be bothered, that's their right. And here Dick is putting this stuff in. Now I'm going to see the jurors. I'm not going to describe them for you. I believe in the process. Judge Toll has asked, she didn't demand, she didn't order, she asked. She asked us all to be adults here and to all follow the rules. And I think that we can all do that and do that well. It seems like she's been very gracious and lenient with the media and allowing us to make sure we are able to capture this in our records, because again, this isn't, no matter what people think, people don't realize how historical this moment is. I mean, this is the Murdaughs. This is something that I'm sure in another 50 years, they're going to be reading about it in our history books. They're going to be teaching our children about this era. It's a sad era that we're facing right now across this country, with the violence. I'm not sure if I'm going to ever quite understand or get this violence. I don't get it. I don't get how you can say on one hand you love somebody and you want to protect them, and then on the other hand, plan and to take them out. I just don't understand that. It's scary. I mean, this world's just getting scary. Like we're going to have such bad PTSD. We're literally going to be sleeping with our eyes open after our significant other. I don't know. We're taught that we don't even know who our next door neighbor is, who our significant other is. We don't know these people anymore. We don't know who they are, right? So I'm trying to pack up while I'm getting all the stuff down, because like I said, I got this battery, and so as soon as the battery's done, we're going to be doing that. We're going to be taking that down. So we got some people standing in line. We got a line. Got a line behind me. And it seems like the majority of the people believe Alex toast. They think Alex is toast. I hope they are right. I mean, it sounds sad that why would you hope they're right? It's because I truly believe he hurt two people. I believe he hurt two people to death. And if I believe that he hurt two people to death, yeah, I want him punished for that. But Buster is definitely an Alex Jr. I feel like there is a reason why Buster wasn't part of this. I feel like there's a reason why he left Buster so much money. There's something there. There's it appears without a doubt that there appears to be an extra, some type of bond. I want to do this. There we go. Sorry. My fingers work sometimes and sometimes they don't. There we go. There they go. So yeah, and we talked, and I don't get it, because even Buster. Now that you're getting on the Buster topic, let's talk about this. Let's explore Buster a little bit. Buster went on Martha McCallum, and he was sitting there saying that he believes his father is a psychopath, and in the same breath saying he believes somebody else hurt his brother and mother. I don't know how many psychopaths are out there But when you start hearing about somebody being a psychopath and two bodies, winding up on their property, it's 1 + 1 = 2. Am I right? Did I miss math class here? I don't get it. So there are still a lot of people out there that believe Alec Murdaugh is not guilty. They believe Alec Murdaugh was set up. They believe that this had something to do with Mallory Beach or some other, because this is another rumor that I heard. I heard that Alec Murdaugh, that they were killed because Alec Murdaugh owed people money, a lot of money. I really believe that Alec Murdaugh still has millions and millions of dollars. I believe that he has some type of annuities or trust that can't be pierced. I don't know if that's the case. I don't know, but I did hear a conversation that Eric Bland did, and I think it was on that Cup of Justice that podcast that he does with those girls. I like it. I personally like his podcast. I think it's great. It's informative. It's chatty. It gives you a new perspective of behind the scenes, something that you really didn't know. I mean, Eric, let's be honest, Eric Bland is kind of, he's in it, waist deep. So I'm going to be listening to him when it comes to these cases because I trust him. Now, do I trust him for everything? No, but I trust him on this because I'm looking at it. He's representing these people free of charge. Does he like Alec? I don't think he likes Alec at all. I think he thinks Alec is the biggest POS in the world. And, you can't fault the man for thinking that. I mean, I think the same thing. So I think that's why he might be involved. It might be this whole thing of, look at the damage you did. We need to fix this. This is his community too. And I think Eric Bland, I'm not saying anything. I'm sure he's an attorney. So I'm sure there's people that probably think he's the biggest a-hole in the world. And I understand that. I'm not getting into that argument. That has nothing to do with me on his daily basis, who he is, what he does. I don't care. What he's done for these victims is amazing. Period. I don't care if he was the worst attorney and the biggest a-hole in the world out there in South Carolina and nobody even likes him. I don't care. What he did for these victims was amazing. He helped these victims and he did free of charge, and that should not go unnoticed. And right now, my heroes in this, even though I to be honest with you, I like Jim and I like Dick. I like them. I think they're amazing attorneys. I don't like their client, and I think they're assholes. Sue me, right? I still like them, and I can guarantee you I'm following them. I want to see what they're up to. I want to see, how they do this thing. They got a lot of knowledge, a lot of information, a lot of education, a lot of stuff that we can learn from them, just like Eric, just like Creighton. But my winner chicken dinners here for this case is by far Creighton Waters. That is number one. Creighton Waters, number one. He's my hero. Number two is Eric Bland. I'll be honest. But Creighton Waters by far is, and not only that, the man jams, okay? I've seen him on a guitar, okay? I'm sorry. I am a little bit of a metalhead, too. I'm a little of an everything head. I'm a chicken head. I like rap. I like R&B. I like country. And I like my rock, right? I like my rock. He's actually pretty decent. He's pretty stinking good. I got to be honest with you. I'm highly impressed. Creighton, you got Bullhorn Betty a little impressed over here, okay? I to be honest with you, I'm a drummer girl, okay? My ex is an ex-drummer, right? So you got me lost there. I'm not with the guitarist. Nah, I'm a drummer. I'm a beat girl. So sorry, I don't mean to break your heart, Creighton. I know you're probably already happily married, but who's your drummer? I need to stop. Yeah, this is the next question. I'm just joking. Stop. You guys make me blush. So, there is that. And I have no doubt that Creighton Waters is going to come in here and walk them like a dog. He's been doing a great job. I got to be honest with you. I'm impressed with the legal arguments that Alec's defense team have come up with. Just turning all of this nothing into something. I mean, look at the something they were able to create out of nothing. They were the book. And they got me out here in South Carolina They got all these people out here in South Carolina. They're about to do a motion for new trial out here. They were literally able to take nothing and make something. Look at the something. Now that is impressive. Okay, I don't think the world quite gets how impressive that is. They are amazing at what they do. Okay, I don't know if any other attorney would be able to take this book and turn it into this. I really don't. They were very creative. They were very calculated. They knew exactly what they needed to do. They knew exactly what questions they needed to answer. They knew exactly what they wanted people to say. And they put this all together, weaved it up, and today, right? So don't tell me that Alec Murdaugh literally has no clue what they're doing. Dick and Jim, they're going to lose. I'm putting money on this. They're going to lose today. But they already won. You get it? They're going to lose today, but they already won. They're here. They got this far. How today works? You know, they're going to want it to go in their favor, but they know it's a crapshoot. Anybody that comes into that's been found guilty, they know how hard it is to overturn that guilty verdict. It is, you literally have to be able to prove that you were, on Mars when a crime happened in order to undo what a jury does. And here, they were able to get this all out of nothing. So this is amazing. Where are we? I'm going to probably have to get you guys on a different phone here in just a second, because we're going to have to start shaking and baking. Let me see what else I got. Let me go to... Sorry, guys, I'm really trying to monitor this so I don't leave you guys hanging. I want to make sure that when we're in the courtroom, you guys are seeing what's going on. So it does take us a little bit more time to get this kind of stuff taken, because I've got to run between two places. I've got the computer already set up at the room. We got several phones set up around here. I was going to actually set up several different phones throughout this. I got several different tripods, but just with it. Oh, I'm on my screen. Apparently I love myself so much. Even when I put myself in my pocket, I like screaming at myself. Oh, Kylie, can you record in the court? Well, see, it's kind of weird. I think I'm going to be able to record audio. I won't be able to record audio live. I might be, but I don't want to take away from you guys being able to see what's going on in the courtroom. So I might go ahead and record if they allow us, but it sounds like they are allowing audio recording, and they were going to allow me to bring my computer in. I know that, and I could have really ran the live right from there and turned it down so we didn't hear it, but at least you guys could see it and stuff like that. But the problem is if I don't have internet in there, then you guys, the show's over. So in an abundance of caution, I decided to make myself have to work a little bit more. So I got everything set up at the room where I know we have good solid Wi-Fi. Oh, great. I'm glad you're watching from Australia. Yeah. But if you stay here, I'm going to be going back to the room and setting up the pooled camera. We have a pooled camera inside, and I'm going to pull the video from the pooled camera so you guys can watch that. And then I'm going to be in there so I can get the real stuff. And then we're going to talk about it. If I can record in that courtroom, I'm recording. I just want to make sure that everything I do is above board. I'm in their house, and I like to respect, especially every judge. That I love the judges. This judge I highly respect. I think her story, I really do hope everybody goes and researches Judge Toll. Her story's amazing. She's an amazing lady. She comes from a different era. She was an attorney when it wasn't popular for women to be working. She climbed the top of her profession when it wasn't a popular thing to do for women. She truly is an amazing woman. Just knowing that there was only 1% of female attorneys when she started out, that she ended up being the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court. This is an amazing woman that worked very, very hard, very, very tirelessly, and she wants to uphold the law. And she has a huge and amazing path and background that shows she does just that. If I have an opportunity to shake her hand, I would love to. And I would love to ask that judge, what is the single most important piece of advice that anybody's ever given you? I always ask people those types of questions when I meet them, because I like to always improve. I like to always be better. And you're not going to be better unless you're around people that are better than you. And when you're around people that are better than you, you want to be a sponge. You want to know how they think, what they do, how they do it, why they do it, right? The why factor is important. So that's what you get with her. So I'm very, very pleased. It seems like so far in South Carolina, as far as the right judges to be on this particular matter and handling this matter, I think so far South Carolina got it right. You know, they had Judge Newman. I thought Judge Newman was so kind, gracious, and calm, and just understanding. I think he was firm but soft. I think he really brought a lot. We just fell in love with him. He reminded me of a grandpa. I bet you he's an amazing grandpa, right? I'm so happy that he's retired. I hope it wasn't forced retired. I hope he was ready to retire. You know, I hope that this was his big, you know, everybody wants that big case to kind of end their career on. And I hope this was that for him. He deserves that. He deserves that. This community has been pressured, you know, think about it, intimidated. There had to have been some people that couldn't get justice because it was a Murdaugh. You know, think about all, I mean, we're talking about Paul and Maggie now, but we're not talking, you know, the whole history. It's a bad history. It's a bad history. And it's sad. This is why it's really important, in my opinion. And I hope, you know, everybody on both sides of the aisle really do take up this cause. But this is why we have term limits. This is why a lot of people push for term limits. I don't think it's fair. Does anybody think it's fair that one family reigns a community for 100 years? Does anybody think that that's okay? That to me is no longer 100 years. That is almost like a dictatorship to me. No changes of hands. That shows a lot of pressure from the community. You know, people, I'm sorry. I just think it's really important that something like this doesn't happen, because that was a lot of power one single family held in one single community. It's not fair to the rest of the members of that community. It's just not. And I hope people get on board with it. It's the right thing to do, in my opinion. This will stop something like another Murdaugh family from ever reigning in a community or in a country again. You know, excuse me, county, not country, county, community or county again. It's really, really super, super important. And I just hope that everybody understands that this is what is created when you have a single person or a single family in control for that significant amount of time. Like, I'm sure people don't even know what their rights are anymore. You know, they're just been doing things the same way for so long, they probably don't even know they can do it differently. I mean, I don't know. I'm not them. I just know that I would never allow that. But this is all all this stuff, all this politics and stuff just going just crazy mad, right? This is just kind of what crazy mad, right? We never dealt with this in politics before. It's just been in the last 12 years. It seems like forever. And it's like, I just want it to go away. I want people to start getting along again. I want the family unit not to be fighting over politics. I want people to have unity and realize that we can come together and there is a path forward. But either way, I digress, you know, but this is the result. This is a lot of why I do what I do. I want to make sure that this right here never happens in my community. I want to make sure that this right here never happens in your community. This was power. This was a legacy. This was prestigious. This man utilized all those things that his family built in order to do the worst type of crimes to people. I saw a grown man at his financial crimes crying. This man destroyed his family. And that man found forgiveness in his heart to forgive that man. I don't know how you can steal after your family has went through one of the worst situations it has gone through, and you're finally thinking you're going to get justice, you're going to get this money that can now help you and your family move forward, and you find out you got the wrong attorney because your attorney's a freaking crook and stole your entire net worth. Stole it, gone. And that man can forgive him. That should show you the amazing love of this community. Like South Carolina, I haven't had anything bad to say about this place. I'm not going to, because this place is created with a lot of great people. A lot of people that are a heck of a lot better than Betty, right? Because I don't know if I could do that. I really don't. I can tell you they were a heck of a lot stronger than I ever could be. And God bless them for that. God bless them for that. I am glad that Alec didn't win. I'm glad Alec didn't take their spirit. I'm glad Alec didn't do to them what he did to his own wife and son. Would it have come to that, guys? Think about it. If he started getting in this how many more would have had to go if they didn't catch it at Paul and Maggie? Like, I really believe this guy would have done some terrible things to keep look what he did to keep the secrets. What else was he willing to do? It's scary for me to even think about that, but it's a reality. What else would he have done had he not been caught? He did a lot of destruction. Would Buster have been next? That's what I'd like to know. When Paul and Maggie worked and the news started, coming back down on him, would it have been Buster next? Who would have been next? Who would have been next? It's hard for me not to ask that question. I think you're gonna have to take over for a little bit. Yeah, I'm gonna go. Yeah. Guys, we're just gonna take just a few minute break. I'm gonna have to go back to the room real quick and get some get the video and stuff started, and I want to make sure that I have plenty of time to get back here to get into the courthouse. So I'm going to leave Karen here. She's just going to talk to you guys just for a few moments, and I'll be back. Yeah. So you're going to stay here.
Yeah.
I'm going to get you your pocket. Let me take this off.
Yeah, I'm saying you want me to walk the top? You want to stay right there. Oh, no, you can walk. All right, okay. Yeah, all right. I think that's the author of the book over there in the jacket. The author of the book with Becky. Is there? Isn't that him in the blue blazer? The class. Yeah. So they were taking pictures.
Let me get my camera. Oh, guys, we're kind of back, but we're not. I was looking. I flipped out. I couldn't find my camera, and I forgot I had it on this because. Uh, all right. So the co-author of the Karen is back, I think. Oh, I might. I don't know. All right, guys, give me just a few moments. I'm sorry, it's starting to get down to the wire, so I need to start making some moves here and figuring out what we're going to do with you guys. Okay, so just
Hey, buddy. Betty's car. She has to jump it. So she's tied up right now. She's going back to the hotel anyway, so. But it's getting crowded. I'm going to turn the camera so you guys can see all the media. They're literally wrapped around the block. I hope we get in. The line's getting long. Yeah, she's gonna check your battery, Sonia. She seems to think it might be a battery. I mean, it's really freezing out here too, so I think she's gonna grab a battery before she heads your way. I believe it's starting 9:30, somewhere 9:30, 10 o'clock the latest. I'm pretty sure. I just can't wait to get inside because I am so cold. Yeah, she seems to think the cold has part of what's going on with her car, but she seems to think maybe she needs a new battery. It shouldn't keep happening. Hey Jen, how you feeling? Hope you're feeling better. Can you guys see? Yeah. What? Uh, Everybody wants to see what Betty has to pack when she comes out. That's not happening. She's looking for the phone right now. She's looking for the phone now. Sorry guys, I'm just looking for another phone for her. Yeah. So you have to see it. The line's getting longer. I hope we make it inside. I hope when she goes to the hotel, just shuts the car if it doesn't die again on her. It was fine yesterday when we were out. Is it cold where everybody is? Because it's cold here. Yeah, Jen, she's gonna check. I think before she heads to Tennessee, she's gonna have to stop and get a battery, maybe later on today. That's what she said she's gonna do. And she does have your jacket that you guys sent her in the car. I just saw it. It would have came in good use today. It started all right when we left the hotel this morning. I don't know why it died now. If something got left on in the car or not. I hope we make it inside here. This line is getting pretty long. Maggie's sister won't be here. The author's there. The author, co-author, Becky Hill's book is in the. I know you guys can see him. He's in that blue jacket up front in line. Somebody's got to put a headstone up there, Mike. She's in line. I don't know if she's able to save a spot or not, Sonia, but I'm hoping when Betty gets back to the hotel, she can hook up to the court TV link and get back right away. I think it's a federal courthouse, if I'm not mistaken. I don't see any signs, so I think it's federal. But I could be wrong. There's really a lot of media here. I don't think there'd be that much, but there is. They're all the way around the building. I think about 8:30 they should. The doors open now, but I think it's just for employees and camera crew. But Liz said 8:30 they opened it yesterday. You're welcome to Summer. I think I want to say I seen federal on somewhere, but I haven't seen nothing where we're standing now that says anything. But I thought I seen federal because we came by yesterday just to scope out the area. Betty was taking some pictures downtown. Got a bite to eat with Liz. And then Betty crashed out on me at 8 o'clock last night, out like a light, and up at 3. So I'm doing boot camp hours with her. Nobody from the family's here so far, and I don't think they will be. They haven't come to any of his hearings. No, I was going to Sonya, but I can't make it this time. And Betty's gonna be doing searches with my back, and my back's not that great for walking, and I gotta have my knee replacement done, so my knee's not doing that great either. But I'll get out there sometime. See ya. I was hoping to go. I hope we get inside here after all this, being out here early in the morning and then not getting in. How big the courtroom is. Just hope that Betty can get right on the link right away. She's got it set up already at the hotel, but there was no link to hook up to it. You can see the lines already going that way.
Well, hey guys, I am back in the room. It's nice to see you all. I know everybody's kind of wondering what's going on. I'm still trying to get one of the links set up. We do have several, but just no links are actually just set up yet that we can live stream from. And this is the only way that I can get you guys in the look at that. We got some light. We got light. Just won't turn it.
The line's very long.
Huh?
The line is very long.
Is it? Well, good. Oh, wow. It's getting there. So, well, we got paralegal Liz is already in the line. So we'll just
we'll go up there to her. I don't know when hopefully they'll start letting some people in. I don't know if they're going to. We'll try to get in, guys. This is one of those things where I'm kind of, at the end of the day, we want to be inside. We want to hear everything. I'm pretty sure we're going to be able to be there. Again, it's just going to be a little bit of time because I would have hoped, especially in the future, court TV being pooled camera, they have these things set up. I mean, Bullhorn Betty would already have the live ready to go, right? So this is something that everybody is like waiting on with bated breath. And again, Alec Murdaugh, we've heard from some people. Let me get this off there. We heard from some people out there, and what we heard is that they believe Alec Murdaugh is guilty of this crime. These are the people of his community. This is not me saying it. This is not anybody else saying it. This is them saying it. They believe he's guilty. They don't believe. They know Becky is. And it sounds like there's a lot of people that are similar with me. They think Becky, has acted inappropriately in some respect, but that has absolutely nothing to do with whether she tipped the scales of justice for Becky Hill, or for Alec Murdaugh rather, and for this book deal. Again, it comes down to this. They were able to make something out of nothing. Do I honestly believe that this book deal would cause Becky to throw her entire career down the drain? I just don't see it happening. It's like, you just don't change your spots overnight. Okay, guys, you just don't. And I just don't see her doing that in this case. And like I said before, many, many, many times before, it seems to me that this book would have sold, I would probably say 100 times over, if not more, if he was found not guilty. Because everybody under the sun would be like, how in the world was he found not guilty? He was there moments, seconds before they were gunned down. How could he not hear the gunfire? How could he not hear this? How could he not hear that? Why did he lie about being down at the dog kennels? Why did he tell everybody for over a year he was not there? That's what he said. And then when he gets on the stand, he sings a different tune. He acknowledges him lying. And then he says it's from the extensive amount of narcotics substances that he was taking, pharmaceutical substances that he was taking and engaging in, that he had this problem with. When you ask anybody in the family, even Buster's initial interview, his interview with the SLED agents, he told them there is nothing going on in his family. His family has no problems whatsoever. And, that right in and of itself is, we all know every single family has issues in it. There are some glaring issues somewhere in that family. And I truly believe that that is the case here. I truly, without a doubt, believe that that is absolutely the case. Let me see what we got going on here. I wish they'd just let me hook into it. Like even Law and Order.
Open the van doors to the court TV van, Betty.
Huh?
They're in the van at court TV van that's parked out here.
Yeah.
They just opened the doors to the van, so they're sitting in the van right now.
Good. Go over and tell them, get the live engaged so my partner can come back up to the courthouse.
Look at the line.
What?
The line. That's the line all the way back there.
Oh my.
I know.
Oh my. Yeah. Oh my. I almost hit that. I chose not to. Oh, good Lord. He only admitted it when he learned of the kennel video. Exactly, Tracy. And that's the thing. He would have still been carrying that lie to this day. Why? That's got to be the number one question, is why would Alec, if he's innocent, lie about everything that happened from the time he got home? The behavior when he left there and went to his mom's house was not behavior he usually engaged in. It was a weird visit. The lady there described him coming in with a tarp like blue jacket thing with something under it. He was over by, he stopped at the edge of the driveway as he was leaving there, and his car stopped for 2 minutes, like as if he could have gotten out and did something there, hid something, dug something. Who knows? all this time has passed, and they just got the GM stuff. They had just gotten the GM stuff during trial. So they would not have been able to do a whole lot of investigation with that information from the GM vehicle data. So I don't know. I don't know. All I can say is that it's not good. I believe he did it. I believe they got the right guy. And now Becky, you know, they're trying to destroy Becky's reputation to try to save Alec Murdaugh. And I just, it's sad. Did Becky do wrong? I think she did. Obviously, there is some evidence that she has some wrongdoing, but not in this court hearing. It's with the book. It's an ethical ethical violation related to the book. Her using her office to you know, whatever they're saying, to promote her book or whatever it was that they're saying that she did. Who knows? But it has nothing, and I mean nothing, to do with her handling of his trial. And you got to put yourself into your own, you know, everyone in here has their own thing. You guys have worked in an office, or you've had a job, a career, still, maybe some of you guys still do. Some of you guys may be retired, whatever. Do you see, when you're in a job that long, you guys have to understand that, and when I say this, I'm sure you're probably going to nod your head yes, but you do things almost organically. When you've been at a job so long, it's like you don't even really think about the process anymore. You're thinking about the work, but not the processes, because the processes you've got down, right? Your body almost does it organically at this point. You've been at that position so long. I just don't see her never doing or engaging in this kind of conduct, and then boom, all of a sudden she's engaging in this kind of conduct. It just seems to me to be odd. It just does. It doesn't seem to me that her normal behavior would have been like that. It seems like she would have been acting kind of when she's in there, she's acting in her capacity as clerk. And when she has that clerk hat on, just like when you had your, you know, manager hat on, or your supervisor hat on, or whatever, you just, when you went to work, you just kind of got into the work mode, and you just go through your day. You're almost like a well-oiled machine at this point, because you've been there so long, right? You don't even think about it anymore. And I have to think that some of that has to reign true for Becky. You know, I really do. I kind of feel like Becky, that's not the money. A resident defense attorney is up in the house chiming in. Mike Stevens. All you need is a little bit of tears and a little bit of snot coming out of your nose, and you are not guilty. All right, let me keep going. I guys, I'm going to tell you, if I've got to be out there the whole time, and I will, you know, if I can't go into the courthouse, then I just won't. But I'm trying to find some links here. I know where the link is going to be, but they just won't put it up yet, and I'm scared that they're going to wait until the very last minute to put the link up. And it's going to be so late that I'm not going to be able to get back and get into the courtroom. That's what my biggest fear is right now. And I kind of feel like that's going to end up happening. So we're trying to avoid that, but I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to. So we'll see if we can accomplish what we need to today. And Karen, if you do want to stand, if you're fine there, you can still sit there, but I'll be heading back up there if you want to go sit and chat with what's her face? Liz. Sorry, Liz. What's her face? But we've been, huh?
I was just talking to a second ago. I said, we're going to get in because it's all the way down the end of the sidewalk now. As you can see, it keeps piling up.
Just tell her to save us some seats inside. A couple, geez. Yeah.
Right here?
Yeah, I can see it. Let me put
I
it
said,
back.
you want to equipment by itself?
No, yeah, you can leave it out. It's on live. I mean, there's not a whole lot that's.
All right, you want me to go stand with her so we can get seats then?
You can do your or. I was just letting you know that you didn't need to stay there with the equipment. I'll be coming back there just as soon as this thing.
I know they said they let the people inside already so they can hook everything up. So I'm hoping they're going to do it soon.
Yeah. Well, so court TV, they let them inside already?
They let somebody inside, they said. I don't know who it was. Yeah, about,
Good.
a little after 8 o'clock. So hopefully they're going to set it up in a minute.
Oh, good, because Court TV, from what I understood from the judge's orders, they are going to be the pooled videographer for this.
Yeah. All right. Oh, they were asking too. Is this the federal court, Betty?
Is that a federal court?
Yeah.
I think that's their county court that they're doing this from.
I know a few people were asking. There's no signs out here, so I didn't know.
No, I think they're utilizing the county courthouse to run this trial, but it doesn't, or this hearing rather. It's not a trial, but it doesn't appear that that is the Supreme Court or yeah. I don't think
it's the Supreme Court. I thought maybe the federal court, but
yeah, no, it's a county court. It's Richland County Courthouse. So that's. I know they have a Supreme Court here. I was actually surprised. I think the reason why they chose not to do it in the Supreme Court is that there's different rules, and this is a high profile case. So I have a funny feeling that they are doing it in these the courthouses that have the ability and the capacity to handle the volume.
okay. Yeah,
Because
they were asking.
I know in a federal court you can't record. You can't record anything in federal courts.
Oh, I see the sun coming out, Betty.
I know. Hopefully it's warming up.
Yeah, the wind's dying down, so.
Yeah. Okay. So I hope everybody's having a good day. I did have my folder. I had all the stuff that I was going to do. You know, it's one of those things that every time you plan something, this is what I always talk to people about. Every time you plan something, nothing ever goes as planned. So for me, I was up. Why am I not coming up here? Hold on a second. I should do my second. No, I don't like that one. I don't like that one either. I don't like that one either. I don't know which one I like. I don't like any of these. I need to make my own. Hold on. I'm gonna make one. I'm gonna make one. Hold on. I don't like this one either. Do I want to add an item? I want to remove an item. I don't know if you guys can see what I'm doing. But it's only letting me, it won't let me do my screen too. It won't let me do my screen too. It only let me do, I wanted to make my number 2 where I'm at right here big and put the people small, but it won't let me do it. So I won't do it. Discard changes. Yes, we'll discard change. So when I go for main people, there's that, and it won't let me even come up there without. There I am. And I wonder if it'll let me go. No, won't let me do it. Because when I go to this one, that's all it shows you. So I don't know. That's taking it as a person. So guys, I'm back at the room. As you can see, I'm already chapped. Like my face is a little red and stuff. It's because it's so cold out there. The wind is pounding on your head. It's pretty cold. It's a nice day. Like it's not that cold. It's the wind. It's just bitter. It's a bitter. Who's Tommy? I don't know who Tommy is. Alec is a dweeb. Just Debbie has gotten away with things for so long. He probably crying because he knew he got caught this time. I do believe. And he's trying to scratch, claw, and fight. But they had no defense. I mean, he was there. That's the problem. How can you be there moments before they were gunned down? Literally moments. I would even say seconds. And you didn't hear 2 gunshots or scream or nothing walking back to the house? Because I have to think that when Maggie was running, she was probably screaming. I mean, I would have to think that whatever she saw that made her run toward that way, she would have been, loud. He didn't even see light, nothing. Yeah, it's just sad. I don't know what else to say. It's just ultra sad. Thank God. There we go. All right, guys. So there we have it right there. We've finally got it up.
So let me go ahead and get this back on the main screen. We will be watching this. It's going to be starting in 45 minutes. It's not even going to let me blow it up, is it? Until it starts. Shit. Yeah, let me just give it. That's about as much as I'm going to be able to do without being here until it starts, because they won't let me adjust this until it starts. I wonder if they'll let me go into the room. Let me pull this down just real quick and you guys can see me while I adjust it. But thank God we finally got it. But it won't let me put it in full screen. That's the only bad thing. And once I leave here, I'm not going to be able to put it in full screen. So we're just going to have to try to modify it to make it a full screen right here. Hopefully it works, guys. All right. We are up. Whenever it comes on, it'll come on. There you guys go. So I'll be going, I'm coming back to the, just to let you guys know, I'm going to go back to the meeting, the court hearing, and we're going to go inside. So you guys will be able to watch the live. I'll get it all set up before I go inside. And we'll be texting. If you guys haven't gone over, I'm at Bullhorn Betty on Twitter. And I will be keeping everybody up to date on Twitter as well as things are happening. If they're going to let me record in the, audio record, I'm audio recording. If they're going, whatever they're allowing me to do, I'm going to do. So guys, we're all set up. I'm going to go on ahead back. I love you guys. We'll see you soon.
All right, guys, I'm back. So let me get this layout. There you guys go. We're going in. Probably need to take all this stuff. Actually, there's enough people out here. I think I'll be okay. All right, guys. So give me. So we're just gonna leave that. We're going into the courthouse. You guys see, it's gonna be 37 more minutes. It is what it is, guys. This is it. So we'll see you when we get out.
I gotta tell you a whole
That truck, or you just working at an SUV?
Oh, I've got a. I mean, yeah. It would be awesome to have this for the whole, what's it called? Baby. Yeah. That's the whole thing. I don't have it.
Just give me a card when you get a minute.
Safeware is there when response is critical. With protective solutions, innovative technology, and leading technical services, Safeware works tirelessly to provide our nation's workforce with confidence in their safety. Before, during, and after, Safeware is there.
Rise.
Good morning. Please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, and I now address these remarks to the members of the press. You have not been completely in accord with what I asked you to do last Friday, but you've all done me the great favor of obeying what I asked you to do with respect to the identity of the jurors, and I thank you very much for that. The first order of business after I give some preliminary remarks will be the examination one by one of the jurors. And what will happen is I will bring all of the jurors in to begin with, and they will be seated. I will make remarks to the entire panel. I will then ask that the jury be taken to their jury room, and I will one by one call the jurors and address them. And I will address them by a letter that I have developed rather than their number. Now, I realize full well that many of you who attended this trial for many, many weeks probably know these jurors. And I'm not making any further statement about what you do or don't do in terms of identifying the jurors. But I don't want any photographs taken of the jurors by the media. With respect to the rest of the audience, if you have devices, cell phones, iPads, or anything of that nature, please silence them. Please do not use them. The press is allowed to use their devices in order to make notes, but the press is not making any photographs either. I have a pool photographer as well as a pool court TV arrangement, and that's what will be used to photograph, and that those materials will of course be fed and available to the press. I think if there's anything else. All right. All right. The jurors are in place in the jury room, Mr. Bailiff.
Yes, Your Honor.
Very good. Bring me the jurors.
Please, Court, Your Honor, prior to bringing that juror in, that has something on the
All
record.
right. Sure. Hold for a minute. Yes, sir.
Your Honor, you have a list of questions you've distributed to us. And
Yes, sir.
of course, you went through those with juror
Z or X.
X. I knew it was one of those
Yeah.
last letters. Juror X. The third question, you say, did you hear Ms. Becky Hill make any comments about the merits of this case before your verdict?
Yes, sir.
And clearly the juror didn't understand what the word merits meant.
I disagree with that, but you may make your record about that. I think the juror understood what was being asked. And frankly, in some of the materials that we exchanged back and forth about questions, you yourself have used the word merit. So I don't think she was confused.
Well, Your Honor, occasionally I make a mistake. I think in this case, perhaps you've made a mistake. And if you would just respectfully use the words, did make any comment about the case before your verdict, just leaves out their judgment about merits, because they don't know merits is a legal word.
I will take what you say into account, but I have already examined one juror using that term, and you now say that that term confused the juror. You have that on the record, and certainly would be able to argue that to any of the appellate courts that review what I do here, but my intention is to use the language that I used with the juror I've already interviewed.
But Your Honor, you went and did a follow-up question, our request, which elaborated on what that meant. And certainly, after you asked that question, we think that clarified it, and you could use merits or anything else about the case and deal with both issues. I just think it's going to require us, based on statements that these jurors have given to SWAD, to ask very specific questions.
I understand what you're asking. Let me ask you this, Mr. Harpootlian. Do you happen to have the transcript of Friday's proceedings?
I don't think so.
No, State, do you all happen to have a transcript of Friday's proceedings?
Your Honor, we're looking right now.
Belay that. I've got a copy. Let me look at it for a minute to see what I did in clarification. And so just pause for a minute. Let me look at that. Mr. Harpootlian?
Yes, Your Honor.
I look at this transcript and the only thing I note.
Wait, there's.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, these were the
Okay, hang on.
follow-up questions.
Okay, all right. I said this. I asked the attorneys for any further commentary about the questions I asked, and I have been asked to ask one more question, and I'm going to do that. I'm going to read you a memorandum by the state to counsel for the defense and then ask you about it, all right? And then here's what I read. Per Chief Attorney Waters, please be advised that the attorney for Juror X has told us that his client says that prior to the defendant's testimony, his client did hear Clerk Hill say words to the effect of, quote, looks like the defendant is going to testify. This is an important day, close quote. Or, quote, this is an epic day, close quote. And that there was some statement that it was rare for a defendant to testify. And then I said, Juror X, can you verify that what I've read is something you heard and told your attorney? And she says, yes, ma'am. Very good. Do these statements have any impact on your verdict? No, ma'am. Very good. I will ask that question. I didn't change well, I've read you what I asked. I will be glad to do that again.
Your Honor, different jurors say different things based on the memorandums we've received.
I won't say you told your attorney or anything like that, but I will ask about that statement having been made.
Your Honor, just for the record, we believe the term merits is a term of art, just as if you asked them, was there probable cause? Again, or anything else, we're not asking you to open Pandora's box.
I hear what you say, and I will take it into account.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Waters, anything on your behalf?
I do not have anything further, Your Honor. We believe the term is self-explanatory.
Thank you, sir. Just so you know, Mr. Harpootman, I'll have to go to my screen to do this other, but the third question will read, did you hear Ms. Becky Hill make any comment about this case before the verdict?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, that's what I'll ask. All right. All right, Mr. Bailiff, bring me the jury. Yes.
It's the same thing except without.
Yeah.
Basically.
Jury seated, Your Honor.
Thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the State versus Murdaugh jury. I wanted to make a few opening remarks to you before I question each of you about the matter. You have done absolutely nothing wrong. None of you, not any of you. You didn't ask to serve, but you served and did your duty. This was an unusually difficult trial because of its length. 6 weeks is almost unheard of in South Carolina as the length of a case. It was difficult because of the intense publicity and public interest in the case. It was difficult because of the complexity of testimony and exhibits in the case. And you acquitted yourself honorably. So this question today is not about anything you did wrong. Please be assured of that. I respect you and I respect your service. Today, I'm going to ask you to do something that's difficult. This case is unique. Most of the time, if there's some issue about improper conduct or contact with a juror, it comes up immediately. The judge puts questions to the juror and perhaps to the person who may have made a improper comment, and then you go on to verdict. Or sometimes it's very shortly after the verdict is rendered. And again, the judge questions the affected jurors and the supposed interference and makes a ruling right then and there on either a new trial or a mistrial. Now here, we are almost a year after your beginning of service on this case. And that makes it mighty difficult for you to do something I'm going to ask you to do, and it's this. Today, I ask you to focus your attention. What is that? Mr. Bailiff, what is that noise? Is that the sound system doing
I
that?
believe it's the court sound system.
This is the funkiest sound system in the world, so you just have to keep up with it. I've had trouble in every case I've ever tried with the sound system. So yeah, jurors, if something happens and the sound system goes haywire, we'll stop for a minute until it stops. Now, as I was saying, I want you to focus your attention as you answer the questions I'm going to ask you on your 6 weeks of experience as a juror in this case, and on the point in the trial where the judge charged you, and on your verdict as you rendered it on March the 2nd, 2023. That's what I want the focus to be. Again, I know I'm asking a lot to have you cast yourself back into that time, but that's what the questions I'm asking are about that time and not about this time. There has been so much drama about this matter since the verdict was rendered, and my heart goes out to everyone, the lawyers and you who are in this trial. That I can't help. But I've been asked by the Supreme Court to take a look at this issue. The appeal is on pause until I do, and I've got to do my duty as I see it. And you do yours as I know you see it. So I thank you very much in advance for, again, the terrible inconvenience of calling you all back together now. But it's very essential to completing the record about this case and placing it before the appellate authorities as it needs to be. So in advance, I thank you. What I'm going to do now is dismiss you to the jury room, and one by one, I will call you, and I will refer to you by a letter that I have just assigned you that isn't your jury number and certainly isn't your name. You know, these people in the media saw y'all all through the trial. They probably know who you are, but I'm trying to do my duty as I see it when I make your appearance here anonymous to the record. And only the clerk, the court reporter will have a sealed document by me indicating what the key means in terms of your juror number and your name. So I'm doing everything I can do about this matter. But it goes without saying that your business is your own business. You don't have to interview with a soul, not lawyers, not media, not anyone after this matter. That choice is purely yours. And I will respect that and protect that to the best I can if anything comes up afterwards. All right, you may go to the jury room. All right, Mr. Bailiff, bring me juror Z.
One other matter.
Yes.
One of the individuals sitting in the jury box called this, the next jury, liar publicly, and asked that that be Mr. Bland and his partner, cohort, not sit behind her or near her while she's testifying.
I object.
Well, just
Your Honor, I object to him speaking.
One moment. We're not going to have a big colloquy about this. Keep your seat for a moment, Mr.
Yes.
Harcourt.
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Bland, you do the same. Mr. Bender, is there a seat over next to you?
There is.
Mr. Bland, will you go over and sit next to Mr. Bender, please? Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
For the record, I have some people in the jury box. Two of them are SLED agents. One of them is the media consultant, and one of them is attorney for several of the jurors, Mr. Bland. And that's being done at my direction.
And Justice told you have Scott Mongillo, Blaine Richter, also in the jury box.
Very good. Yes, sir. That's fine. All right. Bring me juror Z. Juror Z, you may take the witness box after you are sworn. Step over here to the clerk and she will administer the oath.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Thank you. Please receive the oath.
Juror Z, I will ask you some questions, and there are no right or wrong answers. The truth is what I seek, and that is the truth of what you experienced in relation to these questions at the State versus Murdaugh trial. You rendered a verdict on March the 2nd, 2023. That verdict was read in open court by the foreperson of the jury. And then the court said this: Madam Forelady and members of the jury, if that is your verdict of each and every juror, let it be known by raising your hand. The transcript then indicates that the jurors complied. The jury was individually polled, and each was asked, was that your verdict? Each juror answered yes. Each juror was then asked, is that still your verdict? And each juror answered yes. Was that an accurate statement about your verdict at that time?
Yes, ma'am.
Right. Was your verdict based entirely on the testimony, evidence, and law presented to you in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you hear Ms. Becky Hill make any comment about this case before your verdict?
Yes, ma'am.
If yes, what did Ms. Hill say?
To watch his actions.
To watch his actions. What else?
To watch him closely.
To watch him closely. Anything else you remember?
There is, but I can't remember.
Okay, that's fine. Was your verdict on March the 2nd, 2023 in any way with any influenced in any way with any communications by the Clerk of Court, Becky Hill, in this case?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, please.
All right. Was your verdict influenced in any way by the communications of the Clerk of Court in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
And how was it influenced?
To me, it felt like she made it seem like he was already guilty.
All right. And I understand that. That's the tenor of the remarks she made. Did that affect your finding of guilty in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Be at ease. Those are my questions are submitted to the juror. Are there any reactions, further questions, and so forth? If there are, and you would like to voice them, I can ask the juror to retire to the jury room. Just tell me whether I need to do that. All right, sir.
Your Honor, can we ask the juror we need to put some things on the record.
All right. Take the juror to the jury room, please. Yeah, that's fine. Mr. Waters.
Yes, ma'am. Your Honor, in the affidavit that was given by this particular juror, paragraph 10 said, I have questions about Mr. Murdaugh's guilt, but I vote guilty because I felt pressured by the other jurors. We would request an inquiry as to that, which is how, when this motion was filed, she expressed the basis for her verdict, which obviously this answer is a little different now. So we would request a brief inquiry from the court as to that specific issue.
All right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Harpootlian?
Your Honor, as to two things. The first thing is, he is correct. She gave an affidavit. We would ask Your Honor to let her read her affidavit to refresh her memory of, she said other things. They're very detailed in here. We'd ask you to, and let me hand up to the court a copy of her affidavit and ask you to have her read it before she's asked any other.
What I have here from Mr. Waters, for the record, Mr. Waters, what I've been handed for the record is something, affidavit of juror, now referred to as Z. It was taken August the 14th, 2023. It was sworn before Holly Miller, paralegal for Mr. Harpootlian, and he would like for me to give that to the juror and ask her to read it and then ask her about it. I'm inclined to do that, but I want to hear from you first.
Your Honor, again, if they want to refresh the recollection, that's fine with the state, so we have no objection to that.
Very good. It will be done.
Your Honor, also we would ask that you not ask the question that that Mr. Waters asked you to ask, because it violates Rule 606B, which provides, upon an inquiry into the validity of a verdict or indictment, a juror may not testify to the effect of anything upon that or any other juror's mind or emotions.
What was the question he asked?
If you look at that affidavit,
it's paragraph 10, Your Honor.
Paragraph 10.
It's in the very affidavit.
She said she was influenced. She was influenced by other jurors.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm gonna ask her about that. I'm gonna give her the affidavit and then I'm gonna question her about it.
And we would, for the record, indicate that we object to that under 606B.
Your Honor, from our perspective, she's put an
And
issue.
you're the one that asked me to have her look at this affidavit, but you telling me I can't question about it? I deny that objection.
Your Honor, if it's something that's inadmissible, you should not ask her about it. And that's
Well, you want me
inadmissible.
to admit it and have her examined
No, I
on it.
want you to have her read it to refresh her memory.
We're quibbling, Mr. Harper, we're quibbling about things that I'm not going to take time to quibble about. My ruling is pursuant to your request, I am going to allow the juror to examine her affidavit, and then I'm going to question her about it. That's my ruling. Your objection is overruled.
For the record, I just want to note, Your Honor, just for the record,
You noted 606. I hear you noted.
and in no way waiving anything or opening any door by asking you to let her
That's
examine.
for a higher court than me to decide.
Well, I understand that, and that's why I want to make sure when they read this transcript, there's no confusion. I'm not asking you to put that into evidence. I'm asking you to
Well,
let
I
the
don't
jury
see
judge.
how in the world I can question the juror about something and not put it into evidence. You can't have your cake and eat it too, Mr. Harpootlian. You could have been very satisfied with the answers that were already given, but you have chosen to ask about this.
Withdraw the request.
Denied.
Your Honor, all the time we ask witnesses to examine a prior statement.
Mr. Harpootlian, I made my ruling. Please take your seat. All right, bring me juror Z. Get me another copy.
It's in here.
Yeah.
It's in here.
Yeah. Madam Juror, you gave an affidavit to a representative of Mr. Harpootlian on August the 14th, 2023. And I have this in my hand at the present time. And I'm going to hand it to you. And I'm going to ask that you read it. Tell me when you completed reading it. And then I'm going to ask you some questions. You're going to see 4 little boxes on this affidavit. They are your name and the names of 2 of the jurors. I will strike that out before it appears in the record, just so you understand. Mr. Baird, please pass this to the juror. Take a moment to read this and tell me when you have it. Yes, ma'am. Very good. The first paragraph, of course, is a statement that you are a juror in the case. Second paragraph says, toward the end of the trial after the President's Day break, but before Mr. Murdaugh testified, the Clerk of Court, Rebecca Hill, told the jury, quote, not to be fooled, unquote, by the evidence presented by Mr. Murdaugh's attorneys, which I understood to mean that Mr. Murdaugh would lie when he testifies. Is that what your recollection is of that statement?
Yes, ma'am.
Is there anything in the statement that on reflection you think is not correct?
No, ma'am.
All right. Number 3, she also instructed the jury to, quote, watch him closely, quote, immediately before he testified, including, quote, look at his actions, quote, and, quote, look at his movements, quote, which I understood to mean he was guilty. Is that an accurate recitation of your view of the matter?
Yes, ma'am.
Number 4, paragraph 4. Immediately after he testified, the foreperson said Mr. Murdaugh was crying on cue. Is that an accurate statement of what you saw and heard?
Yes, ma'am.
5, the foreperson criticized the former foreperson for handing Mr. Murdaugh a box of tissues when he was crying on the stand while testifying about his murdered son. She told the jury we cannot interact with Mr. Murdaugh because that's what the defense wants us to do. Do you still stand by that recitation of that conversation?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Number 6, the jury frequently discussed the case during breaks before deliberation. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Number 7, toward the end of the trial, Ms. Hill came into the jury room a lot. Is that your recollection?
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Hill and the foreperson had private conversations on multiple occasions. The foreperson would tell the bailiff that she needed to speak with Ms. Hill. Ms. Hill would arrive, and then she and the foreperson would go to another room for a private conversation. The conversations typically lasted 5 to 10 minutes. The foreperson never said anything about the content of the conversation. For example, she never communicated logistical information after these conversations. This happened 2 or more times, more frequently towards the end of the trial. Is that still your recollection of the interaction?
Yes, ma'am.
9, when we began deliberations, Ms. Hill told us this shouldn't take us long, quote. And if we deliberated past 11 p.m., we would be taken directly to a hotel. We had driven from our homes that morning and were not prepared to stay overnight. Additionally, smokers on the jury asked to be allowed to take smoke breaks, but they were told they could not smoke until after the deliberations were complete. Did you hear that?
Yes, ma'am.
Including the business about the smokers?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Number 10, I had questions about Mr. Murdaugh's guilt, but voted guilty because I felt pressured by the other jurors. Is that an accurate statement about your verdict?
Yes, ma'am.
After the verdict and immediately before sentencing, Ms. Hill pressured the jury to speak as a group to reporters from a television show. Is that an accurate statement of what she said?
Yes, ma'am.
And did some jurors decline to do that?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, let me get back. Where are my questions? Juror Z, I asked you previously, was your verdict on March the 2nd, 2023 influenced in any way by communications from Becky Hill, the Clerk of Court? You answered that question, yes. In light of what you said in the affidavit, which is I had questions about Mr. Murdaugh's guilt, but voted guilty because I felt pressured by the other jurors. Is that answer that I just read a more accurate statement of how you felt?
Yes.
Overruled.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So you do stand by the affidavit?
Yes, ma'am.
Very good. Thank you. All right. You may go to the jury room. And let me just explain to you what the procedure will be. I'm calling the rest of the jurors, of course, one by one. When I'm finished with that, I will bring you out as a group one more time, and then you're free to leave. You don't have to stay. Okay? Very good. You may go to the jury room. What's that?
Before this juror is excused, but after she steps out, I'd like to address
All
the
right.
court.
All right. You may be excused.
Your Honor, just very quickly, I do have a redacted copy I can hand up to the court if you want to make that use of the court's exhibit for this work.
That's good. What I'm going to try to do is redact as the as I did in the, as you did in the document that you sent me, the identifying thing redacted now.
He has an extra copy of the redacted.
Oh, oh, good. That's great. That would be wonderful. Show it to Mr. Harpoon.
I've seen.
Very good. Thank you. That's the one I will give to the court reporter, but I think you can see that I asked off of it. This is a court's exhibit.
3.
Court's exhibit 3.
Your Honor, just to be clear, that does still have the juror numbers in it. It does not have the letters.
What I'd ask you to do, Elizabeth, is take off the juror numbers, just strike them through, and then where it says affidavit of juror and gives a number, just strike that out and you can put in pen Z. Thank you. Yes, sir. Mr. Harper.
Your Honor, we objected to the questioning because this juror gave 2 statements under oath, one in an affidavit and one here to you today. The one here today was Becky Hill influenced her verdict.
Yes.
The one she gave in an affidavit 6 months ago was based on jurors. It could be both. Your Honor picked out the one in the affidavit from 6 months ago and said, is that a more accurate statement? That presupposes and suggests to her what she should say. And we believe that this juror's testimony, and Your Honor, I'm afraid what you're going to say is, well, she said the affidavit was more accurate than what she testified under oath here today, and therefore I'm not going to consider her testimony. And I think that's where we're heading here. I'd ask you to bring her back in, explain to her there's nothing wrong with it both being true.
I decline to do that and overrule the objection. All right. Mr. Bailiff? Yes, sir. Counsel, I have to report this to you, and I'm very, very unhappy about it, but there's nothing to do but put it on the record, and then I will proceed with questioning the rest of the jurors. The jurors' cell phones were not confiscated or taken from them, and they tuned this thing in on court TV and listened to all of what just went on. So you may make whatever statement you like to make, and then I'm going to go on and question the jurors. I will tell you in advance, I am not going to.
Guys, I'm here just for a second because I got to get a power cord while we're on our 5-minute recess. But I have to tell you, holy crap, I am absolutely floored right now. I'm absolutely appalled with Becky's behavior, but I digress. I got to get a power cord and get back into the courthouse. It's nice to see you guys. I'll see you soon.
I mean, this is.
I'm not going to take all day on this thing. I report things as they come to me. I will give you a couple of minutes, and then we're going to. They were late getting here. I didn't get to start on time like I wanted to, so I need to just calm down a little bit. But I tell you, don't take any long period of time. Court will be in recess for 5 minutes.
Rise.
Just a minute. Now, you about to do something that I've already said I'm not going to allow to happen. And that is, you've got standing next to you a member of the team that represents the juror. And I can tell you, Mr. Harpootlian, I made a ruling early on that when Mr. McCullough was in court, when Mr. Bland was in court, that I was not going to allow the attorneys to participate in formulating the procedure for this hearing. But I have not, I indicated that I would not allow the lawyers for jurors to participate in this hearing. And so I'm not going to do that. I can just tell you that. And if what you want to do is by indirection, tell me what the lawyers for the juror would say, I'm not going to accept that.
Your Honor, my understanding is she'd like to approach to ask if the juror can be excused.
No, not yet.
Your Honor, I actually approached,
Now, Mr. McCullough can be excused. There's still plenty of you lawyers and you can do it. I didn't want him to come to begin with, so I love him dearly and he can go anytime. And I speak on behalf of Amy McCullough, his wife, when I tell you that.
Your Honor, I actually was here to let both of them know that I was going to ask to approach to talk about a security issue
All
very
right, well,
quickly.
come up here. Lord knows, I tell you what, Murphy's Law. What can go wrong will go wrong at the worst possible time, and Murphy was an optimist. Please be seated. Let me place upon the record two things. First of all, I have made certain now that a bailiff will be in the jury room with these jurors. Why that, I announced that many times, that is the way it was to run. Why there wasn't a juror in the jury room is something I don't know, but I have asked that that be followed rigidly. I've also asked, I don't go into jury rooms, never have and never will, but I asked the bailiff to tell the jurors that they are not to discuss any testimony that any of them are giving. I asked Juror Z whether she was comfortable, because I would be glad to place her in a separate room so that she's not set upon by the rest of the jurors. She gave me a big smile and said she was perfectly comfortable. And I said, at any time you're not comfortable, you simply tell me and I will have you placed in either my office or another jury room. So that's where I left it with Juror Z. I think she's fine, but I just wanted to make sure of that. And again, on the record, the conversation I had with her was outside the jury room. I don't go into the jury room for any reason. Very good. Mr. Bailey? Yes, sir.
For the record, Your Honor, we would ask, as jurors are brought in, we would ask that you ask them if they watched or heard anything this morning from their cell phone or other jurors about what occurred in here this morning with Juror Z. And if so, what was it?
I'm going to say, ask each one of them something about this. Whether it's exactly what you want, I don't know. But I will ask them something about this or make some direction to them about it. I'm not going to get into who shot John about what they said in that jury room today. I'm not going to do that. But I will try to, as best I can, deal with this question of of them hearing parts of the examination of Juror Z.
Your Honor, this morning, I think you already instructed them not to discuss these matters among themselves. So if they have violated that, again, I think it's important for you to make that inquiry.
I'm going to make it as I see fit.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes, sir. All right. Bring me Juror C. C.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give today to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you.
I will address you as Juror C because I've designated from your juror number at Colleton to letters of the alphabet. I'm trying to protect the anonymity of the jurors as best I can. I can't promise you with all the time that they spent seeing you all in the trial of the case that they won't figure out who is who. But on my record here, which is all I can control, I will address you as Juror C.
Yes, ma'am.
And before I begin, I understand that there may have been some cell phones activated in the jury room and the watching of the questioning of Juror Z. Did that take place?
I know people were on cell phones, but I'm not sure of what they were watching.
Were you on a telephone?
No, ma'am, I was not.
Very good. I don't think I have to go any further then. Thank you, sir. You rendered a verdict on March the 2nd, 2022. The verdict was read in open court, signed by the foreperson of the jury. And the court then said, Madam Forelady and members of the jury, if that is your verdict of each and every juror, please let it be known by raising your hand. The transcript then indicated that the jurors complied. The jury was individually polled, and each was asked, was that your verdict? Each juror answered yes. Was that an accurate answer about your verdict at that time?
Yes, ma'am.
Was your verdict based entirely on the testimony, evidence, and law presented to you in the case?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you hear Becky Hill, Clerk of Court for Colleton County, make any comment about this case before your verdict?
No, ma'am. I wasn't privy to any of that.
All right, sir. Was your verdict on March the 2nd, 2023, influenced in any way with any communications by the Clerk of Court, Becky Hill, in this case?
No, ma'am, it was not.
Very good. That completes my questions. You may retire to the jury room. Bring me juror F.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this case to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I have designated the jurors by a letter, and that's how I will be addressing you this morning, and I will be addressing you as Juror F. Now, I realize that you folks were on the jury for a long time, over 6 weeks, and people may know who you are, despite my efforts to protect this record. But to the extent I can, I will protect this record and your anonymity as a juror in this record. So just wanted you to understand why I'm addressing you as Juror F. This morning, it was brought to my attention that some jurors were perhaps on their phones listening or looking at a broadcast of the questions to the first juror I examined, Juror Z. Is that something that you know anything about or experienced?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you activate your own phone?
Another juror did.
All right. And will what you saw and what you looked at in any way affect your testimony as you're about to give it?
No, ma'am.
Very good. You rendered a verdict on March the 2nd, 2023. The verdict was read in open court and signed by the foreperson of the jury. The court then said, Madam Forelady and members of the jury, if that is your verdict of each and every juror, please let it be known by raising your right hand. The transcript that indicates that the juror complied. The jury was individually polled and each was asked, was that your verdict? Each juror answered yes. Each juror was then asked, is that still your verdict? Each juror answered yes. Was your answer an accurate answer about your verdict at that time?
Yes, ma'am.
Was your verdict based entirely on the testimony, evidence, and law presented to you in this case?
Absolutely.
Did you hear Ms. Becky Hill make any comment about this case before your verdict?
No, ma'am.
Was your verdict on March the 2nd, 2023 influenced in any way by any communications by the Clerk of Court, Becky Hill, in this case?
Absolutely not.
Very good. That's all the questions I have.
I'd like to discuss the matter with you before we finish with this.
You may go to your jury room and keep yourself ready. I don't know if I'm going to have any further questions, but as far as I'm concerned, the questions that I'm asking are at an end, but I need to consult with the attorneys before I can dismiss you. You may go to your jury room. Yes, sir.
Your Honor, in interviewing the Clerk of Court for Barnwell County, who worked as an assistant to Ms. Hill during this trial, and interviewing the alternate juror who was not, wasn't needed, wasn't dismissed for any particular reason other than wasn't needed. Both of them indicate they believe that Ms. Hill transported this juror by her personal vehicle or a bailiff's vehicle at least once during the trial. So I would ask you ask her, during the trial, did Becky Hill either drive or ride with you in a vehicle before or after court? If so, what, if anything, did Becky Hill and you discuss?
All right, what's your position on that, Mr. Waters?
Your Honor, I have no objection to that, Your Honor.
Yes, all right. All right, bring the juror. This is Juror C, returning to the stand. The same juror. Yes. Thank you, ma'am. Of course, you're still under oath. And I have this question for you. During the trial, did Becky Hill either drive or ride with you in a vehicle before or after court? If so, what, if anything, did Becky Hill and you discuss? Do you recall that at all?
Could you please ask that again?
Ma'am?
Could you please ask the question again?
Sure.
Sorry.
During the trial, did Becky Hill either drive or ride with you in a vehicle before or after court?
No, ma'am.
All right, then I don't need to ask the second question. This will conclude your testimony. You are dismissed. I'm going to ask the jurors to stay with me until I've completed this process, and then you are free to go. Thank you so much.
Next one's
All right, Mr. Harpootlian's question, juror F is court's exhibit number 4.
L.
All right, bring in juror L.
L is in Lima?
L, as in Lima, yes. Mm-hmm.
Place your left hand on the Bible, right hand up, and face the court.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this case today to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Thank you so much. I have redesignated each of the jurors in the record for this case. And so I will be referring to you as juror L, as in Lima. And, you know, y'all are all on this jury. If these people saw you for 6 weeks, they may know or be able to identify you, but I'm trying to, as best I can, protect your anonymity. You don't have to talk to anybody about this at all. It's purely your prerogative.
Justice.
Mhm. Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm. Juror L, before you came to testify and were sworn, you were in the jury room with the other jurors.
Yes,
I understand that some may have looked at their cell phones and looked at pictures of the proceedings as they involved the first juror who was examined. Did you see any of that?
People had their phones out. Yes, ma'am.
Did you look at any of it?
No, ma'am.
All right. And I don't need to ask you anything further about that. You rendered a verdict on March the 2nd, 2023. The verdict was read in open court, signed by the foreperson of the jury, and the court then said, Madam Forelady and members of the jury, if that is your verdict of each and every juror, please let it be known by raising your right hand. The transcript then indicates the jurors complied. The jury was then individually polled, and each was asked, was that your verdict? Each juror answered yes. Each juror was then asked, is that still your verdict? And each juror answered yes. Was that an accurate answer about your verdict at that time?
Yes, Madam Justice. Yes.
Was your verdict based entirely on the testimony, evidence, and law presented to you in this case?
Yes, Justice. Yes, ma'am.
Did you hear Becky Hill, the Clerk of Court for Colleton County, make any comment about this case before your verdict?
No, ma'am.
Was your verdict on March 2nd, 2023 influenced in any way with any communications by the Clerk of Court, Becky Hill, in this case?
No, ma'am.
Very good. Juror L, thank you, and you are dismissed. I will send word back by the bailiff if there are any further questions. I always ask the lawyers that before I dismiss the juror completely and go to the next one. Please know that I will keep you in case there's anything I need to have the whole jury for at the end of this proceeding. Then you're free to go, and you don't have to speak to a soul about any of this. Thank you, sir. Anything further?
Mr. From the state, Your Honor.
Nothing from the defense, Your Honor.
Very good. All right, Mr. Bailiff. Bring me juror E.
Edward?
Yes.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this case to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Sir, I will be addressing you as Juror E this morning. I've designated the jurors by letter. I realize that you sat on this jury in Carlton County for a lengthy period of time, 6 weeks or better, and people may know who you are, but to the extent I can make this record that protects your anonymity, I am doing that. You don't have to speak to a soul about this matter after you're finished, and your service will be complete, as I'm sure you thought it would be when you rendered your verdict. I have these questions. You rendered a verdict. Oh, yes. It was brought to my attention that cell phones of the jurors were accessed in the jury room for a time, and that some were able to examine the broadcast of the testimony of the first juror called Juror Z. Was your cell phone one of those activated to look at the proceedings?
No, ma'am.
Did you look at the proceedings on any other cell phone?
No, ma'am.
Thank you. Now, you rendered your verdict on March the 2nd, 2023. The verdict was read in open court, signed by the foreperson of the jury. The court then said, Madam Forelady and members of the jury, if that is your verdict of each and every juror, please let it be known by raising your hand. The transcript then indicates the jurors complied. The jury was individually polled, and each was asked, was that your verdict? Each juror answered yes. Each juror was then asked, is that still your verdict? And each juror answered yes. Was that an accurate answer about your verdict at that time?
It was.
Was your verdict based entirely upon the testimony, evidence, and law presented to you in this case?
Yes.
Did you hear Ms. Becky Hill make any comment about this case before your verdict?
No.
Was your verdict on March the 2nd, 2023 influenced in any way with any communications by the Clerk of Court, Becky Hill, in this case?
No.
Thank you, sir. That completes my questions. You may go to the jury room. I always consult with the lawyers to see if there are any further questions. If there are not, please stay with the jury until I dismiss all of you. I'm hoping that won't be too much longer. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
right? Anything from the state? And from the defendant? Very good. Bring me juror P as in Paul. Yeah.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this case to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning, ma'am.
I will be addressing you as juror P as in Paul. I've tried to redesignate the jurors without their number and of course without their name. Now I realize you spent 6 long weeks hearing this case in open court in Colleton, and many people may know who you are anyway. But to the extent that I can make this record such that it protects your anonymity, I'm going to do that.
Yes,
And you certainly are not obligated to talk with one soul about this matter. Did you have your cell phone?
No, ma'am.
Did you examine any cell phone broadcasts?
There was a couple people, but I have no clue what they were viewing.
Yes, sir. Okay. Did any of this activity by other people in viewing this material have any impact on you in terms of your testimony today?
No, ma'am.
All right. You rendered a verdict on March the 2nd, 2023. The verdict was read in open court, signed by the foreperson of the jury. The court then said, Madam Forelady and members of the jury, if that is your verdict of each and every juror, please let it be known by raising your right hand. The transcript then indicates the jurors complied. The jury was individually polled and each was asked, was that your verdict? Each juror answered yes. Each juror was then asked, is that still your verdict? And each juror answered yes. Was that an accurate answer about your verdict at that time?
Yes, ma'am.
Was your verdict based entirely on the testimony, evidence, and law presented to you in this case?
It was.
Did you hear Becky Hill, Clerk of Court for Clarendon County, make any comment about this case before your verdict?
I did. Yes, ma'am.
What did she say?
It was the day that Mr. Murdaugh was taking the stand.
Yes, sir.
And she made a comment about watch his body language.
About
watch his body language.
His body language, I see.
Yes, ma'am.
And what else?
That's all I can recall.
All right, sir. Was your verdict on March the 2nd, 2023 influenced in any way with any communications by the Clerk of Court, Becky Hill, in this case?
No.
All right. That completes my questions, Juror E. Or
P.
P, Juror P. You may go to your jury room. You are free to refuse to discuss this with anybody. That's your prerogative. You're not required to talk about this anymore. That's your business. I've tried to do the best I could to confine this thing, but I appreciate your service. Thank you, sir, and you may go to your jury room.
Thank you, ma'am.
Any questions by the state?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
All right, by the defendant?
Nothing, Your Honor.
All right. Bring me juror O. O.
Just stand right here. Would you face the clerk? Put your left hand on the Bible, raise your right hand.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this case to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Good morning, Juror O. I have designated the jurors by letter in this record so as to try to protect your anonymity as best I can. Now, I realize you sat on this case for 6 weeks in open court in Carlton County, and many may know your identity. But to the extent I can, with the record of this matter, I'm trying to preserve your identity from any disclosure in this court. Juror O, I understand that several jurors may have activated their cell phone during the testimony of the first juror and looked at the proceedings. Are you aware of that?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you activate your cell phone?
No, ma'am, I did not.
Did you watch any of the other cell phones?
No, ma'am, I did not.
Very good. You rendered a verdict on March the 2nd, 2023. The verdict was read in open court, signed by the foreperson of the jury. The court then said, Madam Forelady and members of the jury, if that is your verdict of each and every juror, please let it be known by raising your right hand. The transcript then indicates the jurors complied. The jury was individually polled, and each was asked, was that your verdict? Each juror answered yes. Each juror was then asked, is that still your verdict? And each juror answered yes. Was that an accurate answer about your verdict at that time?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
Did you hear Ms. Becky Hill make any comment about this case before your verdict?
No, ma'am, I did not.
Was your verdict on March the 2nd, 2023 influenced in any way with any communications by the Clerk of Court, Becky Hill, in this matter?
No, ma'am, it was not.
Very good. That concludes my questions. You may return to your jury room. I ask that you stay until I've completed the questioning of the jurors. You don't have to talk to a soul about this matter. It's purely your prerogative. And if you have any difficulties in that matter, let me know.
Yes, ma'am.
You are excused.
Very quickly, I think question 2. I don't know that we did question 2.
Resume your seat. Was your verdict based entirely on the testimony, evidence, and law presented to you in this case?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
Very good. You're excused. Thank you, Mr. Water. All right, bring me juror Y. Oh, excuse me, sorry. All right, nothing further, Ms. Waters. Thank you.
swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this case to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
Good morning, sir. I will be addressing you as Juror Y. I've tried to re-identify the jurors so as to preserve your anonymity in this record. Now, I know that you sat on this case for 6 weeks in open court, and many have seen you. They may know who you are. But as to the extent I can preserve your anonymity in the record of this case, I have tried to do so. You are completely free not to talk to a soul about this matter. That's always your prerogative. I understand that before you came out here, when the first juror to be examined was being examined, that some jurors may have activated their cell phones. Were you one who activated your cell phone?
No, ma'am.
Were you aware that some cell phones might have been activated?
I was aware of that.
All right, so did you hear anything about the examination of the first juror?
No, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. You rendered a verdict on March the 2nd, 2023. The verdict was read in open court, signed by the foreperson of the jury. The court then said, Madam Forelady and members of the jury, if that is your verdict of each and every juror, please let it be known by raising your right hand. The transcript then indicates the jurors complied. The jury was individually polled, and each was asked, was that your verdict? Each juror answered yes. Each juror was then asked, is that still your verdict? And each juror answered yes. Was that an accurate answer about your verdict at that time?
Yes, ma'am.
Was your verdict based entirely on the testimony, evidence, and law presented to you in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you hear Ms. Becky Hill make any comment about this case before your verdict?
Not to me, ma'am.
Did you hear her make a comment to anybody else?
Not that I'm aware, ma'am.
All right, so you don't remember any details of any conversation?
No, ma'am.
All right, sir. Was your verdict on March the 2nd, 2023 influenced in any way by any communications by the Clerk of Court, Becky Hill, in this case?
No, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. That completes my questions. I'm going to excuse you. Stay together with the other jurors until I've completed my examination, and then you will be free to go. Thank you so much. Anything further from the state? From the defense,
Your Honor.
Very good. It's this one. Bring me juror W.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this case to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes. Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning. I'll address you as juror W. I have redesignated by letter the identities of the jurors as I question them today.
Yes, ma'am.
You know, you sat on this jury for 6 long weeks, and I'm sure that those who were there in the trial for a long period of time may know who you are. I'm just doing the very best I can to make your participation in this matter anonymous, and I will preserve that anonymity. You are free to not talk to one single soul about this if you don't want to. That's purely your prerogative.
Yes, ma'am.
I understand that when the first juror was being questioned, some members of the jury, as you were back in the jury room, may have activated their cell phones. Were you one who activated your cell phone?
No, ma'am. I left my phone in the car.
And did you hear any information coming from anybody else's cell phones about that examination?
I did.
All right. Does that have any impact on the testimony you are going to give today?
No, ma'am.
Very good. You rendered a verdict on March the 2nd, 2023. The verdict was read in open court, signed by the foreperson of the jury. The court then said, Madam Forelady and members of the jury, if that is your verdict of each and every juror, please let it be known by raising your hand. The transcript then indicates the jurors complied. The jury was individually polled, and each was asked, was that your verdict? Each juror answered yes. Each juror was then asked, is that still your verdict? Each juror answered yes. Was that an accurate answer about your verdict at that time?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Was your verdict based entirely on the testimony, evidence, and law presented to you in this matter?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you hear Ms. Becky Hill, the Clerk of Court for Clarendon County, make any comment about this case before your verdict?
No, ma'am.
Was your verdict on March the 2nd, 2023, influenced in any way with any communications by the Clerk of Court, Becky Hill, in this matter?
No, ma'am.
Very good. That is the end of my questions, Madam Juror. You may go to the jury room, stay with the jury until I've completed the questioning, and then you're free to go, and you're free not to say anything you don't want to say. And if anybody upsets you or bothers you in any way about that, you just let the court know.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Any further questions from the state? Any further questions?
Nothing for the defense, Your Honor.
Very good. All right. Bring me juror Q.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
Good morning. I will be referring to you as Juror Q. I have redesignated every one of the jurors by a letter. And in that way, I'm trying to protect your anonymity in these proceedings. Now, I realize that you spent 6 long weeks hearing this case in open court in Colleton County. And some folk may know who you are, but I'm trying to protect your anonymity in these proceedings as best I can. You don't have to speak to a soul about these proceedings after you have completed your testimony. That's purely up to you. And if anybody hassles you about anything, the court stands ready to assist. You rendered a verdict on March the 2nd, 2023. The verdict was read in open court, signed by the foreperson of the jury. The court then said, Madam Forelady and members of the jury, if that is your verdict of each and every juror, please let it be known by raising your hand. The transcript then indicates the jurors complied. The jury was individually polled, and each was asked, was that your verdict? Each juror answered yes. Each juror was then asked, is that still your verdict? Each juror answered yes. Was that an accurate answer
Yes, ma'am, it was.
about your verdict at the time?
Yes.
All right. Was your verdict based entirely on the testimony, evidence, and law presented to you in this case?
Yes, it was.
Did you hear Ms. Becky Hill make any comment about this case before your verdict?
No, ma'am.
Was your verdict on March the 2nd, 2023 influenced in any way with any communication by the Clerk of Court, Becky Hill, in this case?
No, ma'am, it was not.
Very good. You may be excused, and if you'll just stay in the jury room till we've completed examination of all the jurors. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Your Honor, very briefly, I know we were doing the cell phone inquiry.
Yes.
With various jurors.
Yes.
I don't know if you wanted to have that with this particular juror as well.
Sure. I understand that before I began questioning you or the other jurors on the questioning of the first jurors, some jurors in the assembly room may have activated their cell phones. Were you one of the jurors that activated your cell phone?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And was anything that you heard at that time something that has any influence or effect on the testimony you now give under oath?
No, ma'am.
All right. Thank you. Anything further? You may go to the jury room. For the state.
Nothing, Your Honor.
Nothing, Your Honor.
All right. Bring me juror K.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this case to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes. Thank you.
Good morning. I will be addressing you as Juror K. I redesignated each of you jurors and gave you a letter for purposes of this hearing. I'm trying to protect your anonymity as best I can. Now, I realize you sat for 6 long weeks on this case in Colleton County, and many folk may know who you are. But on the record of this matter, as best I can, I'm trying to preserve your anonymity. Please know that you don't have to answer anybody's questions about this matter in any way, shape, or form, purely up to you. And if anything is done that you feel is harassing or makes you uncomfortable, you contact the court. We'll try to do as best I can to help in that situation.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. I understand that during the testimony of the first juror, some opened their cell phones in the jury room, in our jury assembly room here. Were you one who opened her cell phone?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you listen to the or watch the broadcast of that first juror's examination?
We're on Facebook.
Ma'am?
I was on Facebook.
It was on Facebook, and you watched it.
When we closed it.
All right. Did anything that you heard in that Facebook cell phone access impact or influence your testimony in this matter in any way?
No.
All right. You rendered a verdict on March the 2nd, 2023. The verdict was read in open court, signed by the foreperson of the jury. The court then said, Madam Forelady and members of the jury, if that is your verdict of each and every juror, please let it be known by raising your right hand. The transcript then indicates the jurors complied. The jury was individually polled, and each was asked, was that your verdict? Each juror answered yes. Each juror was then asked, is that still your verdict? Each juror answered yes. Was that an accurate answer about your verdict at that time?
Yes.
Was your verdict based entirely on the testimony, evidence, and law presented to you in this case?
Yes.
Did you hear Ms. Becky Hill, the Clerk of Court for Colleton County, make any comment about this case before your verdict?
No.
Was your verdict on March the 2nd, 2023, influenced in any way with any communications by the Clerk of Court, Becky Hill, in this case?
No.
Thank you, ma'am. That completes my questions. I'll let you go to the jury room now. I'll then ask the attorneys whether there are any further questions. If there are not, please just stay in the jury assembly room until I give you the word that you are all to come out one more time and I dismiss you. Thank you, ma'am. For the state.
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
Nothing for the defense, Your Honor.
Very good. This then completes the questioning of the jurors. I will ask the jurors to come into the open courtroom again, thank them and dismiss them. Anything further before I do that?
None from the state, Your Honor.
Please support, Your Honor. I would move for the record that I be able to question Juror Z to follow up on what I believe the court is confused about.
Very good. I deny the request. Anything further? All right, bring me the jury.
Jury is seated, Your Honor.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, that completes the court's examination of the jurors in this matter. I can only deeply apologize to you for having to inconvenience you so long after the trial of this case to come here, and I very much appreciate your candor. There are no right or wrong answers to the questions I asked you, but I think each of you, to the best of your ability, answered the questions, and I am deeply grateful for that, as is the state of South Carolina, as is the defendant. You don't have to speak to a soul about this matter if you don't want to. That's purely your prerogative. If there's any difficulty you encounter about this hearing that I can help with, please contact the court, and I'll be happy to do so. You are dismissed this time. You may go. Thank you for your service. Excuse the jurors. All right, Mr. Waters, is the clerk of court available?
Yes, ma'am. It's my understanding she is, and the state's prepared to call her when court is ready.
All right.
I believe she's at a location. Mr. Lewis is here just a block or two away. So if we take a brief recess, we'd be prepared to present her after that.
Well, I will entertain going on and taking an early lunch break. I don't know how long Ms. Hill's testimony is going to take, but if that might be a better thing than hanging around here, I think that's what I would prefer to do. Mr. Harpootlian?
Your Honor, I need sustenance.
Okay. Well, good. I think I will join you in that. What I will do is I will recess court until 1:15. Please return at 1:15.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, guys. Well, I got to tell you, which way do I need to go? There we go. I have to tell you, I'm a little, I don't know how I'm quite feeling about this. I have to be honest. I knew that, and that's what I was just talking to one of the reporters in there. It's a little crazy because you hear all this stuff. Now we're hearing that it's possibility that, yes, obviously Becky Hill has made some statements, some utterances. There are multiple people that have acknowledged those utterances, even though not every juror heard them. From my understanding and what I'm gathering out of this hearing, okay, guys? Let me get this off. Hold on. It's driving me nuts. You guys aren't looking at it anyways. There we go. There we go. So I'm a little upset. We're going to be hearing from Becky Hill after lunch. So we'll be back here at 1:15. I'm going to stay here. The girls are probably going to go grab just some snacks out of the car or whatnot, and we're going to be snacking here. Yeah, can I have one? I'm starting to get hungry. So anyways, this was, in my opinion, quite the shocker. But it doesn't, so far, I haven't heard anything. I haven't heard anything that appears to be nefarious enough to get him a new trial just yet. Now, Becky Hill's not on the stand. We don't know what she's going to say. And again, that first juror Z, it bothered me a little bit. I will not lie to you. That whole statement just bothered me just a little bit.
I get the impression she was threatened. That's right.
Yeah, I did. She didn't. It's just weird. It's weird how she answered the questions. Like she took a lot of time. Like the other people that were up there seemed like when the judge asked them questions, they understood what she was saying. They said yes. They said no. But with her, that first one, she was really hesitant to say something. Karen says she thinks she felt, she appeared there. I don't want to, speculate too much on that. But she didn't seem uncomfortable with her statement when she went back to the jury room. Obviously, we found out that people were in the jury room watching the proceedings. It was, upsetting. This is a court proceeding that requires some secrecy. And kind of, sort of, the jurors knew better. I'm sorry.
She looked like she could have went either way with that question. Like, should I say yes or should I say
Well,
no?
but she was thinking about it. She was thinking about it. That's what I didn't like.
It was really
Ew,
crazy.
I don't like that.
Crazy, huh? Now you want the other one? Well, I got the healthy one. That's probably why. Huh? I'm from Georgia, but originally from Mass.
Manatee County, right between. I'm sandwiched between Sarasota and Tampa. Yeah. So it still gives us a little bit of a surprise as to whether or not is there going to be a new trial. I will tell you, I am very shocked at some of the information I heard, and I will tell you that was highly inappropriate. And I have to say that at this point, I do believe she made some utterances where she shouldn't have been making utterances. Whether or not they swayed the jury or not, Becky Hill, shame on you. You know better. You know a lot better. And yes, I do believe them. Again, it's coming back to did they influence the jury? I honestly really just don't know. It appears that many of the jurors, I was actually kind of surprised, many of the jurors didn't even hear these conversations.
Yeah, that's what's funny to me.
So it obviously wasn't a hugely broadcasted. It almost sounds like maybe she uttered it under her breath, or maybe on her way out, because there were so many people that didn't hear it. I think out of all the deliberating body people, so far we've only actually let's look at the notes. I think we only have 2 people. Let's go through the jurors here. I did take some notes while I was in there because we weren't supposed to be tweeting, but then I saw people tweeting, and I'm like, well, if everybody else is tweeting, I mean, why is Bullhorn Betty the only one back here not tweeting? I'm not going to tweet. I'm going to. Oh. Yeah.
Kind of figured Betty wanted to go say hi. That's Stephen Smith's mom. I seen him in the courtroom, and Betty didn't know she was in there, so she's just coming out. I figured Betty would want to go talk with her. Can you guys see? I gotta put my phone on so I can read the chat. I kind of figured you'd want to say hi to her. I was just telling him.
So I got an opportunity to see Stephen's mom, and I just wanted to introduce myself and let her know that I made several videos on her son, and that I'm really sorry for everything that she's went through, and I got an opportunity to give her some love, some Bullhorn Betty hugs. That's, You know, that's the gift that keeps on giving for me. If anybody knows me, I'm a hugger. So if you don't want a hug, don't come around. Oh, well, you know, it's just her, you know. Nobody give a shit about her. No. I think it was because we were so tired. Well, you know what it was? Here, she's not being fully transparent here. She was lost, okay? She was lost, and she had Bullhorn Betty out there in the road, freezing my butt off, waiting there. Wind's just blowing. I'm in this thin jacket, and I'm like, so I'm calling Karen. I'm like, Karen, where are you? She's like, you know, I can't see because you're on the phone. You need to get off the phone. So anyways, that's why she didn't get a hug, because by the time she got to the room, I was so cold. I had her when she got into the driveway. I'm like, I'm out of here. I got to get to the room, and I was so cold. I won't lie. I had to thaw out. Okay. By the time my brain thawed out, I wasn't thinking of hugs. I was thinking of food.
You went to bed on 8 o'clock on me last night.
She knew that was coming, and I woke up on her at 3 a.m. She did get up with me, and she's like, "Did your alarm clock go off?" I'm like, "No, it's not going off until 4:30." I told her, I joke to her all the time. I said, my alarm clock's late. My alarm clock is literally late every day by an hour and a half, because I'm up at 3 a.m. It starts going off at 4:30. Okay, so. But, you know, Stephen Smith is an important part of this case. I will say this. You know what? His mother just happened to say something to me. She said, "This is going to be our year." That's what she just said to me. This is going to be our year. And so, you know what? Let's say a little prayer for that. Let this be her year. Good Lord, this lady has gone through pure hell, you know, for this long of time. You know, it's time for her to have her year. And I'm so thankful. You know what? I always talk about the silver lining and how, you know, things happen for a reason, how things have a way of having to be set up in a position for things to happen. For example, if this right here did not happen, okay, if Maggie and Paul did not lose their life, if this whole situation did not happen, Stephen Smith would have been just a memory. There would be no fight. There would be nothing. There would be a cold case with another mother beating her head against the wall, trying to make law enforcement listen, and law enforcement unwilling to listen. You know? So we have to remember that. You know, there are I think because we watch it online. I mean, I'm out here, I see these people, I know it's, you know, this is real life. I feel it, you know, I personally am affected by the stuff that I cover. So I know it's real life, but sometimes I feel like people on the other end of this that watch it day in and day out, you know, sometimes forget that these are real life people. These are real life, you know, victims. These are real life criminals, you know, like Alec Murdaugh went from being this South Carolina lawyer that people drooled over, just wanted to get next to, wanted to do work with, wanted to associate with, wanted to be this guy. Think about how many people literally wanted to be this guy. And he peed all over it. He had opportunities that he would have never had. He has opportunities and had opportunities that I've never had, that you've never had. And this is how he repays. He kills people and robs them of their money. Well, I shouldn't say it like that. He robs people of their money, and then whenever he's out, he kills people. And these people happen to be his son and wife. And I just never understood that. And I think I was just talking to Neil inside the courtroom before court started, and this is the co-author with Becky Hill. And we were just kind of getting into this conversation, you know, about, because he's like, you know, I've always kind of been into all this, you know, true crime stuff. And I'm like, yeah, I said, you know, and we were having a conversation about it. I was telling him about a conversation I was having with a friend. Was it with you? Where we were talking about the morbid curiosity and stuff like that. I can't remember. I was talking to somebody. Maybe it was Jen. Maybe it was it's Jen in between when I was visiting with her. I know this was a conversation I was just having with somebody like in the last week or in the last few days. I don't know. They're running together. But I was saying, what gets us all into this stuff? What makes us interested? What keeps our attention when it comes to this true crime? And I think it's a little bit of the morbid curiosity, but I think more so it is the fact that we as a society, we get angry. We say things like, I'm going to kill you. And we have rages and just bad days, really, really bad days. We've been at the top of our game. We've been at the bottom of our game. We've had good days and we've had just things that nightmares are made of. But we've never gotten so out of control that we have taken somebody out because of it. And I think that's the part we don't understand. That's the curiosity. The curiosity kills the cat. I think we're always so nosy to find out what in the world could push somebody this far. And I think that is the crux of this story. That is what keeps me like, how can a man do this to his wife and son? How can a prestigious man do this to his clients? How can a man destroy his entire reputation, his family name, his legacy, his own dynasty? Those are the things that make us go, And I really think that is really what the problem is. And so I'm going to try to keep it down because somebody's next to me talking. And I know I got a big old mouth because of Bullhorn Betty. So, shh, gotta be quiet a little bit.
Then second, she is asking if that would have been based on the testimony of
So that's kind of where we are right now. I have to be honest. Let me do a poll here. How many of you guys were shocked by what you heard? If you guys were shocked, let's do it like this. If you guys were absolutely floored, let's do 1. If you were, okay, let's do 2. If you're like, that's nothing burger, let's do 3. And absolutely, this is a joke of a trial, let's do 4. So anywhere between 1 and 4. Let me know how you feel. Mike, surprised. Well, no, you're actually, I'm surprised you didn't say Becky did all. Our resident defense attorney in-house. I don't think she is. It seems like they're prepared. Yeah, because the way Creighton Waters, or the way he was talking, everybody's been speculating that they think Becky Hill's going to plead the 5th. Now, I don't think she can blanketly plead the 5th in these types of proceedings. I think she can specifically, like if she feels that she, when I met Miss Mike, you can't change your vote now. I wasn't shocked because I think she's lying. I don't know. I didn't get that vibe. I think for her, for that first one, for Z, yes, but there was another, I was iffy on her. I didn't know where she was coming from. And when she started out, I thought all the other jurors were going to say about the same thing. And I was like, when you first hear her statement, you kind of think, oh my gosh, this is really bad. And it is really bad. But then when you realize that she changed her testimony, like she has one thing in the affidavit and she stated another thing on the stand, it makes you wonder why she changed so much. She went from saying that in her original affidavit that she felt that the other jurors, which is the process, that's kind of how it works. The other jurors pressure you to change your verdict. That really is how it works. That's how it's supposed to work, right? Why won't you do this? How can you say that? What's the real issue? If the real issue is this, let's talk about this. You show the evidence. Next thing you know, you've got your. I just don't understand how she could say that it was the jury, and then today she comes in and specifically says it was Becky. So then she leaves. So they read, well, you guys saw it. They read into the record what was stated on her affidavit, and then they called her back in. And I loved how the Judge Toll dealt with it. She was, gosh, Judge Toll is just, I like her. I like her. She's a no nonsense chick. She really isn't. I think she's really downgrading because, you know, at the end of the day, Dick's job is to prove that one of those jurors were swayed by Becky, just one. And I have a problem with the way the affidavit was written closer to the time frame of when all this stuff happened, and then of course what her statement happened to be thereafter. Turn this around. The wind's not blowing you. And so that's really what I really truly think is going to happen. I don't know if she's going to if they're going to do a mistrial or not, or not a mistrial, but a new trial. I really don't. I have a funny feeling that we're going to go ahead and I think he's going to be denied. I just have a feeling that the judge is not really entertaining it. She knows that nobody was really influenced, or at least she's getting that picture that nobody was really influenced by Becky. With the statements that were made, I'm not sure, you know, even though they weren't influenced by that, I still feel that her statements to a juror, to the jury in that capacity, now that I heard it directly from witnesses, and I heard it from multiple witnesses today, not just this one girl, I've got some problems. I have to be honest with you. I have some problems with her behavior. I really do. So I don't understand how anyone can think this man is not well, and I get that, and that's why I really don't think he's going to get a new trial, because nobody's really came out and adamantly stated that yes, her statement changed my I wouldn't have voted this way had it not been for her. I mean, we had the one juror Z. I have the juror Z is the most shocking, but she changed her testimony. What did he say? Was it August that she gave the affidavit? They said something like August she gave the affidavit, and she specifically stated in this affidavit that she gave to SLED. These were SLED affidavits. These were SLED affidavits. I'm almost positive that I heard them say SLED. You know what? I didn't even take notes when we were in there. I forgot to identify where she said these affidavits came from. But they had affidavits, and in her affidavits that I believe they got from SLED. I know it wasn't Dick or Jim that got this particular affidavit, but in that affidavit she clearly stated that it was the jury that tampered, or that changed her mind. And today in court, she specifically said Becky Hill. So the judge had to clarify that statement, and Juror Z ultimately stated that she was not swayed, or that's a more accurate statement. The affidavit that they had back in August, the one that where she said it was the juror. So she did end up acknowledging that was more accurate than Becky swaying her. So I don't know how the judge is going to feel about that. And I can tell you, Dick saw that, and he addressed that with the judge. And the judge really wasn't trying to hear it. She's been kind of going to the mattress with Dick in a professional way there publicly. He keeps bringing up these objections and stuff like that, and she's having to overrule them. And you can kind of see that she's getting, there was a couple things where you can see her get a little frustrated and irritated with how Dick is kind of handling himself in the courtroom. I think, but he has a job to do, and his job is to protect Alec. And I do believe that whole situation the judge understands the process, obviously. She's been around the block a time or two. We talked about her great background, her great resume. She's just an amazing lady that comes from an amazing legal pedigree. She's been in this business and doing this long before it was popular for women to be doing these things. She was the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court. She was literally the top. We've got the cream of the crop handling Alec Murdaugh's case, from Judge Newman to Judge Toll It's just, I really do believe that we are trying to seek justice here, but I also understand that they also understand that the defense is going to try to throw monkey wrenches in all of this. That is their job to do. They're going to continue to do it. Are they making groundwork? I got to tell you, they have to be, because they swayed me. They swayed me. Do I think that Becky Hill did some inappropriate things as the clerk of that court? I absolutely did. Do I believe that those things that she did swayed a jury member? I do not. It's still problematic, and they're going to be basing everything today on whether the jury was swayed. I don't believe the jury was swayed at all, and therefore this is really a moot point, if you will, for the argument, because even the other lady said she was swayed by the other jury members when clarifying questions were asked about what she meant. So we've got that. I don't believe this is going to go through, even as shocking as some of the information that we've heard. But this, we'll find out. But I do believe, I can see and judge, she wants to make sure that was one of them or any of them swayed? And if they're not, he doesn't get to go past go. He doesn't get to collect his $200, and he goes right back to his holding cell, right? His prison cell. And I really think that that's the way this is leaning. I haven't heard anything so shocking that would sway a jury. And she's through all 11, and they already did one on the 12th. So what gives? You see what I'm saying? All right. So you guys give me a minute. I just got out. I really haven't done anything. I've been working all day. We've been on here for 5.5 hours. So guys, just give me just a few moments. I'm going to just move out of the way and just take a little breather. So just 5 minutes, and I'll be back with you guys. Let me turn off the mic. You don't need to hear any of this. Oh, and I wanted to tell you guys with the heated jacket, I did bring it. Sonia's supposed to be meeting me in Tennessee. She's got to show me how to work the jacket. I brought it with me. I did bring it with me, but I didn't wear it because I'm at the, I like the nice, pleated, the real nice, fleece, or this is not fleece. This is wool jacket, right? The real good ones out here for this historic event. Not that the pink one's not really good, but it's awfully bright. And I think I'm bringing enough attention to myself out here in media. I don't want to drink too much, right? I don't want to drink too much. So, but there is media, and they're going to be doing, and they're going to be breaking here for a little bit. Listen, guys, I know you guys are probably been here for a while. We're going to just kind of chill for a second. I'm going to put the thing back up, and I'm going to just, I think I'm going to try to go find me a cup of warm coffee. That's really what I need more than anything right now. And then I will be back, and we'll get started on our lunchtime session, just discussing what we learned, discussing more information about the case, and seeing if Becky, I think in my mind at this point, my mind's made up that I feel Becky did some inappropriate things while she was the clerk, and I was in denial of that for a while. I'm not willing to be in denial of that right now, from what I heard, but the good news is it doesn't appear to be so damaging that it swayed the jury, and that's really why we're here. Did any of her conduct sway the jury's verdict? And so far, like I said, Juror Z is really the only person that kind of flip-flopped on their statement from when SLED got it a few months ago to now. You know, it went from it being the jurors to it being Becky. So what caused that to happen? It seemed to me the way she was answering the questions, and we can clearly see the significant pauses in her testimony. You know, we can see her pause and think about how she wanted to answer that. And that's a problem for me, because when I'm there, you know, you answer the questions. You don't want to elaborate when you don't have to. You know, you're taught when you prep a witness, you always tell them to you know, obviously tell the truth, but keep the answers short and sweet. Keep them to what they're asking, right? So if they're asking a yes or no question, you want to answer yes or no. If they're asking an open-ended question, for example, an open-ended question. So a yes or no question is, do you like me? Yes or no? Now, the open-ended question would be, why do you like me, right? Why do you like me? Do you like me? Yes or no? Why do you like me? That's the open-ended question. Why? Because it's not giving you the answer. You have to answer it. You don't get to get a multiple choice, you know, selection. So in those open-ended questions, you want to be as short and concise and sweet as possible. Short and sweet, right? So why do you like me? Because you have a boisterous personality, right? You had a bold personality. You want to keep it sweet. You don't want to go on, well, you know, back in 2021, you know, when you were out in front of Gabby's, I kind of liked you then, but then I watched you for a little bit. I kind of think you kind of got off the rails a little bit, and then you kind of pulled yourself back on, and then, you know, you've been doing this. That's what, you don't need all that. Why do you like me? Because you got a bold personality. Okay, there you go, right? So you want to make sure that you're consistent, you're concise, you're short on those open-ended questions. But she specifically stated it was the jury that swayed her, that made her feel uncomfortable to change her vote from a not guilty to a guilty. So then, again, she gets on the witness stand and she lies. I don't want to say lies. I don't want to say that. But she misrepresented what was put in her affidavit. So much so the judge had to have her read her affidavit and then asked her if it was true or still true and correct. And she said yes. And she said, and then she specifically brought up the line item where it said jury. And she said, is that more correct than what the statement you gave up here earlier? And the juror said, yes. Yes, that statement is more accurate than the one that she had just given on the stand. So in her statement, she said jury. And as soon as she made that statement under oath in that courtroom, all of a sudden, that one juror that could have changed this for Alec to have a new trial, it wasn't as strong of a testimony as we thought it was. So it sounded like a bombshell, and then when it was clarified, and the girl was really sweet. I just want to let you guys know that the girl that was up there, she looked really kind, really sweet, and there were jurors in the back that actually had their camera on. This was a big hoopla when we first got there about this camera. I wanted to read some of the notes I had that you guys may not have been privy to from inside that courtroom. Give me just a second. I did take some notes. I'm not even in the right spot. Hold on. Okay. So these are the notes that I took while I was inside. I said we can take notes, no tweets, but like I said, everybody was tweeting in there, so I felt kind of like out of touch. Judge Toll didn't want tweets going through a particular hearing. Kind of sucks. Judge walked down and spoke to each of the team to make sure that they had info, and the judge and judge kind of took a little fall today too, but didn't hurt herself. She was caught by a bailiff, Karen. Bailiff. She fell and got caught by a bailiff.
Oh, the judge. Not well. It was one of the guys in the gold. She was walking down the step. Yeah, you know how they got the cord.
Yeah, wire? But she tripped. She almost fell. Yeah, but they caught her. They got it. Okay, so that's what happened. So she did kind of trip, and somebody did catch her, and that was.
I didn't think of that.
I didn't explain. Yeah, no, that's what I was trying to explain. Yeah. Mhm. No, that's okay. So that was that happened kind of like at the beginning of the hearing. It's Alec came in and had to be unshackled. He's in an orange jumpsuit and sits down next to his lawyers. There was a healthy presence of law enforcement that walked in with Alec, and as soon as he was unshackled and kind of sat down, it looked like one officer kind of sat behind him, and there was multiple officers there, and they ended up going to the back and exiting the courtroom. Not that they didn't leave, they were probably right there behind the door, but there must be some kind of, like seating area back there of some sort. So they did end up leaving. Everyone was seated and some officers went out of the room. The bailiff was kind, and the guys that there was a guy that came in there and caused a slight commotion right before the hearing was going to go on. And he was like, he had his phone on. He wasn't, we're not, unless you're in the media, in the back with the media, you can't really have your phones on. They require all the audience members that are sitting in the general public to turn their phones off. So whenever you turn the phones off, you're not supposed to be on them, looking at them or anything. So this guy was, when he first came in, he was on his phone, and the bailiff walked up to him and said, you can't really have your phone on. And he's like, well, am I the only person that's not allowed to have my phone on? And it's like, well, you're not media. You need to go down here, the audience member. And they said, and then he tries to move back with the media so he can use his phone. And the bailiff came and got him and said, you can't be here. And so there was just a slight commotion that kind of kicked off. Everything was respectful, though. There was no like major screaming or anything like that. Before court started, the judge called all benched lawyers into her chambers, and they had a little conversation. The chambers door were then shut and locked. One of the attorneys and a deputy sheriff came back in. Alec is still sitting with Jim and the third attorney. I always forget his name, and I don't know why. The attorney for the two jurors, including the egg lady, had just walked out of the chambers. I didn't see anybody in there from his, for his clientele that was here, but he was still here, back there behind the, in the area where the lawyers are to go. And those were the attorney for egg lady and the other juror that Murdaugh's team has in affidavits. Court was called to order at 9:48 this morning. The judge is present. She gave us, the media, all kinds of instructions. She also said, I wasn't here Friday, and I thought media did really, really well. They had a little more latitude and a little more liberties because I had one of, Liz was up here on Friday, and so she was filling me in on the processes on Friday, and she said that they were able to, and I kept looking on social. I wanted to make sure that nobody violated the court's order, and I'm like, I hope she lets us have, our stuff and lets us still continue to do stuff. And she thanked everybody. She was a little upset. She said, we didn't really follow all of her instructions on Friday. I wasn't here, so I wasn't part of that. But she did kind of smack us around a little bit and then say, but I do appreciate you keeping the questions and the jury information off. We kept it off social media. We kept it off mainstream media. Like, everybody did their part in making sure that stuff didn't get leaked out. And kudos to everybody involved, because I know, especially with social media, that is very, very hard to do. People like to talk and they like to spread stuff like wildfire. So, and that's where I kind of come from, is social media, and why I don't say everything to everybody all the time about all my cases is because some things just aren't up for a discussion. One of the first issues raised inside that courtroom, that you guys may remember, is the fact that Dick Harpoolian was bringing up the word merit. Apparently, there was a juror that had to come here Friday. We all learned of that. And the reason why this juror had to come here on Friday is because they weren't able to make it today. They weren't able to make it this week to this hearing. And so the judge gave them an alternative, and the alternative was to come in on Friday and to be put under oath and questioned. It wasn't the best situation. Nobody wants to do it like that because you have so much concern about whether that stuff's going to be leaked. It's just a lot harder to deal with. So it's not really the preferable method of dealing with it. But he tried to argue that this juror on Friday did not understand what the word merit meant. appeared to be confused. So he was arguing with the judge about using the word merit. And merit is a legal term that has been used in these court proceedings since I can remember, even long before I ever even got into the legal profession or anything like that. You know, you knew what merit was, and the judge disagreed, you know, obviously, but there was that little back and forth between the judge and Dick right off the bat, and I really think it put a sour taste in the judge's mouth because she just doesn't seem like she's willing to hear it. I think she's finally realizing they're selling the sizzle and not the steak, okay? I mean, that's the Murdaugh defense team, okay? They're selling the sizzle, not the steak. And they're not packing the punch that they need to pack in order to get this new trial. That's the problem we're seeing here right today, okay? I don't know any better way to explain it than that, okay? So we got that. Then the judge asked if there was a transcript because he was disagreeing with some of the comments from the Friday. So she went and reviewed the transcript and realized that she did ask the questions that he wanted to ask the way that he wanted her to ask them. And then around 10 a.m. is when she officially brought the jury into the courtroom. And there was a lot of static in the speakers and some other things going on. The judge affirms the jurors did nothing wrong. She thanked them. And I loved her opening to them. She made that, to me, she tried to really take the nervousness and frustration away from them. You know, she thanked them for their service. She let them know that they did absolutely nothing wrong. They're just here as part of the process, you know, just answer everything, you know, honestly, and let's just get through it, basically, is what she was saying. And she just wanted to make sure that they knew that this is going to be over soon, but, you know, they just needed to get through this little bit. And again, she thanked them for their service. So the jury finally exits around 10:07 in the morning. Dick interrupted the judge as she's calling in the first juror. Discourse between Dick and Eric ensued. And I think it was because Eric was a little closer to the jury members than he was sitting on the back wall, and Dick wanted him on the back wall. And there was like a little minute of heated confrontation there. Like Eric standing up like, "What, Dick?" She's like, the judge is like, "Oh, well, we ain't doing this all up in here, you know." Thank goodness there was a lot of room. Dick was on one side. Well, Dick's kind of he's on one side in the middle of the room, and Eric's clear on the other side. And oh, he was angry. You could see the anger in his. And, you know, you can't blame the guy. Like, he's doing nothing wrong, and you know, it's like it's like kindergarten there sometimes, you know, because they're like, "Well, look at him, you know," because they're trying to get their stuff done and they're wanting to make each other look bad, so the judge sways one way or another. It just is what it is. So this is the biggest problem. The Jersey, I got some information on here. This is the first one in the hot seat, followed by I put followed by, but it wasn't. And she was a female. She was a younger female, white female, was her, and she said that her verdict was swayed. And this is the very first person, and I'm just sitting there holding the seat down. I'm like, holy crap! My mouth is open, like I'm in shock. Like I'm tentatively listening now. If I wasn't listening before, I'm definitely listening now, because I'm like, holy crap! If he gets a new, and I'm like, how did we not hear this? Because I was just saying, if she kept it to the jurors, you know, why hasn't any jurors come forward and said, "Hey, yeah, she did say this. Yeah, she did sway me. This, that, and the other." Nobody had said it. So we get here in the very first one, and I'm like, oh, this is setting the tone for the day. OMG, what's going on? You know, Alec is, yeah. Alec is, it doesn't matter. So getting back to this, so Z did, she said that the verdict was changed. It was tested on every case. Why it says is BH, so that means Becky Hill, She said Becky Hill told her to watch his actions, to watch him closely. Was it influenced? And she says, yes, it was influenced. This is the one that felt pressured by other jurors. On August 14, 2020, so it was August, they asked jurors and read it into the record. And she did make a statement that it was the jurors that swayed her. But today, again, we're not going to keep hitting the dead horse, but Dick asked CW Creighton Waters not be objected, and the Dick Harpoolian was overruled. She said because there was something about the questioning. They were having an argument about the questioning. He wanted her to bring up the affidavit. Dick approached the judge and said, hey, you need to bring up this affidavit because he wanted a point in there. And she said, okay, I'll bring it up. And she's like, but she can't respond. And she's like, Dick, you can't have your cake and eat it too. She's like, I'm going to read it like you asked me to, but I'm going to ask it. So she did bring the juror back in, and it made her, I even put it here, made her rolling, take your seat. She made him take a seat. And then juror Z comes back in. Z asked her to read her affidavit. She felt pressured by the juror ultimately. That's what they ended up finding out. It was not Becky Hill. It was ultimately the jury she felt pressured from. Two statements, it could be both. Dick Harpoolian says it's more accurate. That's where we are heading. I declined. I overruled that objection, the judge says, and the judge immediately leaves the courtroom. And we're like, and then the whole inside just starts getting louder and louder. I'm like, what's happened? Where did the judge go? Like, there was no, we're going to be recessed for a few minutes. There's no, I'll be right back. There is, all of a sudden, everybody just leaves the courtroom. And I'm like, is it over? Like, what did I miss? Am I missing something here? Am I confused? Like, what is going on? And so finally a bailiff said, order. You could hear him calling order in the courtroom. And that's when we learned that the jurors did not have to relinquish their cell phones. They should have known from Alec Murdaugh they cannot have their cell phones back there. They cannot be in possession of their cell phones, but still a few jurors brought their cell phones with them and apparently was watching the testimony of juror Z. And so then the judge had to obviously confiscate all the cell phones, put a bailiff in the room because we don't have jurors acting right. I don't know if they get how this works, but I digress. So now they got the phones, the bailiff is back there, we're learning of this, and now we have to ask a new question for every single other person that comes up there. Did you see the video? Did it sway your testimony? Right now, this just caused a little bit of a hiccup. So she wasn't there. She, and what I mean by is Toll. I need to say Judge Toll. Judge Toll, Bullhorn Betty, yeah. So Judge Toll ended up confiscating the phones, putting the bailiff there, and then coming out and asking her if she felt comfortable being in the jury box, with all the other jurors after her testimony. And I think the jurors were very friendly. It sounded like even during the deliberation and through the court hearing, it sounded like they were praying together. It sounded like they were, it's really all they could hang out with for those weeks. They were there all day, every day, except on weekends, for 6 solid weeks. You got to think that you do make connections and you do get emotionally involved with people. So it's just that's just the name of the game. So I think she did feel comfortable. However, the next juror, which is juror C, came out and basically he was like a nothing burger. He didn't hear anything. He based his testimony off the evidence and law and all that other stuff in the courtroom. He didn't even hear Becky Hill say anything, which is a little concerning because we were told that she said this to everybody, but there were so many jurors that didn't hear her say anything. Either they weren't paying it. If she did say it, they weren't paying attention. I think so far, so right now we've got we've got juror C didn't hear anything from Becky Hill. Juror F did not hear Becky Hill make any statements. Juror L didn't hear Becky make any statements. Juror E didn't hear Becky make any statements. Juror P said, yes, she did hear her make statements saying that Murdaugh was taking the stand to watch his body language, but Juror P states that that did not influence his decision. Juror O didn't hear anything. So now we only have Juror Z and Juror P that actually heard Becky Hill make this utterance or utterances. It appears that Juror Y didn't see or hear anything that Becky Hill had said. Juror W says they didn't hear anything Becky say any of those things. Juror Q said nothing, said they didn't hear anything. Juror K said they didn't hear anything. Juror Q says they didn't hear anything. So we really only have Juror Z and Juror P that state they heard Becky make this utterance, and P adamantly denies it having any influence over his decision. So we're kind of down to Juror Z. Juror Z is going to be the, in my opinion, the crux of this, because Juror Z is the only person that stated that Becky Hill's statements made her change her vote, but later recanted and stated something else. So, and stated that it was the Becky and then the juror and then the Becky and then the juror, and it was clarified that it was the juror. So I don't know how the judge is going to handle that. Dick wanted them to beat it into the record and wanted to make it more out of it than it was. I don't know if the judge is going to do that. I have no earthly idea. I just got to say that first statement was a shocker for me personally. It really was, and I think it might have been a shocker for most of you guys too. I just want to thank everybody here that's on this new channel watching live with Alec Murdaugh. I'm hoping that one day in the near future we'll be back on our main channel, but this is where we're at right now. And to be honest with you, I just want to tell you guys thank you for being here and supporting the channel. If you guys would like to support this project and the upcoming projects we have, we're still going to be going over to Tennessee after this one. Please consider hitting up my Venmo, Cash App, or PayPal. $1 will do. So if you've got $1 or $2, drop it in if you can. If you got more and you'd like to support more, please consider it. If you'd like to do something a little smaller, maybe a monthly membership might be your way. Or if you don't really have a whole lot and you still love me to death and you want to help me, share this video around, pass it around, tell your friends about the channel, tell your friends about me, and bring them on over so we can have these conversations here. I travel all over the country. I cover true cases. Right now we're here in Richland, South Carolina, covering the Alec Murdaugh case, and we will be in Tennessee on the 1st, covering the Layla Santinello case, and I'm trying to make it over to Kentucky by the 8th to cover Crystal Rogers case. And once we get all these cases out, I think I'm going to take a break. I don't know. Might get out again. I don't know. All right, guys. So I'm going to turn it back over to the other side so you guys can see the inside of the courtroom. But for right now, I'm going to go get me some hot coffee, get me something to eat. I'm going to turn the microphone off on my end so you're not going to be hit with a hot mic. All right. God bless you guys. Okay, guys, I'm back. So I just wanted you guys to see me. I'm gonna go back in. I had to get something to drink. I was dying. Oh yeah, we got one of our fans out here. It's nice. So we're gonna go on in, and you guys sit tight. We'll be back out here soon, and God bless you. And we'll have final commentary after today's over with. Judge Toll is pushing today to be the day that this is all wrapped up.
Please be seated. All right. Is state ready to proceed?
Ready to proceed. I think they're still getting the defendant ready to sit down, but we're.
Very good. We certainly will wait on that, Mr. Harpootlian.
Your Honor, once he's seated, I have a matter I need to put on the record.
All right, sure. Yes, sir.
Your Honor, we last week discussed the standard by which you would proceed during this proceeding and evaluate the evidence. We argued that you should use a case called Bremer. You rejected that. But under any standard, as I understand it, the burden of proof is on the defendant to show certain statements were made or certain conduct happened. So far, Your Honor has called as court witnesses 12 witnesses. We were not offered the opportunity to cross-examine them. And so we've not had the opportunity to present any evidence whatsoever. And before the state presents evidence, I believe that we should be able to call witnesses. And I would ask the court to allow us to present some evidence before the state comes up with rebuttal. And by the way, under the cases you cited, they have no affirmative obligation to present anything at this point. There's no requirement they present anything. So I would ask you to allow us to call a witness or two before you make a decision as to whether or not they need to call a witness.
The state?
Your Honor, we obviously have argued very extensively some of the cases, and I think the South Carolina jurisprudence is very clear that while an evidentiary hearing is appropriate, and that's what we're doing here, that manner of inquiry is purely within the discretion as the trial judge sees fit. This is not a criminal trial where we're here with a jury to present the normal criminal trial process. This is a inquiry that is very much directed by the trial court and what the trial court thinks is appropriate. And so the state certainly is comfortable with the inquiry the court is conducting. And my understanding is, as far as putting up Ms. Hill, this is the manner in which the court wanted that evidence presented. And so we're happy to comply in that regard. But we think that this inquiry is within your discretion, and we have no issue with the manner in which Your Honor's proposed to conduct it.
Please, the court, Your Honor. Certainly, the conduct of this hearing is within your discretion. What is not is who has the burden of proof. We do. And we can't meet that burden if we can't call witnesses. And so I'd ask the court to allow us to call witnesses. And if at the conclusion of us presenting those, you believe the state is required to present evidence to contradict that evidence, or in some way, I'm not quite sure, since Remmer is not the standard, I'm not quite sure what they have to prove, but that's an argument down the line. I believe we ought to be able to call witnesses now, and we have witnesses which would substantiate the burden we have to show you that statements were made by the Clerk of Court, and that those statements had impact on a juror or jurors.
Right. I've got a couple of reactions to that. Number one, the pretrial was the time to figure out exactly what we were going to do here. And I think it comes at the last minute for you to now come and say, we want to present witnesses. You briefed the matter of witnesses. We had a long pretrial. After I made my rulings on what I thought the scenario was that should be used based on State versus Green, you lodged objections to that, but you did not offer at that time any information about who you wanted to call. other than this lengthy filing in one of your briefs. It comes pretty late in time for, in my view, for you to do that now. Second thing is, I gave the defense a big break when I allowed you to be the cross-examiner and the state to be the presenter of Becky Hill. She's really a witness that each side needs to prove their view of what happened in this matter. The state puts her up to try to show that there was no impact by anything she said, and that some of the things your witnesses say were said, she says were not. So there's a conflict in the evidence there. I'm not going to rearrange the situation and go to any witnesses of yours right now. I'm going to see what Ms. Hill has to say. And then afterwards, we can talk about whether there's any need for any other witnesses.
Your Honor, just factually argue this with you. We did not understand. We assumed you'd adopt Remmer because that was.
Well, I don't know why you assumed that.
Because
when the
that's
South Carolina Supreme Court said very clearly that we do not go by the guidance of the 1950s case of USB Remmer.
We do not believe that's what Justice Kittredge has said.
He said it straight out, as clear as a bell can be, but I've ruled on that.
Yes, ma'am.
And,
all I'm saying is,
and the South Carolina Supreme Court's going to have plenty of chances to decide that they want to modify Green.
well, when we were somewhat taken aback by a ruling as a result, and that ruling came at a point where we didn't know what these witnesses were going to testify to. So we now, and by the way, you've set aside 3 days for this. What's the hurry? This gentleman is facing life with no parole. We should take this in a very deliberate way. He's got a 14th Amendment right to ensure that he had a fair trial.
All these arguments should have been made before this time,
Why?
Mr. Mark. Well, Mr. Harcourt, I've told you how I'm going to handle this thing. Your objections are noted and they're on the record. But right now, what I'm going to do is what I said I would do. We're going to call Ms. Hill and see what she has to say. I have no idea who all you want to call as witnesses or whether they're here in the courtroom at the present time. But we'll get to that after Ms. Hill testifies.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
Just to help me bring to your attention this email.
Just one moment. Let me go to a little something here that I'm just getting an email on and put this on the record right now. I have a communication from Mr. McCullough
The 19 today.
that's only, that is copied to Mr. Harpootlian, Mr. Griffin, Mr. Waters, and Attorney General Wilson. And basically says his client, Juror Z, wants to enhance the testimony she gave with some sort of affidavit that he wants me to look at, and I have looked at. I want to hear from the state and the defense, but I can tell you, I'm not inclined to get back into the testimony that's already been taken by these jurors. Her inconsistencies, whatever they are in the record, and she now wants to have another bite at the apple. I'm not at all enthusiastic about that, but I will hear from you, Mr. Waters, first.
Your Honor, the jurors testified, the court conducted the inquiry that needed to be conducted. She answered the questions. I would agree with Your Honor that multiple bites at the apple are not warranted. So we believe we should proceed forward as the court has indicated.
All right. Mr. Harpootlian?
Your Honor, I'd note two things. The first thing is we asked to be able to examine this juror. You denied that request. Number two, she's not our witness. She's not Mr. Waters' witness. She was the court's witness and a juror that, and you commended all of them on their honesty. She's attempting to be honest. This process we're going through is an effort to seek the truth. This is the truth. I don't understand why it can't come in.
I think I understand what your position is, Mr.
So we'd
Martinez.
ask you to make it a part of the record. You can say you're going to consider it. You're not going to consider it, but it should be a part of the record.
Well, I'll give some thought to whether this thing should be a part of the record, but I can tell you this. Witnesses don't get on the stand and testify under oath and then seek to add or change or deal in any way with their testimony. Those questions were very open-ended questions that asked for her responses, and she gave them. If they're inconsistent, she can't come up now and try to close the loop of consistency by some additional testimony. I am not thinking about allowing that to be done.
With all due respect, Your Honor, we believe, and we said at the time, the way you questioned her put her in the position of saying, yes, that was my verdict then. We think, and we couldn't examine her, and Your Honor, to say now that this affidavit doesn't accurately depict her position is to deny fact, the truth.
You've already said that once. I know your position on that matter, but I decline to adopt it. All right.
We'd make this an exhibit as a proffer for our case. This affidavit, we proffer it for our case. We have the burden.
I'll give some thought to it. I'm not ready to deal with that right now. I have looked at it just in the moment right before I put it on the record. I'll do some research about that, and we'll close that loop before the end of the day.
Your Honor, again, I indicate we have 2 more days. We don't have to wrap everything up today. Thank you.
Yes, sir. All right. Mr. Waters.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Rebecca Hill.
All right. Carry this here and bring it to the courtroom.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this case to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Ms. Hill. How are you?
I'm fine.
I want to get started, if you would, if you could state your full name for the record and spell it for the court reporter, please.
My name is Becky Hill, last name Hill, Hill.
All right. And if you would, just give us, you're currently the Clerk of Court for Colleton County, is that correct?
That's correct.
And just very quickly, if you would, what year were you elected as Clerk of Court?
At the end of 2020.
At the end of 2020?
Yes.
And prior to that, did you have any involvement or experience with the state judicial system?
I did.
And could you tell the court what that was, please?
I was a South Carolina official court reporter for about 14 years.
All right. And were you, in being an official court reporter, you would serve in the courtroom, which is Ms. Harris is here today, is that correct?
That's
what
correct.
Was your, and was that primarily in the 14th Circuit?
It was primarily in the 14th Circuit. However, I did travel throughout the state.
Did you have any other experience in professional experience prior to becoming a court reporter or Clerk of Court?
I was a court reporter freelance for 2 years before that.
Okay. And then any other professional pursuits you've had over the course of your career?
I was able to be a middle school teacher, and I worked for the Board of Disabilities for a few years as well.
Let me go ahead and just kind of get straight to it. In your capacity as clerk of court and in your previous experience being a court reporter, were you familiar with the rules that apply to court staff as it comes to interactions with jurors during the course of a criminal trial or a civil trial for that matter?
Yes.
All right. And could you tell the court generally what those rules are as far as what contact is permissible and what contact is not permissible, just very quickly?
The judge gives the law and gives the instructions for a jury, and the attorneys will state their opening argument, their opening statements, their closing arguments, and basically the clerk of court and anyone else, court reporter, we're there to, my understanding would be to make sure that everyone's taken care of. Do you need some Kleenex? Do you need some water? Different things like that, just to make sure that they're taken care of.
Is it common for clerks of court to have interaction with jurors during the course of a trial to see to those various logistical needs that you just described?
Yes.
And did that happen in the Murdaugh case?
It did.
And can you give us an example of some of the logistical things that you or other things that you would see to deal with any needs that the jurors may have? I mean, did you provide them food, coffee, make sure they were comfortable, things like that?
Yes, all of that.
Provide blankets for them if they were cold?
Our courtroom was very cold in Colleton County, yes.
Did you provide them with aspirin or Tylenol if they needed, make sure coffee and snacks were available?
Yes.
Did you take lunch orders for them so that they were fed each day?
Yes.
At any time, did you interact with any juror in an attempt to influence their view of the facts in the State v. Murdaugh case?
No.
All right. Now I want to ask you some specifics about that and some allegations that have been raised. At any time, did you tell the jury not to be fooled by evidence presented by Mr. Murdaugh's attorneys?
I did not.
At any time, did you instruct the jury to watch him closely and look at his actions?
I did not.
At any time, did you instruct the jury or tell the jury to look at his movements?
No.
At any time, as the jury moved to deliberate, did you tell the jury this shouldn't take long?
No.
At any time, did you tell the jury that the defense case, watch out for the defense case, they're going to try to throw you off, or anything along those lines that was meant to influence the jurors against Mr. Murdaugh?
No.
Let me ask you if you ever made any comment to the jurors about the fact that the defendant was going to testify. Did you have a conversation in the presence of the jurors prior to the defendant testifying about the fact that he was about to testify?
It wasn't directly related to the jurors. I was talking to Mr. Bill, who was our bailiff foreman, our bailiff over the jury, and I was talking to him about that.
All right. And what did you say?
I told him what I had just come from downstairs telling my security and bailiff office, that Judge Newman had allowed more testimony in regarding the financials, and that also the defendant had decided that he may testify.
All right. And where were the jurors at the point that that conversation occurred?
There were a few jurors standing in line, and there were some in the bathroom, I'm sure, because they said they were waiting on jurors to get out of the bathroom. And there were some in the jury room just milling around from what I could see, looking down the hallway.
And again, what were the words that you said during that conversation? What were the effect of them?
To Mr. Bill.
Yeah. And what did you say?
I told him that that Judge Newman was allowing more of the financial evidence in, which would prolong the testimony in the trial a little bit, and also that the defendant had decided that he was going to testify.
Did you say anything about this being an important day? Pay attention. We'll get coffee for you. Things like that.
I usually give a little pep talk to the jurors. It's sometimes hard sitting a long time, but my usual, and I do remember saying, pay attention, it's a big day today. Whatever you need, let Mr. Bill know or one of the other bailiffs, and they'll be glad to get it for you.
Did your comments or were your comments in any way phrased in favor of one side or against another side? Or were they more of a neutral comment about paying attention?
No, it was not for one side or the other.
Were you present when the jury went to the Moselle property to conduct the jury view?
I was.
All right. And was Judge Newman there as well?
He was.
During the time that you were on the property, traveling there, traveling back, did you have any conversation with the jurors where you made any comment about the substance of any testimony or any comment about the merits or the strength of the case?
No, no.
Did you have a quick comment to the forelady about how the property was beautiful and there were tea olive trees there that bloom and smell good, or words to that effect?
I did.
All right. And was there any other conversation related that you had where you made any comment about the case or the merits or anything like that?
Oh, no, no.
During the course of this trial, did you have a bailiff employee whose primary job it was to see to the jury and their security and to keep them separate from everyone else that was involved in this trial?
I did.
And who was that?
Mr. Bill Polk.
All right. And he was ultimately the jury coordinator in this particular case?
That's correct.
During the course of the deliberations, once the jury went back there, did you have any contact with the juries or have any substantive discussion with them?
Not at all.
Did you have any discussion with them about logistics, about staying in a hotel or anything like that?
I did not.
Did you have any interaction with the jurors or anything to do with them having smoke breaks or anything like that?
I did not.
During the course of the trial, did you have any discussion or interaction with the jurors about them giving any interviews to the media or making themselves available to the media? I'm asking during the course of the trial itself.
No, not during the course of the trial.
After the verdict had been reached and the case was in sentencing, did you have any conversation with any jurors at that time after they had already entered their verdict and been individually polled?
Yes, after the sentencing.
All right, and tell the court what that interaction was at that time.
There were several outlets, news outlets, that wanted to interview the jury as a whole and really wanted to get them up to New York. And so I was trying to get a hold of all the jurors to talk about that. That was something we had not prepared for.
Did you at all pressure the jurors to speak, or did you just tell them that it was their option to speak or not, and here's the contact information?
I did not pressure the jury to speak. No.
Did you advise them that it was their decision and their decision alone whether or not they wished to speak to the media?
It was totally their decision.
And did you advise them of that?
Yes, yes.
I'm going to ask it again, but I just want to be sure. At any time, did you make any comment to any juror or in the presence of any juror in which you at all tried to influence them in favor of one side or against another?
I did not.
Did you understand, being a longtime court employee and clerk of court, that that is outside the boundaries of what is appropriate interactions with the jurors during the course of the trial?
Absolutely.
And at any time did you violate that rule that you understood?
I did not.
Court's indulgence, 1 moment. Nothing further this time, Your Honor.
Please, Court, Your Honor.
Mr. Harpootlian, on cross-examination.
Ms. Hill, we spent 6 weeks together, didn't we?
We did.
And during those 6 weeks, you were as helpful to me as you could be, correct?
I was.
Accommodated just about every request I made.
Yes, sir.
Wait, wait. Where were we? Oh yeah, we're old friends.
I want to be sure you can be heard. That was the microphone that was supposed to, you're fine where you are, absolutely fine.
Yes, ma'am. It was a stage microphone. It was obscuring my ability to question a witness.
Yeah, well, what I'm wondering is whether you can be heard without a microphone. Do we need to try to get a microphone up on this podium? Yeah, that would be good. All right.
I don't know who's supposed to hear this other than you, but I assume they can hear us. The court reporter, I'm sorry. She's more important, not as important as you.
Yes, I agree.
Oh yeah, we're old friends, right? We spent 6 weeks together in a very pressure-filled situation, correct?
It was a long 6 weeks.
It was a long 6 weeks. And during those 6 weeks, you were helpful to me in a number of different ways. Accommodating friends that I had that wanted to come watch the trial, for instance, correct?
That's correct.
You even allowed me to use the private restroom down on the first floor so I didn't have to stand in line with the rest of the people trying to get breaks, correct?
Correct.
So we have no animosity towards each other. You didn't do something to me and I didn't do something to you during that trial, right?
Absolutely.
Okay. Now, given that, I'm going to ask you some questions today that may indicate to you that I have some antagonism towards you. Let me disabuse you of that. I'm here doing a job representing my client, and you've been around the court system for decades, correct?
Yes, sir.
So you understand what we're doing here today.
Yes.
Now, let me understand a couple of things. I think, and I've read your book, some editions of your book. There's several. We got a bunch of emails in which you have drafts that you forwarded to your co-author, correct?
Correct. Objection. I would object to relevance. I believe any draft she sent to her co-author with the book is beyond the scope of this inquiry here today.
Overruled. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. And in those drafts, you say certain things about the trial, about the process, which you later did not include in the final version. It's called editing. Is that correct?
I would agree with that.
Okay. Now, let's talk about this book for just a second. When did you first decide you were going to write a book?
I think a thought was there, a very fleeting thought before the trial.
Did you take any steps before the trial or at the initiation of the trial to begin writing this book or working with somebody on this book?
Oh, no, sir.
When did you and your co-author get together?
It was several weeks after the trial.
Okay. Did you talk to anybody about the fact you were going to write a book before the trial?
There were several anchors and several journalists that I did speak with about the possibility of writing a book.
I'm so disorganized, I apologize. Did you seek assistance in this trial from other clerks of court?
Yes, sir, I did.
And who were they?
Rhonda McElveen, who is the Barnwell County Clerk of Court, and Renee Elvis from the Horry County Clerk of Court.
And were they there with you the entire 6 weeks?
No,
I mean, how long were they there? Or how often were they there?
Rhonda McElveen was there as often as she could be, probably several times a week. Renee Elvis helped me during the jury selection.
And did she begin, that is, Ms. McElveen, did she begin working with you prior to jury selection?
Can you repeat that question?
We began jury selection, I think, on January 23rd, correct?
Correct.
Was she working with you or consulting with you prior to the 23rd?
No, sir.
Did you have any conversation with her about the trial?
Not until she got to the trial on I can't remember the exact day she came.
Okay. Now, is she a friend of yours?
She was a friend, yes.
Was?
Well, she is a friend.
Okay.
Yes.
But she's done nothing to make you any less a friend.
No, sir.
Now, did you tell her about the time of the trial that you were going to write a book? That you had thought about and were going to write a book?
I can't remember exactly. I think we did have a conversation about a book possibly in the future.
And did you tell her you're going to write a book because you thought it would make a lot of money?
Oh, no, sir.
You never said that.
No, sir.
And did you tell her that you were going to write a book to make a bunch of money so you could buy a lake lot and build a house on it?
No, sir.
Okay. Now, did you ever tell her that you had given a juror a ride home, that you had accompanied Mr. Bill, what's his last name?
Bill Polk.
You're right. That you and he took a juror home one night? Did you tell her that? Did you take a juror home one night?
I didn't take a juror home one night.
Did
No,
Mr.
sir.
Polk and you take a juror home one night?
No, sir, we
Okay, you
didn't.
never gave a juror a ride in a car with Mr. Polk or without?
No, sir.
Okay. Now, also, during the trial, your daughter ended up on the Venari, is that right?
She did.
And she was coming up, and did you talk to me and Mr. Waters about putting her on the jury if at all possible?
I'm not sure that we wanted her to be on the jury if at all possible, but I think the question was, would she make a good juror? And I said she sure would.
Now, I don't think we asked you. I think you told us she would make a great juror, did you not?
I remember you asking.
Okay. I was considering putting your daughter on the jury.
Yes, sir.
And who does she work for?
She works for Compass South.
Did she work for the sheriff's department at some point?
No, sir.
Okay. Did she work in law enforcement at all?
No, sir.
Okay. Now, let me ask you this. How many jury rooms were there?
We have 2 jury rooms in Colleton.
In this trial, how many jury rooms did you have? How many?
2.
Okay, so the entire jury wasn't together at any one time? They were separated into 2 rooms?
Yes.
Okay. And when they're separated into 2 jury rooms like that, are they next door to each other? Are they down the hall from each other?
They are next door to each other.
Okay, so, but if you close the door to one, can they hear what's going on in the other one?
Some women probably have very good hearing, and men too, but I would say probably not.
Okay, are there restrooms in both of the jury's rooms?
There are.
Okay, are there 2 restrooms or just one?
There's one restroom in each jury room.
Okay, were either one of those restrooms designated men and women, or did everybody use the same one?
They were unisex.
They were unisex. Okay, now, prior to your testimony here today, have you met with the Attorney General's office in SLED?
I have.
On how many occasions?
I want to say twice.
Okay, and remember when the first time was?
I think the first time was in September.
Okay, and the second time was last week?
Yes, sir.
And that was in Walterboro?
Yes, right.
And y'all spent about 4.5 hours together?
I want to say maybe 2 hours together.
Okay. And in those 2 hours, you went over your testimony here today?
They asked me questions.
Did they ever correct your answers or suggest you answered differently?
Oh, no.
No.
Oh,
So
no.
you just went through what you went through in 20 minutes here. It took 2 hours to go through when you were with them.
There were times when I would step out of the room and come back in. But I would say we were there for about 2 hours.
Now, you have described in your book your role as Switzerland. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And that is that you should not be in any way opinionated about what's going on in the trial. Is that correct?
That's true.
Okay. Yet in your book, you indicated a number of different points during the trial you had concluded he was guilty. Is that correct?
I think,
Your Honor, I object at this point. I don't know if her conclusions in the book are in any way relevant to what occurred during the trial and whether or not there was any communications with the jurors, which is the sole issue that we're here for today, is whether or not Ms. Hill had any extraneous influence on the jurors. And so I think this is going a little far afield. We object to the relevance, Your Honor.
Overruled. You may continue.
Let me give you an example. You indicate riding back from Moselle that you and 3 other people were in a car and you all decided adamantly, I think was the word you used, that he was guilty, that he had killed his wife and son. Is that what you put in the book?
I can't remember if I put that in the book, but if you say I did, then I will
Did
agree
that
with
happen?
you. We did have a conversation about what each of us thought,
And all 4 agreed that he was guilty, correct?
and none of us were jurors.
No, trust me, I know that. But you had an abiding conviction, at least by the time of the Moselle visit, that he was guilty. And the other people in the car with you were bailiffs, were they not?
No.
Who were they?
Some were not bailiffs. One was a court reporter. One was our security officer, head security, and another was a deputy sheriff.
Okay. But the 4 of y'all rode out there, and based on what, and I mean, you want me to read to you how chilled you were and how you felt that poor Paul and Maggie had been executed by him on that scene, that visiting the scene convinced you that he was a horrible, horrible murderer? You want me to read that to you, or you will concede that's what you wrote?
I will concede that's what I wrote, but if I may, I would say that a lot of that is poetic license in writing a book and in making it sound like that.
Okay, so some of it's poetic license, and some of it you just stole. You purloined it from that BBC writer, right?
Right, again, I object to not only the relevance, but the scope of cross. I would object also under Rule 608. I don't believe that that's appropriate cross-examination.
Overruled. You may continue, Mr. Harper.
Did you steal part of the book?
I did plagiarize,
Okay,
Mr.
so
Hartfield.
that's stealing, isn't it?
And it is, and for
Okay.
that, I'm very sorry, and I have apologized.
Okay. And that makes it okay?
What I did, and I apologized for that.
And part of the book is, you say, literary license, exaggeration?
I wouldn't call it exaggeration.
Okay. Now, let me ask you this. In Switzerland, and this is, you're saying this is happening while you're supposed to be Switzerland, you decided the defendant's guilty. And if Ms. McElmeen says that it's going to make you more money if he's found guilty, don't you think it's reasonable to assume that you may have crossed the line from time to time?
Your Honor, I object to the form of the question, assuming facts not in evidence.
Overruled.
Can you repeat that question one more time,
I'm
Mr.
not going to
Hartwell?
repeat it. Let me just move on to something else. Let me ask you, you had interactions with some jurors, and I believe in a conference in the judges' chambers, you indicated that you had seen a post on, is it Walterboro Word of Mouth?
Your Honor, again, I object. I think he's delving now into the Facebook inquiry. We believe, again, that that's irrelevant to the inquiry before Your Honor.
I will allow a limited, as I understand it, trying to impeach our testimony and explore her credibility. And I think I've already told Mr. Harpootlian that I don't want a whole trial about the business of Facebook and the egg juror, but I will allow limited examination on this point. You may proceed, Mr. Harpootlian.
Am I oversimplifying that? I mean, it's in your book. You saw something on Walterboro Word of Mouth, which appeared to you to be from the ex-husband of one of your jurors. Is that correct? Am I oversimplifying that?
I remember reading one night something on Walterboro Word of Mouth, and when I was in the courtroom on a Monday morning listening to the judge and the attorneys talking about a matter, it sounded like it was relevant to each other.
Okay. And you became aware somehow that this juror had a restraining order out for her ex-husband?
She told me that herself.
Okay. And tell me how it came for her to tell you about that. Where did she tell you?
She was very talkative, and when I was instructed by Judge Newman to go and get her from out of the jury room with a deputy following me, she was talking to me all the way back to the judge's chambers, and she mentioned that there were restraining orders out when they had divorced.
So how did the judge, who brought it to the judge's attention about this Walterboro Word of Mouth thing?
I let the judge know, thinking that it could be related,
Okay. And you let the judge know what?
that I had read something on Walterboro Word of Mouth.
Okay. And that you knew it was tied to that juror?
I didn't know that it was. I wasn't sure at all.
Who do you think it was tied to?
From what y'all were talking about at the bench, I felt like I needed to let him know, just in case it was related. There was something about an ex-husband and an ex-wife and somebody being on the jury.
You didn't tell the judge that you had found what we call the apology post? You didn't tell the judge that?
I didn't call it that, no.
You don't remember producing it, saying producing it to the judge, saying this is a post in which the guy that posted it on Friday night says the devil got in him and drinking and he apologized for what he posted? You didn't produce that?
My staff did, one of my staff.
But you gave that to the judge and gave it to us, did you not?
Yes, we did.
As if it were from that juror's ex-husband, correct?
Correct.
And you know it wasn't?
I don't know that, Mr. Hartpootlian, no.
So, and this, you did not take that juror out and talk to her before you took her to the judge? Is that
I never talked to that juror about stuff like that.
Okay. Did you ever talk to the forelady of the jury, separate from the jury?
I did.
Okay. And tell us, where did that occur?
When I would go into the jury room and I would speak with the forelady, we would be in like the hallway in the two jury rooms were side by side, and the opening to the jury room went out into the hallway, and we would be surrounded by the jurors at all times. Mr. Bill would be very, very nearby, or another bailiff as well, when we would speak.
And what did you speak to her about?
There were several instances. One was There was a juror who needed some feminine products. There was another time when Band-Aids were needed. There were times when Tylenol would be needed.
Other than items that were needed by the jury's health object, did she ever discuss with you some issues jurors had emotionally or some issues with dissension in the jury room?
She only told me that there were some loud jurors and it made some of the other jurors a little upset. But other than that,
What did you tell her to do?
I told her if it got out of hand to write a note to the judge and that she could sign the note and get Mr. Bill to give it to the judge and the judge would handle that for her.
Okay. Now, you did publish a book after this trial, is that correct?
We did.
And you went to New York and took some of the jurors to the Today Show?
The Today Show did invite us, yes.
Now, one of those jurors that went up there with you, the day of the verdict, wore, for the first time I can remember, wore a suit to court. Do you remember that?
Your Honor, again, I would object to discussion of the jurors wearing a suit or a post-trial trip to the Today Show. I don't believe there's any connection to the inquiry that's focused for Your Honor, and that is whether or not there was any extraneous influence during the course of the trial.
I'm going to connect it, Your Honor. I believe.
All right, overruled. You may continue, Mr. Hopper.
Did you text, email, or communicate on the morning before final arguments were completed that to people that this was on a Thursday, that they probably, if they're going to see the trial, should come on that Thursday because it'd be over by the next day? The jury would not be out very long. Did you ever communicate that? Email, text, or verbally?
I do remember saying that, yes.
And why did you think the jury would not be out very long? Had you communicated with jurors?
I had not communicated with jurors about anything related to this trial at all. I've been a court reporter for at least 14 years. I was clerk of court for 3. And you just get to where you kind of see things happen as they progress. And it's a guess, it's a gut feeling. And that's all that I meant by that.
Well, why are you telling this young man who wanted passes for the next day in an email, it won't be happening tomorrow? That was or did you say, you didn't say, I don't think, you just said, you better come today if you're coming. Remember doing that?
I don't remember that. But, if he wanted to come, I knew that the trial would be ending shortly as far as testimony. So if he wanted to come, he needed to come.
Why wouldn't the jury have been out a week on a 6-week trial?
They could have.
But
They could have.
you apparently were telling the press and others that there'd be a quick verdict. Were you not?
That was just a gut feeling that I had.
Okay.
And that was my opinion.
Okay. Your opinion, you were right. Jury was out 3 hours on a 6-week trial, correct?
That's true.
How much money did you make off that book?
There was not a whole lot of money made off of the book after paying different things and paying for some expenses that went along with that. But I want to say roughly around 100,000.
Okay. That's not a lot of money.
No, especially when you publish your own book.
But that was 100,000 you made.
With my co-author.
Okay. In what period of time? 6 months?
I would say 6 months, yes.
When was the book published?
August 1st.
Okay. The trial was over. That's 6 months after the trial's over, you've published a book, correct?
Correct.
And then I believe you've recently stopped selling the book because of the plagiarism you've admitted to, correct?
Correct.
And so there's no more money?
Correct.
Now, you also indicate in the book that the Murdaughs had a reputation of criminality, I think is kindly what you put. Did you not?
Well, Mr. Hartpooley and my grandfather and Old Man Buster were very close.
Well, were they criminals?
I wouldn't know.
You wouldn't know, but you believed and you published that the Murdaugh family had run that part of the state and they've participated in criminal conduct, correct?
Your Honor, again, I would object to general testimony about the alleged criminality of this family. I'm not sure how that has any bearing on the focused inquiry before the court.
He's asking about what she said in the book. I'm going to allow it.
Yes, sir. Did you say that in the book, that they were criminals?
In the book, that was more of the literary ease that we take, I think, to make a story a little more interesting for the reader.
By calling people criminals? I guess what I'm saying is this. Were they criminals?
Your Honor, again, I object to that particular question.
Overruled.
Were they criminals?
I wouldn't know that.
Okay, so you either made it up or you're lying about it? About the reputation of people that can't defend themselves? They're dead? You're going to call them criminals? You did that in the book so you could sell a book?
No, I didn't do that to sell a book.
What'd you do it for? Made it more readable, you said? Which sells books?
Literary ease. Yeah.
What?
Literary.
Literary what?
The literary ease that you can take with when writing a book.
Literary ease you can take with writing a book. You can make stuff up. You can lie. You can lie about people.
Not with that. I think the public perception was one that it was very interesting during this time.
So you're feeding the monster out there that wants to believe bad things about the Murdaughs, and you'll make stuff up to do it. Let me give you another example. I read your book and I found this somewhat humorous. My co-counsel did not. In describing myself and Mr. Griffin, in the book you say that I neutered him. We've both been very interested in what you meant by that. What do you mean by neutering Jim Griffin?
Mr. Hartpoolian, it was a book.
Did you make it up? I know it was a book. The Bible's a book.
Right.
I mean, just because it's a book doesn't mean you can lie in it.
It's just a word that was used.
Nature of that exchange.
Don't argue with the witness, but the witness, Ms. Hill, you're instructed to answer his questions. You may proceed, Mr. Hartpoolian.
So let me get this straight. The book, and I'll see if I can cut to the chase on this. I could read you chapter after chapter, verse after verse, which is not true. Okay, not true based on my experience of being in a courtroom, and not true based on knowing some of the people you described. You say that is.
Mr. Hartpoolian.
I object. The counsel is just testifying right now as to his observations about the book.
Question, Mr. Hartpoolian, please.
You have conceded there are things in the book that you don't know to be true, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You would concede then that you have lied in the book.
It's only because I wasn't there at the time. I can't interview my dead grandfather. I can't interview Mr. Buster. There's just things that we can't interview them on. We can go by what was written in a newspaper and get facts from that.
And take the inference that one of the Murdaughs was a pedophile. You could have printed that, and they're not here to contradict it. You could have printed anything you wanted and made it up to sell books. That's what this whole scheme was about, selling books. As you told Rhonda McElveen, if him being found guilty would sell more books.
Your Honor,
Isn't that true?
I'd object to the argumentative nature of the question, the compound question, and assuming facts not
It is a compound question. If what you're asking is what she told Ms. McElveen, go on and ask that, but don't precede it with
Yes, Your Honor.
testimony.
Beg the court's indulgence for just a moment. Write your book about a juror whose ex-husband had posted something we now know probably wasn't her ex-husband. Did she have any other ex-husbands that you found out about?
I have no idea.
Well, you wrote We learned later the ex-spouses hadn't seen each other in 14 years and she had 3 restraining orders against him. Did she have 3 restraining orders against him?
I don't know. That's what she said.
Okay. Did you tell jurors at the end of the trial after President's Day break? President's Day break would have been a Monday, correct?
Correct.
But before Mr. Murdaugh testified, did you tell the jury not to be fooled by the evidence presented by Mr. Murdaugh's lawyers?
Mr. Harpootlian, I never talked to the jurors about any of the evidence.
If the
in
answer
this
would be
case.
yes or no, then you can explain. Did you say that?
No.
Okay. Did you ever instruct the jury to watch him closely immediately before he testified, looking at his actions, looking at his movements? Did you ever tell a jury to do that?
No.
Did you ever tell the jury to pay attention to Mr. Murdaugh's testimony?
To pay attention, not specifically to his testimony. I did tell the jury to pay attention.
To what?
Just generally in the hallway when I was speaking.
Not to him?
No.
Just to any witness?
Right.
Okay. Did you ever warn the jurors the defense is about to do their side? This is right before, right at the beginning of the defense case. They are going to say things that will try to confuse you. Don't let them confuse you or convince you or throw you off. Did you ever tell the jury that?
No, sir.
Okay. Did you ever tell the jury, if you get emotional, we want to see your face because that is what they want to see? You ever tell them that?
No, sir.
Did you ever tell the jury that Mr. Murdaugh was about to testify?
I didn't tell the jurors that.
Now, did you tell the jury that if they didn't reach a verdict by 10 o'clock, they were going to have to spend the night?
No, sir, I did not.
Did you ever tell them they were going to have to spend the night at
No,
some
sir.
point? Did you ever tell them that they couldn't smoke?
No, sir.
Okay. You got any other books in the works?
No, sir.
I mean, doesn't this make a good book? Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, there were a few matters that came up on cross, obviously, that I'd objected to.
You won't waive your, you may reserve your rights to object to the entire line of testimony, but you may offer cross-examination subject to the assertion of your objection about the testimony.
Thank you, Your Honor. One of the things you were asked about is finding this Facebook post, and you brought that to the court's attention after a different issue had already arisen related to a juror. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. And are you technically capable of manufacturing a Facebook post? Is that anything that you have any capability to do?
I'm not.
All right. And did you ask your staff member to go see if she could find this post?
I did.
Did you tell her just generally what you recalled reviewing?
Yes.
And did you give her any further instruction other than that?
No.
Were you sitting behind her as she was doing this particular search or anything like that, or did she eventually report back to you?
She is very, very techie. And then she reported back to me.
All right, so you weren't there when she was searching anything like that?
No.
She was like, I couldn't find that post, but I did find this, and handed you the Facebook post. Is that
Correct.
correct? And then
Correct.
you provided that to Judge Newman, and ultimately it was provided to the parties. Is that
Right.
correct?
Correct.
You were asked about conversations that you had with the forelady. Did those involve logistical issues and things like that for the jury?
The conversations with the forelady was everything. There was nothing regarding the defendant and this trial.
All right, so they were logistical issues, not anything to do with the substance of the trial. Is that correct?
Absolutely, yes.
You were asked about whether or not you had texted some people, this won't be long. Was that at all in any way based on any conversation you had with a juror as to their internal thinking or anything like that? Or was that just your assessment being an experienced person in the court?
Absolutely not.
It was based on just your assessments?
Just my assessments, yes.
Did you ever communicate with the jurors on how long they would be, or did any juror ever tell you how long they thought they would be?
I never talked to any jurors about anything like that.
You were asked about your book, and I don't want to get into too much detail about that, but you were asked about some of the assertions that you made in the book. And you were asked if these were lies. Were they lies, or were they ultimately things that were based on inferences from newspapers and community stories?
You are leading by, this is your witness, Mr. Waters, so please ask a direct question.
Thank you. Was some of the statements that you were asked about in your book, were they lies, or were they based on your inferences from just general community knowledge and things that you had researched and knew?
Still leading, but I'm not going to judge.
All right.
Thank you.
He's right about that, Mr. Waters. Just ask a direct question.
Did you lie in your book?
No, I did not.
Thank you. You were asked about when you told the jury to pay attention. When you asked that question, did you also mention anything about we got coffee for you or things like that?
I knew that Mr. Bill would take care of that. And the jurors knew too. Coffee, we had done some Dunkin' Donut runs. We had provided coffee, different other things to help stay awake in the cold courtroom that we found ourselves in. And so I knew anything that they needed, Mr. Bill would see that they got, because that's what he did.
At any time, did you have any conversation with any juror in which you tried to influence their decision?
I did not have a conversation with any juror about anything related to this case.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right. Ms. Hill? I want you to turn your attention to a hearing that Judge Newman had about the alternate who was dismissed, sometimes called the egg juror. Do you recall that hearing?
Yes, ma'am.
In the hearing, Judge Newman expressed his unhappiness with you for questioning that juror before he questioned her. Do you recall that?
I do remember seeing that.
Well, then let's go back and talk about that juror. You on examination in this courtroom, you said that she talked about a lot of things to you, but you didn't ask her any questions. But that's not completely accurate, is it?
Yes, ma'am, that is true.
Well, you asked her direct questions, and that came out in the hearing that Judge Newman had. You asked her questions before she was even examined by the judge, did you not?
Your Honor, I did not ask her any questions.
The juror was examined by the judge in a hearing. Do you recall that hearing? It's the second hearing on this matter.
I do recall that hearing, yes.
And the court asked you about, the court asked this juror about postings on Facebook, did he not?
Correct.
And the juror said she gave Miss Becky my full access to my Facebook. And I put positive posts on it. I've done that for the past 3 years. Do you recall her testifying in that regard?
I do remember reading that.
And the judge said, has anyone posted anything on Facebook about you? And the juror answered, I was not aware of it until Miss Becky told me today. Do you recall that?
I do remember her saying that.
And do you recall the judge saying, what did she tell me? And the juror said, she asked me if I had an ex-husband, and I said, yeah. Did you ask her that?
I remember her saying this, Your Honor, but I did not ask her any of these questions.
And she further says, she asked me if I had talked to him about the case or being on jury duty, and I said no. I had questioned her about why she was asking me that. I haven't seen my husband since 2014. Do you recall her testifying to that?
I do remember that, yes.
And with that, having jarred your memory, do you recall asking her about her husband and his post?
Your Honor, I don't remember saying anything about that.
Well, what was the post that you read in the Walterboro word of mouth? What was the nature? You read that, did you not?
I did.
What did it say?
My memory is a little fuzzy with that, but it was about a ex-husband who found out that his ex-wife was on a jury, and he didn't think that she would be a good juror. And it just sounded very similar to what I had heard the judge and the attorneys speaking
So
about.
you then went to that juror and questioned her about that, did you not?
I did not, Your Honor.
Well, she says in this testimony that she didn't know about the Facebook until Miss Becky told me. Was that incorrect?
I'm not saying.
Some kind of conversation went between the two of her for her to know about that post, correct?
That's true. And I'm thinking that it could have been someone, it wasn't me. I just know that it's not me that she talked to about that.
Well, when the judge, the judge was questioning the juror about this, she also said that she had 3 restraining orders against him. And she also said, I was very upset after she told me that. Like I said, I have 3 restraining orders against him, and I wouldn't have anything to do with him if I didn't have a child with him. But I haven't seen him since 2014. Y'all didn't discuss that, the restraining orders?
On the way from the jury room to the back chambers where the judge was, she was very scared. She was talking about the 3 restraining orders that she had out on her husband at the time that they were divorcing. And she was scared that he would be trying to get back in contact with her again.
Well, how do you know that? Did she tell you that?
She was talking about that on the way to the jury room, to the chambers with the judge.
And in the court, in this hearing now that I'm looking at, that the court is conducting, she said, they're asking about this Facebook post, and she said, Miss Becky said she went to look for the post again and that it had been deleted. I don't know who she talked to or anything else, but she said apparently, do you recall her saying that?
I do remember her saying that.
And the court then said, what did she tell you about that? And the juror said, it was after you let us go on the last break. I was very upset. This is what you're talking about. And she came down and talked to me and said that apparently, I don't know who talked to him, but he said he was drunk and he removed the post. Do you recall that?
Well, she didn't tell me that, and I didn't talk with her about that.
Well, you saw that post, the so-called apology post, did you not?
Right, I did.
And you assumed that was a post from her husband, did you not?
Right.
And then you talked to the juror about that, did you not?
I did not talk with the juror about that.
Well, who did you talk to about it? Did you bring it to the judge's attention?
No, we didn't get a chance to talk to the judge about that.
The court asked this juror, has the clerk discussed anything about the case with anyone on the jury? The juror said, not that I'm aware of. The judge said, okay, she was just discussing with juror. She pulled me aside when we went downstairs after the last break. I want to say it was after lunch, and we came back, and that's when she first told me about it, about this, what we now know was not a post from her husband.
Right.
But you assumed it was a post at the time, and y'all had a conversation about it, correct? Don't that just nod, answer the question.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. I believe that it was one of my staff that she talked to, but it was not me that she talked to.
But the juror says, and I want to say it was after lunch we came back, and that's when she first told me about it. She's talking about you.
Correct.
Then we went back into the court, and I never even got to sit on the jury. The judge says, the judge then stops the questioning and she exits the room. Mr. Griffin, Your Honor, I think that satisfies it. She hadn't talked to anybody, hadn't expressed an opinion, hadn't made up an opinion. She's got an ex-husband and she has 3 restraining orders against him. The court said, Mr. Waters, just obviously we're all invested in this. My main concern, I certainly would love to, but not love to, but would want to hear, what one of these individuals said. But, she answered the questions as she did, talking about the juror. They then have a colloquy about this juror and whether this was really her husband that put this post in that you talked to her about and apparently talked to the court about at some point. Am I right?
That's right.
And then at the end, the judge said that he was not too happy with your having talked to the juror before you talked to him. Do you recall the judge saying that?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
And did you pop right up there and say what you're saying now, that you never talked to her?
We never talked about it after that. I wasn't in the room when he said that.
The judge brought up another thing right after sentencing that I want to explore with you briefly.
Okay.
One of the big responsibilities of the clerk of court is to take control of the exhibits that are presented in court. Isn't that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And there were sealed exhibits presented in this case that were photographs of the 2 decedents at Moselle when the law enforcement authorities first investigated the murders. You recall that?
Yes, ma'am.
And those photographs were sealed by the judge, were they not?
Correct.
And when the testimony about them was completed, they were under your control as the clerk of court, were they not?
That's correct.
How was it that those photographs came into public view?
Are you talking about after the?
I'm talking about the fact he alluded to it on sentencing and said that he was frustrated about it and was going to try to look into it. Those photographs that were sealed court exhibits under your control found their way into the public media, did they not?
I believe they did. And I think what happened, it was someone from the gallery took a picture from a screen that had some of the pictures on it, if I'm remembering correctly.
Did you ever allow anyone from the press to view these sealed exhibits?
No, ma'am.
Did you allow Netflix to ever examine the exhibits for trial?
No, ma'am.
How did you handle exhibits? Because you did have the press have great access to the exhibits. And you say several times in your book that you had to stay after to be sure that you interacted with the press about these exhibits. That's true, is it not?
That is true. We had Mr. J. Bender, and then we had the pool photographers and someone from maybe the state, I believe, or the Posting Courier, along with the court reporters, someone from court administration, and then someone from the clerk's office every night that would go over the exhibits to make sure everything was correct and within our domain.
Were any press people ever allowed to view the exhibits, even the sealed exhibits that you had on file?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am.
What was the methodology for allowing them to examine the exhibits? How'd you handle that?
I wasn't there a whole lot with when we did this every night, but it's my understanding that the people that were involved with the exhibits, and especially the court reporters, and there was a certain time frame that they were allowed to take their pictures, and everything was all of the pictures were looked at by the court reporters that were there and the lady from court administration, along with someone from my office and Mr. J. Bender, to make sure that everything was done correctly.
What I'm asking is how you handled having them, the press, view these exhibits.
If I remember correctly, the press, we had certain designated photographers and then someone, I think, from the state or the Posting Courier, and they were responsible for putting it out on a stream for the rest of the media to access.
Would they do that by photographing the exhibits as they were in your possession after court was over that day?
That is correct.
All right. And how did you handle the sealed exhibits in terms of their availability when these press people are there photographing exhibits?
They stayed sealed.
And so you think that you're aware of the fact that some of these on the scene photographs of the two decedents found their way into the public press. You're aware of that, are you not?
Yes, ma'am, I am. Yes.
And you contend that they photographed them in the courtroom?
That is what I heard.
All right. Finally, you have indicated about your book that some things that you put in there were, you called it literary license, not literally true, correct?
Correct.
Did you ever, by any kind of email communication or in any way, shape, or form, indicate or state that you wanted a guilty verdict because it would increase the sales of the book? Did you ever say that in an email or verbally or in any other way?
No, ma'am, I did not. It didn't matter to me if it was guilty, not guilty, or a mistrial.
Well, in your book, you suggest that the guilty verdict was what you wanted, and you were fearful that that a guilty verdict would not be rendered. You say that a lot about your feeling about wanting a guilty verdict, do you not?
I do agree that that is said in the book, and part of that is because I think it was a guilty verdict.
Well, this is way that you were describing a time way before the verdict was rendered. When you wrote about those things in the book. Isn't that correct?
It is, yes.
And you even have something where you say that your eyes met with jurors and others at Moselle, and y'all had an understanding, unspoken, that he was guilty. You said that in the book, did you not?
I did say that in the book, and I would consider that part of the literary, the word that we just said. But there was nothing spoken with a juror at all at Moselle or anywhere else at the courthouse or anywhere. I think that's part of that poetic license that we write to make something more apparent. But at no time did I read or try to read someone else's eyes, and that was just one of those gut feelings that I wrote in the book.
You wrote in the book, speaking of a time before the jury verdict was rendered, I was conflicted about knowing the Murdaugh family and about having so many people watching and listening to me as I read the verdict. I was mostly concerned about Alex being found innocent when I knew in my heart he was guilty. I had this fear that the goodwill the Murdaughs had built up in the community would influence the jury. You wrote that, did you not?
Yes, ma'am.
So you had those feelings well before the verdict was announced in this case. You had some definite opinions and feelings about what the verdict should be, did you not?
I did have a certain way that I felt. But
that
I would never...
that's not any poetic license, what was said there. That's how you felt, correct?
Correct.
All right. Those are my questions. Anything further from the state, Mr. Waters?
Very briefly, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
You were asked a number of questions about the interactions during the in-camera proceedings with the juror who was excluded. Were you in the room during the entirety of those interactions, or just were brought in here or there as those occurred?
No, I was only brought in for my asking of my questions from Judge Newman.
And you were asked a little bit about sealed exhibits and about Judge Newman's comments at sentencing at the end of trial. And just to clarify, those were not pictures of any sealed exhibits. It was a picture that someone had taken in the gallery that had actually been disclosed. And that's what Judge Newman was talking about, to your understanding?
That was my understanding, yes.
And then after the trial, there was even a post-trial hearing or some discussion about the fact that some body cam videos had not been sealed, and Judge Newman fixed that problem after the trial. Is that correct?
Correct.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Just a couple questions.
Mr. Harpootlian?
Let me understand this correctly. You would agree that you did release all of the exhibits in this case, sealed and unsealed, to the Texas film crew. Is that correct?
No, sir.
Hmm?
No, sir, I did not release the sealed exhibits.
What about to Netflix? Didn't you indicate to the judge they'd been mistakenly released and you're getting them back?
As an error, when we realized everything, yes, those two did go, and Netflix had not even, they said they had not even looked at them.
Did you get them back?
We did get them back, yes.
And what about a Japanese film crew? Did they get exhibits, the sealed exhibits?
They did not get any sealed exhibits.
What about NBC Universal?
No sealed exhibits.
But you do concede that Netflix did get sealed exhibits.
They did it as an error. It wasn't
Whose
listed.
error?
Well, I would say the court reporter didn't mark it on the listing.
Well, why were you so accommodating to these national documentary folks? I mean, is this good for the book? I mean, the more documentaries out there about the Murdaugh thing, the better your book sales are. I mean, there was money in this for you, right? Again, it's about the money, right?
What's your question now?
Isn't it financially beneficial to you at the time to get more of these photographs out, more publicity, more Netflix, more HBOs, more Japanese? Doesn't that sell books for you? Didn't you see a financial advantage?
Not at all.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions.
Ms. Hill, you may step down. Let's hang on for a moment. Mr. Lewis.
She's using her subpoena. I just wanted to make sure she's not excused.
Oh, well, I wanted to step down. Yes, she's still under subpoena. I haven't heard what's going to be said. Mr. Harpootlian still has some things he wants to raise about other witnesses and so forth. So what I would prefer is that she remain with you, Mr. Lewis, until we see what else is going to happen. You may step down. All right, Mr. Harpootlian.
Your Honor, we've got literally millions of pages of documents in this case. Ms. Miller just uncovered an email relevant to what you asked. We don't have it printed out. But what it is an email from Rebecca Hill to Miho Takachuchi, something. Miho, first names, the Buford McDowell body cam should not have gone to you. Please get rid of it. Do not use it. The Judge Newman specifically ordered that body cam not be used if it got out. Apparently it's still on the videos we were saved. I appreciate your attention. What about the other body cam video we could see on many news documentaries? Can you provide it? It seems the camera was on the other police personnel. I mean, here she's having emails between this Japanese production company about body cams telling them to get rid of it. I think that's important, and I can have a copy of this printed out for you when we can get it to a printer for the record.
That would be fine, but do you want to offer it as an exhibit?
I do.
All right, Mr. Waters?
I have no objection. If I could just ask the date of that.
The date is July 17th, 2023. July.
All right, that's one thing. What else? I will admit it. I will allow it. That is a impeachment of her testimony to me that she did not send any emails or release anything. In fact, she changed that testimony on redirect when she said she did, so-called by accident, release some things.
That doesn't appear to be by accident. So we'd like that made part of the record. Secondly, I have sitting outside the courtroom, the Clerk of Court for Barnwell County, Rhonda McElveen. She specifically denied saying certain things to the Clerk of Court of Barnwell County and denied doing certain things. I think you're going to find her testimony extraordinarily instructive and educational. And it shouldn't take, I would be shocked if it took 20 minutes.
In light of the answers she gave to my questions and some of yours in that regard, I'm going to allow it. Now, I want to know what else we're looking at here.
Do we have only one copy of this? Your Honor, I want to hand up to you an affidavit from a witness we would propose to provide in addition to Clerk of Court. This is a alternate juror, not the egg lady. This is the alternate juror who was dismissed when she was not needed for deliberations. And she is here also ready to testify. Testimony would take about the same time as one of those jurors this morning.
Sir?
I would expect her testimony would take about as much time as one of those jurors this morning.
This is your offer in refutation of the testimony Ms. Hill has given today.
She denied saying any
She
of this.
denies saying anything. That's correct.
Yes, Your Honor.
Now, is this juror, alternate juror, going to testify?
She's here. Yes, Your Honor. She's sitting.
Well, you just say she's here. She's available.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Mr. Waters?
Your Honor, a couple things on this particular alternate juror. We've just been handed this particular affidavit. Your Honor, I believe that Your Honor had correctly ruled that the focus again was on those jurors, and the inquiry has been made to those particular jurors. I don't know why we would go into detail with an alternate juror that ultimately did not sit in any deliberations and cannot testify as to any effect on the verdict, which is the ultimate inquiry before Your Honor. And so we would object to this particular testimony as far as it relates to the alternate juror.
Here's the one thing that gives me some heartburn, and you can help me with this, please. I stand by the rulings I have made that only jurors can be questioned about the effect on their verdict. And that is why I did not allow the testimony of the egg juror in that regard. He is now offering this testimony, and it's testimony of certain things that were said to the jurors as a whole, rather than just to this particular juror. I would, as I say, I would ordinarily not allow this, but Ms. Hill testified several times during the course of her just concluded appearance that she never told any jurors anything along the lines of what has been asked here, particularly the comments about they're going to say things that will try to confuse you or throw you off, things of that nature. She was asked about that, and she denied she ever said anything like that. So this is an attempt to impeach as I see it. And that's what's giving me a little heartburn about just turning him down flat.
Well, a couple things as to that, Your Honor. First of all, I think that we have some very specific statements and a specific individual that's mentioned here. And so if we're looking at Rule 613 B, which is essentially where they're operating, I don't know that there was an appropriate foundation laid as to the specific time and to whom these specific statements were made. I think that it needed to be cleaner with regards to that as to, you know, mentioning this particular person and as much as you can, the time and place and the very specific statements that were made. I think Mr. Harpootlian, again, we had these general allegations and kind of went through those, but I don't know that now that we've just been handed this affidavit, that they were set forth as appropriate clarity that's required by 613B. So I think there's a failure there.
Mr. Waters, look for a minute at paragraph 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Those paragraphs all address things that have been asked her, and they are pretty specific as to time and place. And the content of this testimony is an attempt to impeach her, Ms. Hill's testimony. That's why as I guess colloquially I said, I'm having a little heartburn about excluding this, is because she was asked directly about these matters. And this testimony would be in conflict with that, which would be permitted to impeach someone.
Right. And Your Honor, I certainly understand the point. I guess I would have just 2 points to that. Number one is that, as we've already talked about, this evidentiary hearing is within your discretion in the manner, particularly when you're talking about jurors and the manner to be conducting that. Now we're talking about putting the juror on the stand and having attorney examination. And I think under the case law, that's within your discretion as to how that inquiry should go, as opposed to were we purely in a trial setting and applying the evidentiary rules. But if we're applying the evidentiary rules, again, strictly applied, I think that I don't know that they have laid the foundation with enough clarity to offer extrinsic evidence under 613B. And that would be our argument there, that we just had generally discussion of some of these concepts, but not the place, time, and person to whom it was made with the specificity that 613B requires. So that would be our evidentiary objection in the event that Your Honor is addressing those. So that would be our position. I do also, before we get started, I do want to go back and address the sealed exhibits issue whenever it's appropriate.
Sure.
If now, I'm happy to go.
Mr. Harpootlian, slow for a minute. I'm turning to Mr. Waters to try to get some clarity about why he objects to this testimony. One is the 613 issue that he's explored, and I understand that. He now wants to say something about the sealed exhibits. So I want to hear from him on that, and then you can reply to both of them.
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
That's all right.
Distracted by Mr. Barr.
Sure, I understand.
And, you know, finally, going back to the juror issue, we would also raise 403 as well, just because of the nature of the inquiry that we're here to assess. Going back to the sealed exhibits, I just want to clarify for Your Honor, Mr. Griffin and Mr. Harpootlian were at this hearing. After the trial, there was a release of, and these were publicly filed exhibits, of a number of exhibits. What also got released at the time were 2 body cam exhibits, which had images of the victims at the scene. Those had inadvertently not been marked as sealed exhibits. And ultimately, then we had a hearing in front of Judge Newman, and essentially those were clawed back. And so I just want to be clear that when we're having testimony about that particular thing, as it relates to what Ms. Hill was saying, those were the sealed exhibits that were released. And again, at the time, they had not been marked sealed, and that was sort of retroactively fixed. And then the other issue, of course, is, Your Honor, is again that the issue that Judge Newman was talking about after sentencing was a gallery photo. It was not what apparently would be maybe a press photo of the exact exhibits. And what we did at trial, and Mr. Harpootlian can speak to this, and Mr. Bender could as well, is at the end of each day, first of all, the sealed exhibits would have a cover sheet or a folder that they would be in, and then they would verify with the parties that these are the okay exhibits, these are the sealed exhibits, and then at that point, after court was concluded, the media would then be allowed to review and or photograph or get copies of the unsealed exhibits. So
that's just how the procedure was working
No,
at the trial.
that's very helpful to clarify this because I now see this in perspective that there were that the materials that were photographs at the scene or depictions at the scene of the two victims. What you're telling me is that those were inadvertently released after the trial by, I guess, it would have to be by the clerk of court. She's the one that had them, and then they weren't properly marked, and
That's
they
right.
were then clawed back.
Yeah, they were the two body cam videos, and so in those videos, it weren't physical images, but they were the body cam videos, and then in those videos, you could see the victims at the scene.
Right.
And those two exhibits, to my recollection, were the only two that should have been sealed, but they, in fairness, were not marked sealed, and that's how they got released. The second we realized it was a problem, we took care of it and clawed those back.
That clarifies that issue for me. So I frankly, that puts my mind at ease about what happened there. Now, Mr. Harputen, and I'll come to you momentarily. Anything else?
No, ma'am, Your Honor.
Okay, now, Mr. Harputen.
A couple of things I'd point out. The first is this, in terms of the statement by this alternate juror, she was interviewed by SLED on video, said exactly the same thing as she's saying in this affidavit weeks, if not months ago. So they know exactly what she said. I can assume they reviewed it. By the way, I asked, basically read from this affidavit as I cross-examined the court, and she denied each one of these statements. The second piece of that is this.
I know it's on that basis that I'm even pursuing the idea of you're offering something by way of impeachment. So I understand that.
And secondly, as to the sealed exhibits, I think we're going to hear testimony from Ms. McElveen that may elaborate on your concerns based on our interview with her this morning.
All right. Well, here's what we're going to do. It's about 3 minutes of 3, which is when I generally take my afternoon break. I'm going to adjourn the court or recess the court, and we come back at 3:15. And I will allow you to offer Ms. McElveen and the alternate. I want to make it clear that they will be offered on what we've talked about, matters about which Ms. Hill testified that you think are impeached by Ms. McElveen's testimony and that you think are impeached by the alternate juror's testimony. So and the alternate juror's testimony, as I look at it, is the part about which impeachment would lie would begin at paragraph 3. So do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes, ma'am. Can I make you one other offer?
Yes, sir.
Today and today only. Egg Lady is across the street.
Well,
no. If you want to put her on the stand.
No. I've made my position quite clear about that. I think we've got in the record what is needed in terms of what she says, Ms. Hill says, and what Ms. Hill says she says.
I agree. We did not intend on calling her. I just didn't want you to miss the opportunity if you wanted the opportunity to examine her.
Thank you, Mr. Harputen. All right, court will be in recess until 3:15.
Howdy. Hey guys, so I thought I'd come out here and guys, just to fill you guys in. So I have to be honest with you. I really don't think this is going as well as we would really like it to go, because the judge is now expanding into Egg Lady and some other stuff. And I have to be honest with you, I still don't think Becky tampered with the jury so much so. We went through the list earlier today. We see Z and P were the only ones out of 10 jurors that allegedly heard this stuff. Now, I do have a problem. Here's where I have a problem. It's with Egg Lady. I really feel like Becky lied to the judge. I mean, I can't, you know what, there's a lot of things I'll do, but I won't lie to you guys, and I have to be honest with you, and I speak the truth, and that's one of the reasons why you guys come here. Whether I like the truth or not, I usually speak the truth to you. And in this case, like, I really felt she was being dishonest to the judge. I was in the room. The judge kept asking her about this stuff the Egg Lady said. I don't believe her. I believe she did have those discussions, and she was scared to say so because of the situation at hand. But I do believe, like, when I was there and I was listening to it, I didn't believe her. I am not going to lie to you. I didn't. Is that the deliberating body? I don't know. But maybe it was one of those things where she was, because you kind of see this situation going on when it was described, and they're like walking to judge's office, and apparently they had a conversation that Becky's trying to say they didn't have. But I truly believe that they did have it. I mean, if this lady is saying all this stuff to her, it's kind of hard for, I just don't. This is what I foresee of happening. Becky would have said, look, I really can't listen to this from you. I'm the clerk. I'm not really supposed to have a lot of interaction with the juror. You really need to save this for the judge. But see, this is a lady from the South. They're sweet, they're kind, they like to help and stuff like that. And that's basic. Come on, guys. Little gossip here, little gossip there. Hey, we all do it, right? We always try to be that friend, even when we don't know people that well. So I just kind of foresee this situation where they're walking down the road or walking down the hallway and having a little, conversation between them. I truly believe that there was a conversation. Now, did it happen? Just because I believe it doesn't make it so. At the end of the day, who matters? It's that judge in there. That judge in there is the one that's going to be determining whether she did something wrong or whether Alec Murdaugh gets a new trial. But what I will tell you is it looks like he's a little closer to that new trial, in my opinion. I was here this morning confident that we're not having a new trial. I have to be honest with you. Being out here right now, I'm biting my fingernails in there. I truly believe that I don't know how the judge is going to rule. It doesn't sound good from where I'm sitting. That's all I'm saying, guys. Stick around. We'll be back out here for some more commentary just as soon as we can. Right now, I'm going to get back on upstairs so we can watch this show go on. But I just want to let you guys know I am here. I'm just inside the room. We will have some conversations later today. We're still doing good on power. We're still doing good on internet, and I'm going to get my butt back in there. All right, guys. God bless. We'll see you soon. Stick around.
Order, all rise.
Please be seated. All right, Mr. Harpootlian, I believe it's you to present your witness.
Yes, ma'am.
Please be,
Rhonda McElveen. You know how this works?
Sure.
You know how this works?
Yes, I do.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this case to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am, that's what I'm here for.
Thank you. Please have a seat on the witness stand. State your full name for the record. Please spell your first and last name.
Rhonda McElveen, RHONDA MCELVEEN. I'm gonna make sure I'm gonna stay here. Yes, sir.
Say your name for the record, please, so I can make sure I can hear you.
Rhonda McElveen.
Your Honor, can you hear? Okay.
I can hear you great, Dick. I can hear you, but I would doubt that anybody posted lawyers would hear you.
Is that better? No?
Is that thing on, Mr. Bailiff?
I think it's the mic for the other courtroom. It's the mic for the next door.
I don't want to get into the thing going.
Well, I can speak up.
haywire,
I'll just speak up. How about that? I have a big voice. I'll use it.
It's just not on at all, though.
No, it's on.
Is it on?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, Mr. Harpootlian, you may proceed.
I'll speak a little louder if that helps. Say your name again for the record, please.
Rhonda McElveen,
And Ms. McElveen, what do you do for a living?
Clerk of Court and ROD for Barnwell County.
Clerk of Court in what?
Register of Deeds, I have 2 titles.
2 titles. And is that an appointed or an elected position?
Elected.
So you're elected by the people of Barnwell County.
Yes, sir.
And how long have you been the Clerk of Court of Barnwell County?
This is my 16th year.
16 years. And
I'm running again, sir. Yes, sir.
All right. Don't think I'm allowed to plug that, but you have been the clerk for 16 years. You're up again this year. Now, do you know the clerk of, well, back up for just a second. Do you hold any position with, is there a state organization of clerks of court?
Yes, sir. I'm actually the president of the South Carolina Clerks of Court and Register of Deeds.
Okay. And that means that of the 46, there are 46 of y'all, is that
Yes,
right?
sir. Yes, sir.
And you were elected to be the chairman of that group,
President of that group.
president of that group.
Yes, sir.
Now, are there certain rules and constraints that clerks should operate under in terms of dealing with juries?
Yes, sir.
And is there training for that, or is there a book for that, or how do you learn that?
You have the Clerk of Court manual for one that's on the judicial website. You also have the law books that have it in there. There's actually 2 separate forms, SCCA 237 and 238 maybe, that has regulations on it. And then we also have in the handbook that, or not handbook, but in the program within the CMS system, they actually have rules and stuff there you can go by as well.
Now, as a clerk of court, are part of your duties to deal with juries?
Yes, sir.
To once, I mean, we understand there's a jury venire that's brought in at the beginning of a term, and then individual juries are picked for both civil and criminal cases. Is that correct?
That is correct, unless it's a non-jury trial.
And then there's just a judge, like we're doing here, right?
Yes, sir.
And in the process of picking juries, do you assist as clerk of court? When I say assist, who actually picks the jurors out of a hat, or however, whatever the process is?
Well, actually, the first process is you draw a jury by computers through the CMS system, and then summons are sent out. And then once we come to court, we usually do a roll call. We see what everybody's doing, what their jobs and everything, to help the attorneys to decide which jurors they would like to get. They have so many strikes, etc. And then you call the names, and they have the strikes, and then that's your jury pool.
And then the judge will seat a jury in a jury box, like, although I've never quite seen a jury box that looks like that, but a jury box in a courtroom, right?
That is correct.
Your jury box in Barnwell County is a little, like 2 rows of 7 or 8 people.
Well, I actually have a jury box on both sides of the courtroom, because I have the grand jury on one side when they convene, and then I have the petit juries on the other side when they convene.
Okay. And the jury, they're sworn by the judge, and then they're put in the jury box, and they begin to hear arguments and testimony and jury charges by the judge. Is that correct?
Well, actually, sir, where we do it, the clerk of court usually swears them in with the judge presiding over the whole deal.
Okay. Once that jury is sworn in, what is your role in terms of dealing with those jurors individually or as a group? Are you allowed to talk to them individually, to pull them out, to converse with them about your opinion about the case?
To pull them out of the trial while we're going on?
Yes, ma'am.
No, sir, we're not. If they're on a break, etc., or if they request to see someone, then we manage to, I'll go in, the door open, I'll say, which one of you needs to see someone? It might be the judge. And I said, hold on, and then I go get my judge. And so we've got a juror that needs to speak with you.
Do you converse with jurors about the merits of the case, by the merits, whether someone's guilty or innocent, or whether a plaintiff or a defendant should win in a civil case? Do you ever do that?
No, sir. About the most, only thing I ever do is go in and count them and tell them I can count up to 14 without even using my toes. And then I might get their lunch order. That's it. And the doors are usually open when I'm doing that.
And you have bailiffs that sit with the jury or sit outside the jury room?
They sit outside the jury room, and usually there's one beside them in the courtroom in case somebody needs something. But usually they'll catch my eye, or they'll catch the judge's eye, and we'll get something handled.
Okay. So did you have any contact with the clerk of court of Colleton County prior to her being elected the clerk of court of Colleton County? Did you know her before she was clerk of court?
No, I did not.
Did you come to know her once she was elected clerk of court?
Yes, I did.
And was it a pleasant relationship?
It was.
And how did you come to be, and to cut to the chase, you ended up being in the courtroom during the Murdaugh trial for part of those 6 weeks. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
How did you come to be there?
When Becky and I met each other at a conference, clerk of court's conference, where she was discussing that she had that trial coming up, and I knew that she was relatively new, and I said, I'll offer to come help you if you would like. And I think she ended up talking to Judge Newman about it, and they both said, yes, it would be good that I was there.
Okay, because you tried a murder case, two in the past, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you go and help Becky Hill try that murder case?
I did. I couldn't go for the first 3 days because I had court in Barnwell, and I told both of them if I had court going on in Barnwell, I could not be in Collin County.
Okay. To your knowledge, had Ms. Hill ever been the clerk of court that managed a murder trial prior to this?
Not that I'm aware of, sir.
So this was her first murder trial, as far as you know?
As far as I know of this magnitude, I don't know if they had one before then or not.
Okay. Now, when did y'all, I mean, initially, what were you talking about in terms of logistics and how you did it and all those sorts of things?
Yes, sir.
During that, before the trial, before we ever picked a jury, did she ever discuss with you that she was going to write a book?
Yes, sir.
And
She
did
wanted to write a book. Yes, sir.
Wanted to write a book. Did she indicate what the book was going to be about?
About the trial?
About the Murdaugh trial?
Yes, sir.
And did she discuss with you, what, if anything, did she discuss with you about how she felt the verdict should turn out to be in the Murdaugh trial, vis-a-vis in reference to the book? What would help the book?
A guilty verdict.
And tell the judge and me what exactly she said to you that you remember. This is prior to the trial.
Okay. Well, first of all, she said we might want to write a book because she needed a lake house and I needed to retire. And then further conversations, a guilty verdict would sell more books. And we left it at that. This was before, even in December.
And when did she ever say that again to you during the weeks you spent there?
Several times. It could be said it was, amongst friends in her office, or we might be having dinner, that kind of stuff, but that's about it.
That she needed a guilty verdict to sell more books.
That would be the best way to sell books, yes, sir.
The best way to sell books. Now, during this process, did she ever express to you an opinion on whether or not, in fact, was Mr. Murdaugh guilty of the murders of his son and his wife?
Yes, sir.
Tell me what she said, and if you remember when.
I don't exactly remember when. I know it's over half of the trial had already happened, but the evidence was coming forth that it looked like he might be guilty, and she made a comment that guilty verdict would be better for the sale of books.
Okay. Now, as a result of a conversation you had sometime during the trial, I don't want you to relay to me what was told you. Did you have a discussion with the clerk, Becky Hill, about her being with jurors on her own?
Yes, sir, I did. One morning I showed up to Colony County, and I was told that she had taken a juror home the night before. And I was in the courtroom and I saw her, and it was between the pews and where the back row pews are. And I mentioned to Miss Becky, I said, please tell me you didn't take a juror home last night. And she told me, she says, I did, but I didn't talk about the case. I had a bailiff with me. Mr. Bill was with me. I said, Becky, you don't do things like that. I thought we had stopped everything. It wasn't far enough along to really cause a major problem, or I would have told Judge Newman. But I thought we had to understand that you did not spend time alone with the jurors.
Okay. Now, I'm going to read you some statements. Well, first of all, did you ever hear her say anything in front of you to a juror about whether or not, on the merits of the case, that is, whether or not he was guilty or innocent, or what you should pay attention to? Did you ever hear her, what, if anything, did you ever hear her say to a juror or in the presence of a juror? Anything?
No, sir.
Okay. But let me ask you if you've ever heard her say these statements, and if so, to who? Don't be fooled by the evidence presented by Mr. Murdaugh's attorneys, which I understand. Do not be fooled by the evidence presented by Mr. Murdaugh's attorneys. You ever heard her say that?
Your Honor, this time I would object. This witness was specifically called as a Rule 16.3B extrinsic evidence. I think we've covered the two grounds that would be permissible for her to testify to, and I believe that should be the extent of her testimony. So we would object any further extrinsic evidence as improper impeachment and also irrelevant. I think that the issues that were raised with the prior witness have been covered, and that was the express reason that this witness was called, and Your Honor allowed the testimony.
Overruled. You may continue.
Thank you. Did you ever hear her say that?
Can you repeat the verbiage?
Don't be fooled by the evidence presented by Mr. Murdaugh's attorneys.
Yes, I did.
And who was it said to?
It was said to me.
Okay.
And sometimes it might be a staff member in her office or someone from the media there. But other than that, I didn't hear her say it out there in front of any jurors.
Did she ever say to you or to other people around you, I'm not talking about jurors, watch him closely, talking about Mr. Murdaugh. This is just before he testified. Look at his actions, look at his movements. Did you ever hear her say that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you ever have any conversations with the bailiff, Mr. Bill?
Yes, sir.
Did he ever discuss with you the clerk's contact with jurors?
No, sir.
Okay. Did you ever hear her say that the defense is going to try to confuse the jurors? Did you ever hear her say that?
No, sir, I don't think so.
Okay. Now, let me deal with one last area. Let me see if I can simplify this. There was a setup in the courtroom. Pardon me, I've got a little frog in my throat. And I'm fine, thank you.
I think I'll share my bottle over here if he wants part of it.
Once a clerk, always a clerk. So, and I was there, you were there, this judge was not there. And prosecution tables over here, defense tables over here, judges up here. And then there's a rail behind which the clerk was. And because of all the massive electronic equipment we had there with big screens, there was an area over on my right facing the judge. And then I think you were located in that area right between the judge and that area. Is that correct?
Talking about in the well area?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, yes, sir. For
Now,
the most part, now sometimes I was out there with the screen
right
in the gallery.
Right. But there was a screen on which you could see not only what the gallery back there could see, but the images that only the jury was supposed to see that were under seal. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, there's a woman named Rhonda Ryder, correct?
Rich.
Rich. And tell me who she is.
At the time, we did not know who she was. The first time they were there, we didn't know. Then she came in Miss Becky's office the night before, and she asked if she could have another seat in the courtroom for the next day. And Miss Becky said yes. And she says, and what's your name again? And the only reason why I remember Rhonda, because of course my name being Rhonda. And the next day, Miss Rich was sitting, I don't know how to tell you, but she was sitting. Do you know where Doug was sitting?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. I know, Judge, you don't know where Doug was sitting, but anyhow.
But Doug was the audiovisual guy, and he had access to the unscreened, the unsealed images, correct?
Yes, sir.
And she was sitting right next to him, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
In that little part. And
so she could see the body cam, she could see the unredacted corpse pictures, the autopsy pictures, all the photos that the judge had sealed, correct?
well, no, the only thing she could see was what was being put up at the time.
Right. But
Okay.
as they were put up, she could see them.
Right, but they tried their best to seal it where you couldn't, but you could still see it there. I didn't see any of the photos,
Right.
okay?
But she could see them.
Right, and Doug was really having a problem with that. And I can also tell you that our court reporters didn't know who she was either, okay?
And she turns out to be a writer, correct?
Yes, sir, after I found out, yes, sir,
And her name is Rhonda Rich.
correct.
She was given access to areas that only court personnel should have had access
Right, but then we broke, and then she moved her in the well with me. She was about on my left, and either Elizabeth or Mike was on my right. And I noticed she was taking notes. And I asked her what was she doing, taking notes. She says, I'm a Sunday school teacher. Well, I immediately covered up everything I had.
You don't trust Sunday school teachers?
So,
You don't trust Sunday school teachers?
let me just, there's too many preachers in my family on both sides, okay?
So you determined she was not a Sunday school teacher, and later learned that she was a writer writing about the Murdaugh case, correct?
Now, I don't know if she's ever a Sunday school teacher or not. There's just, I don't even know where she goes to church or anything, so I can't tell you that answer. But I did find out that she was a writer because shortly after she was put there, and evidently after I covered everything up, shortly after that, Judge Newman asked for a recess so we could find where people were going to be working. And that's when she put Miss Rich out in the gallery in control of that screen.
And she ended up writing the foreword to Becky's book. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And Becky gave her access to area only court personnel should have had. Is that correct?
That is true. But now I'll be honest with you, sir. There's been a couple times when we had other people that were sitting on that side of the door. We weren't planning on seeing sealed documents that day.
Right.
But there were some other people that sat there, but nobody that actually sat in the well that wasn't court people.
Okay. Thank you, Court's indulgence.
Mr. Waters, on cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Just like that. 1 second.
Oh, okay.
Judge, do you have an extra bottle of water up there by any chance you're willing to share? Oh, Miss Elizabeth Scott's one. Thank you.
Ms. Buckley, how you doing today?
I'm good, sir. Please call me Rhonda.
I always called you Miss Rhonda. I've known you for a long time as well. In fact,
Yes, sir.
I tried one of those murder cases in front of you years ago. Didn't I?
Yes, sir.
Wanted to ask a couple things. I won't be that long. One of the things that you said earlier is you said when you initially were talking to Miss Hill, she said something like, we ought to write a book or something.
That is correct.
Okay. And so did y'all have any further discussion about you writing the book or participating with the book?
Oh,
or anything
no,
like
sir.
that?
I'm crazy enough not to write one.
Okay. During the course of after the trial, she did send you like chapters and things like that to take a look at.
I did get to see a couple of drafts of the manual.
Okay, so she did send you those to take a look at and review and that sort of thing. Is
Correct.
that correct? Okay. All right. And you were asked and again, Your Honor, just to be clear, I've made some objections.
You do not waive any objections by cross-examination. They are all preserved. You may proceed.
Thank you. You mentioned, some statements that you attributed to Miss Hill, during the course of conversations during the course of the trial. Is that correct? Just things like watching closely, watches mannerism, things like that. And where were those conversations? Were those conversations taking place back in the clerk's offices with clerk staff and people like that?
Yes, sir. In the clerk's office. It might have been downstairs in the bathroom.
Okay.
Some of us had privilege to go to.
All right. So you and Miss Becky and other court staff maybe just discussing the case and that sort of thing. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And people were expressing their opinions about what was going on and that sort of thing. Is that correct?
Now, when we were having those discussions, there weren't more than 1 or 2, maybe 3 people there.
Okay. But just a few people there just talking back behind the scenes. That's what I'm
Correct.
driving at.
Yes, sir.
It was behind the scenes. And it's not uncommon for, clerk staff behind the scenes, not to the parties, not to the litigants, not to the jurors, but among themselves back in the hallways back there to talk about the day's activities and things like that. Is that fair?
That's correct.
Okay. And that's a big difference between the natural conversations that people that work together, court staff and the like, have with each other and actually having those conversations in front of the jurors, right? There's a big difference between those two, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And it's not uncommon for you. You're a clerk of court. You got people that work for you. Y'all are going to have private conversations about what's going on that are not to be shared, particularly with jurors, but with the public as well. Is that fair?
That
to
is
say?
true.
Okay. All right. And so there were conversations like that going on that you were privy to and part of. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. All right. And you mentioned a little bit about, well, let me ask you this. So there are all these conversations going on, and that's natural. That happens, private conversations with court staff behind closed doors. But you never once saw or observed or had anyone tell you that any of those conversations were being shared by Miss Becky with any juror. Is that right?
That is correct.
All right. And if that had happened, if you had observed anything untoward or improper going on at this particular trial, you would have immediately gone to Judge Newman as part of your obligation. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And you never did that because you never observed anything like that. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. All right. Now, you were asked a little bit about Rhonda Rich, who was a member of the media, and how she was placed kind of back where the defense IT guy was. Is that correct?
I didn't say she was part of the media, sir.
Okay. Well, she was a writer.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. And then you said that eventually, though, Judge Newman stepped in and then she was moved out into the gallery in charge of the screen out there. So-
Right, but I don't know. I thought Miss Becky moved. I'm not saying Judge Newman did.
Okay. All right. And over there in that area of the, if we look in the courtroom, there was sort of the grand jury box over here, and that was where court TV was and media was stationed and that sort of thing. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. And inevitably, there were media members that could view some of the images that were being shown. They were just not able to report those just because of the nature of where the courtroom was. Is that accurate?
Well, I was told they couldn't see it, so I don't know what they actually saw because I didn't discuss it with the media.
All right. You never had a conversation with court TV or anything like that?
Other than the fact that be careful what they put on my front page of the New York Times on me.
All right. All right. And you're not aware of any image or confidential information or sealed image or anything like that was ever made privy to Miss Rich that was put in any sort of publication or anything like that. Is that correct?
None I'm aware of, sir.
Okay. Because if you had found out about that too, you would have immediately gone and reported that to Judge Newman because you would have said, that's improper. That I need to go report to the judge, correct?
Correct.
And you never once saw anything during the entire course of this trial that caused you to say, you know what, I got to go talk to Judge Newman. Something ain't right about what's going on here. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And you would have done that without a doubt if you had seen that, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, in looking at, back at this trial, you mentioned that there was a few days at the beginning of trial that you weren't there because you had your own court to take care of back in Barnwell County, correct? All right. And then pretty much after that, I guess you were pretty much present the majority of the remainder of the time. Is that fair to say?
I was. I had one medical procedure done. I missed 2 days, but basically other than that, I was there every day.
All right. And there was a period of time, though, during the middle of the trial where Miss Becky had a medical issue and had to be absent from the courtroom for about a week or something like that.
That is correct.
Okay. And during that period of time, you were present and functioning as the lead clerk of court during that period of time.
That is correct.
All right. So the reality is that you were present for probably as much, if not more than anyone in the clerk's function during the course of this trial. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And again, just to reiterate, there was not one time that you observed or came in possession of any information that you were like, I got to go talk to Judge Newman about this.
No, sir.
Court's indulgence. 1 moment.
Nothing further, Your Honor. Very good. Mr. Harcourt-Lynn?
Half a question.
All right.
Mr. Waters indicated to you that you were not aware of whether or not, and you agreed that you never witnessed her talking to a juror about the evidence. Is that correct? We agree on that. Do you know, but she did admit to you that she had been with a juror alone in a car for some period of time when you confronted her with that. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And did she indicate to you what she talked to that juror about while they were alone in the car?
No, sir. She told me, the only thing she told me was that she did not discuss the case, that she had Mr. Bill, the bailiff, with her, and he could tell her that. Tell that.
And when she said she didn't discuss the case, did you bring that up or did she bring that up?
She brought that up.
You didn't say shouldn't be with him because it's frowned upon?
I did tell her that I would caution her on doing that because the perception of dealing with the jurors one-on-one is not tolerated.
Is not tolerated. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McElveen. You may be excused. All right, Mr. Harcourt-Lynn, call your next witness.
Your Honor, we would call juror 741.
I know you're not going to. Well, that's right. She's an alternate. That's all right.
We're not going to sign her a letter. We'll go with 741.
I got you. Yes, sir. I have a copy, and I have given the court reporter a copy of this affidavit with the name obscured and the number, I think, as well. So, but the affidavit that supports this testimony that you're about to offer is Court's Exhibit 5.
Other than the factual background about her getting picked for the jury and how long she was on the jury and
That's
her
fine.
excuse, that's all we intend on asking these 4 questions.
All right, sir.
Unless Mr. Waters asks.
Sure. I mean, they'll have cross-examination.
I'll be crossing, so.
He will definitely open the door.
All right.
He's limited to the 4 questions initially, is that?
Yeah.
No, sir. He's just telling me that's what he intends to do. Sometimes you can hold lawyers to that, and sometimes you can't, Mr. Miller.
Yes, ma'am.
I intend on only asking her those 4 questions.
That's fine. Yeah.
The numbers.
Yeah. I'll talk with the lawyer.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this case to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes, I do. Thank you. Please have a seat. Please stand.
Your Honor, I assume the same rules apply to her that apply to the other jurors in terms of her image appearing.
That's correct. There'll be no photograph made of this particular witness who was an alternate juror in the matter. Thank you. You're welcome.
I'm going to refer to you as Juror 741. It's what we got to do here, so we don't use your name, so people don't know who you are. Is that okay with you?
That's fine.
And you and I have met before.
Correct.
I came to your home one Sunday afternoon. I believe you're cooking Sunday dinner, and we talked. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then you were interviewed by SLED.
Correct.
And you gave them a recorded statement. And then this morning you came here and you gave me an affidavit that you signed, and you're here with your lawyer. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, just for purposes of the record, you were a juror. You were selected to be a juror on the State versus Alec Murdaugh murder charge, correct?
Correct.
And you sat in the courtroom for 6 weeks and listened to all the testimony.
Correct.
And you were the alternate.
Correct.
And so when the jury went out to deliberate, you were excused. Is that correct? Now, I'm going to go through a series of questions based on your affidavit, okay?
Okay.
Which you signed this morning, which was based on our initial interview with you and your interview with SLED. This is basically the same thing you told SLED. Is that correct?
Correct.
In your affidavit, you say before the defense put up their case.
Overruled. Go ahead.
Thank you. In your affidavit, you said before the defense put up their case, Ms. Hill told the jurors, quote, the defense is about to do their side. They're going to say things that will try to confuse you. Don't let them confuse you or convince you or throw you off, unquote. Is this true? Did Ms. Hill say that?
That's exactly what she told us.
I'm sorry?
That's exactly what she told us.
Okay. The next thing you say is Ms. Hill made the above statement warning the defense would try to confuse us in the presence of all the jurors as we assembled in the same jury room. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, y'all were initially in two
We was
jury.
in 2 separate rooms, and when she came in, we all went in 1 room.
Okay. Paragraph number 5, Ms. Hill said, if you get emotional, we want to see your face because that is what they want to see. What does that mean?
She said, don't get nervous. Don't be afraid to show your emotions because that's what they want to see.
Who wants to see?
I don't know who she's speaking of. I'm assuming the court.
Okay. And then number 6, Ms. Hill also informed us Alex Murdaugh was going to testify, but I don't recall exactly what she said. All the jurors were assembled in 1 room when she made that comment.
Exactly.
She told you that Alex Murdaugh was going to testify.
Exactly.
Did you know before that he was going to testify?
I think we knew that he was going to come up. I think he was supposed to do it the day before, but he didn't. And I knew he was going to be the last person that afternoon.
Okay. During the visit to Moselle, juror number 826 and I walked to the scene together. Then juror 826 began walking with the Clerk of Court, Becky Hill. I could tell they were talking. I could not hear what was said between them. Is that correct?
Correct.
Is what you put in this affidavit truthful?
Yes, sir.
And this is what you told us back in
I don't remember that
August,
months
I
ago.
believe. I think I interrupted you cooking Sunday dinner.
Right.
All right, thank you. Please answer any questions defense may have for you.
Mr. Waters, or Mr. Meadows.
Thank you, May please, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, Ms.
Good
741.
afternoon.
It's nice to see you again.
Yeah.
When's the first time you talked to Mr. Harpootlian or Mr. Griffin or any other attorney?
I can't tell you exactly. It's been months. It's probably been September, August. It's been months.
Okay. And were they the first attorney to talk to you, or was there somebody else that talked to you prior to them? Any other attorney?
No, I think he was the first person I talked to.
You sure?
I think it was so many people trying to call me, and I was trying not to be involved, so I can't quite remember. But he was the first person I seen.
First person in person?
Yes.
Okay. So when he came to your house?
Yes.
Mr. Harpootlian came to your house?
Yes.
Okay. And at that point, was Miss Holly with him? Holly, do you mind raising your hand? You see Miss Holly?
Yes.
Okay. And was anybody else with him?
Yes. He was.
Mr. Griffin?
Mr. Griffin.
Thank you. And you gave them a statement then, right?
Right.
And did they record you? I mean, were they audio or video recording you? Did they say we'd like to record this?
No.
They didn't?
But neither did the people that came out. They didn't. I didn't know I was being recorded by them neither.
I'm not trying to fuss.
Oh, okay.
But is there an audio recording of your conversation with them that you know of?
No.
Did they say?
None that I know of. No.
Okay. So you don't remember them saying?
No audio recording. We're required to tell her for recording her under rules. We didn't record her.
He's on cross-examination.
Thank you. And at that point, and that was again, do you remember, you said you think, was that around the end of August, 1st of September when they first came and talked to you? Roughly?
Roughly.
Okay.
I don't want to.
And you told them basically everything that you've told us now, right?
Yes.
Exact same thing.
Exact same thing that I told them.
Nothing less, nothing more.
Yes.
So Mr. Harpootlian, just, and you didn't sign an affidavit back in September or when you talked to him the first time?
No.
And why not?
Because he was just coming out to talk to me. He just was asking questions. It wasn't nothing officially. He had, so.
When you say nothing officially, I don't know what you mean.
He was just coming out to ask, he was just asking questions about what went on during the trial. It wasn't.
But did they ask you to sign an affidavit that day?
No.
Okay. Did they ask you to sign an affidavit anytime right after that?
No.
They never asked you to sign an affidavit until this week?
No, I was supposed to meet with them a couple of occasions, but I was having my own personal issues and I couldn't come.
Okay. Well, I'm sorry about that.
No problem.
So you told them at this first meeting back at the end of August, 1st of September, that y'all going to hear some things that will throw you off. Don't let it distract you or mislead you. Is that what you said?
That's what I didn't say that. That's what the Clerk of Court said.
Yeah, I'm saying that's what you
yeah.
said to them. I'm sorry. Okay. And where did that take place?
She would always stand like on the outside of the jury room, like in between, like on the outside. She would never really come inside the jury room.
So there were two rooms, right?
Yeah.
Okay. One room and then the other room separated it, correct?
Right.
And you couldn't hear people talk in the other room, could you?
No, that's why when she came, everybody came in one room.
Okay. so this comment you said she made, did she bring everybody out in the hallway?
Some people was in the hall. That's why I said she was standing right at the head of the door.
Standing at the head of the door.
Right.
Was Mr. Bill there? Your bailiff?
Yeah, he would be standing in the hallway.
He's all out there, right?
Right.
And then she said in front of everybody, the defense is about to do their side. They're going to say things that will confuse you. Don't let them confuse you or convince you or throw you off. She said that to everybody.
She said that to everybody.
So everybody could have heard.
Everybody could hear it.
And you said you were all in the same jury room.
Yeah, we would all be in the same. When she came, she was standing in front of the door with the jury room that I was in, and everybody would come over. They would let us know before she came. They'll let us know like after lunch she gonna come talk to y'all, and we all would gather together.
So would you go from the two rooms into one room?
Some would be standing out. She would stand in front of the door. Some would be standing around her outside the door, and some would be in the room. But it was clear enough for us to hear and see her.
And I'm just, Mr. Harpootlian led you, and Ms. Hill made the above statement warning that the defense would try to confuse us in the presence of all of the jurors as we had assembled in the same jury room.
We was all in the same jury room. She would be on outside the door, and we would be in the room, and someone would be standing beside her. We was always all together when she came.
And do you think that was unusual?
No, because I guess she didn't want to walk back and forth to room to room.
No, fact of what she said. Do you think that was unusual?
Yeah, I did.
And if you get emotional and see his face, they want people to see your face?
Because some of the jurors was getting emotional, and I guess she noticed it, so she commented on it.
And you said you didn't. The statement he read, she informed you that the defendant was going to testify, but don't recall exactly what was said.
After,
When was that?
That was, I think he came in that afternoon, like at 2:33. So that was before he testified, I think.
And where was it?
Oh, in the jury room. Where we were all, like I said, we would all meet.
And I guess what I'm saying is you're in two different rooms for a while, right? And y'all get up there, you split, don't you?
Yeah.
The people that talk loud in one room and the others in the other. Pretty much.
No, it's not like that. It was just, they just split it off. They just asked us what room we wanted to go to.
So when you were fixing to come back to the jury room, to the box, you tell us you'd all go into one jury room together?
Only when she came to speak to us.
And Mr. Harpootlian asked you about, I believe, number 7 on the affidavit. And when did you sign this affidavit?
This morning.
And when's the last time you had talked to Mr. Harpootlian?
No, I haven't talked to him since he came to my house.
Or any of them before today?
No, I haven't talked to him since he came to my house.
Talked to anybody else involved in this case before today, since then?
No, he was talking to my lawyer.
Okay, and who was that?
Sean Wilson.
Okay, and when had Sean Wilson talked to you?
He's been my lawyer.
Since when?
Since 2021.
Okay. When Mr. Wilson talked to you about this case and what you told Mr. Harpootlian prior to.
All right. They apparently don't object to this, but I am very uncomfortable with your asking what her lawyer told her.
And I wasn't going to time test. I was just looking for timing.
Well, she's told you a couple of times that he was her lawyer since 2021.
Well, see, you're a lawyer for this.
For what you mean for this?
Well, like being a juror.
For being a juror?
Yes, sir.
I didn't have he was always my lawyer.
You didn't hire him for this.
No, I didn't hire him for this.
But he had talked to Mr. Harpootlian about your affidavit and your testimony today, hadn't he? Is that a yes?
Yes, he was looking over the paperwork. He was looking out for me because he's my attorney.
When was he looking over the paperwork?
Oh, I guess ever since September, October. I wasn't really keeping up with it, to be honest, because I'm.
So do you know if he's talked to Mr. Harpootlian this week?
Yeah, he talked to him today.
Talked to him today?
We was together.
Who was together?
Me and my lawyer.
And Mr. Harpootlian?
Yes, when I went to go sign the affidavit.
Okay. Where did you sign it?
At his office.
At whose office?
Mr. Harpootlian office.
Your Honor,
I was supposed to.
I would object.
Okay.
This meandering, I mean, there's no jury here. It's you. And I don't know what this is.
How about helping a little bit? I think we got all the information. Yeah, all right. I think he's gonna move on. Yeah.
And that's the last question Mr. Harpootlian asked you about this affidavit, isn't it?
What was the last question?
During the visit to Moselle jury, say the number, whatever the letter is, it doesn't matter. You saw a juror, and I walked the scene together, then the juror began talking with the clerk of court. I could tell they were talking, but I couldn't hear what they were
Said between them.
That's
Correct.
the last question he asked, right?
Correct.
So, and you have no idea what that conversation was about?
No, I don't.
Now, the next, number 8, he didn't ask you about was I also overheard discussions in the jury room that Mr. Hill drove a juror home. I believe it was a juror whose nickname was Boston. Now, he didn't ask you that a minute ago, did he?
No, but,
Just
okay,
yes,
no.
and you didn't include that in the first conversation you had with them back in August and September in this affidavit. Miss Holly did you? You didn't tell them about that.
I can't remember.
Have you seen the affidavit Miss Holly did for you back in September 1st?
Your Honor, Miss Holly did not do an affidavit. Miss Holly
She
did
just told
her affidavit, her notes of what this young lady said to her, and what she included and didn't include was based on what Miss Holly thought was relevant at the time, but she
Yeah,
can't be
that
cross-examined.
affidavit's not in evidence, Mr. Meadows, so I think you need
We'd
to
offer
move.
it, Your Honor.
Sir,
I'd offer it. Just to.
well, how is this thing gonna be authenticated?
You know, even more importantly, he can't question her. I'm sorry.
Several people can't talk at one time. I don't even have the affidavit. Let me see what you're talking. You talking about the one that was just offered today?
This is one Holly did when he first talked to her back in August, and she's referring back to.
Miss Miller, okay? Miss Miller.
This is Ms. Miller's affidavit about what she thinks this juror said.
Yes.
I'm not going to allow this, Mr. Miller. I don't see a whole lot of difference between this and what's been said in the affidavit that has been offered by Mr. Waters, but I'm not going to allow that.
Okay, thank you.
You did not tell them about
Hearing that Miss Hill had driven a juror home back when you met with them in September, did you?
I can't remember.
Very course of notice, I'm sorry. All right.
who is Boston.
She was a juror on the trial. I don't know her, but that was the nickname they gave her. I don't know her first name.
And what, if anything, did you know or convey about Boston?
She was a juror on the case, just like everybody else.
Anything else?
No. Nothing.
Ma'am?
No.
Okay. So again, Mr. Harpootlian didn't ask you, but when you, in the affidavit of today,
Mhm.
I also overheard discussions in the jury room that Miss Hill drove a juror home. I believe it was a juror whose nickname was Boston. Is that something was added after your lawyer was with Mr. Harpootlian today?
I don't know if I added it. We talked about it today, but I don't know if I mentioned it in September or not. But I know it.
You've ever talked about it, wasn't it?
Your Honor.
No, it's not.
No reason to raise objection.
The first thing is, Mr. Meadows, I'm going to caution you one more time about this. You cannot talk over a witness. The second thing is, you don't need to be marching all back around here. You talking only to me. not jury or anything else. So let's slow down and, this is repetitive of questions that have been asked before. If you want to take this tone with her, I don't know exactly what you're trying to accomplish.
I'm not trying to take Tony. I apologize. She knows that, and I'm sorry.
Well, you're just talking to me.
I'm sorry.
This is not some drama thing for the jury.
I know. I'm sorry.
All right. Well,
I'm sorry.
let's
It
finish
does-
this thing up.
The only reason I did it, what he hadn't asked about it, and it to me is the key issue here. They're trying to say was different.
Mr. Meadows, I mean, you lecturing to the witness or to me or what? Please don't do that. Strike that from the record, please.
Don't strike. I'm
Let's
so
line
sorry.
it-
I'm
Let's
sorry.
line this up.
Hang on.
All right.
Uh, in number 9 in the affidavit, that before the jury began deliberating, I heard a member of the court staff say the deliberation shouldn't take long. I don't remember specifically who made it, but it was made in the presence of the entire jury right after closing arguments in the jury room.
Correct.
Then I think you said something, Judge Newman came to see you afterwards, but after the jury went to their room, you were in a separate.
No, when we first left out the courtroom, we all went in the same jury room, and then they separated me.
Miss Simply, when I mean to raise my voice.
Oh, that's
You know,
okay.
I apologize.
That's fine.
But when they started deliberating, were you in a separate room?
Yeah, when they started deliberating.
So you had no involvement
In the deliberations or verdict of Richard Alexander Murdaugh? at
No,
all,
sir.
did you?
No, sir.
You didn't get to come back to the verdict, did you?
No, sir.
Have you read Miss Hill's book?
No.
Okay. And I noticed your interview. I did watch it.
And I think Mr. Radford back there, you can raise your hand, Kyle Radford, I think came to your place and interviewed you.
Right.
At some point during the trial, I think there was some discussion that somebody might have wanted to do an interview with you.
Yeah, that's what she said.
Okay. And then after the trial, I think there was some discussion, somebody, since you weren't on the jury, they may not have wanted to interview you. You remember that, roughly telling an officer that?
Yeah, that's not what she said. She came to me roughly in the middle of the trial, and she said, I have a few people who would like to interview. She said, she didn't say a few. She said, I have a lot of people that's inquiring to interview with you. She said, but I'll have to get with you after the trial. But after the trial, she came back in the jury room, and she started handing out cards. And she handed everybody cards but me. And she was like, I don't have any cards for you for an interview because no one wants to speak with you. That's what was said.
And did,
I mean, you weren't happy with that, were you?
Yes, I was.
You were happy with
I don't need to be interviewed.
State court's adult.
To your delight,
Briefly, Your Honor. Meadows just asked you a series of questions that I'm not sure I've heard before. Who approached you during the trial and indicated the media would want to interview you?
Miss Hill.
Miss Hill?
Miss Hill herself.
Just you or all the jurors?
They had, I think it's the day they had the bomb threat. And I think that was the day. And she approached me.
You?
Me, by myself.
By yourself. And where were you?
That's the day in the lunchroom when they had the bomb threat. We went to the middle school. I believe that was the day.
The middle school. And she came over to you and said what?
That she had some reporters that was reaching out to her that wanted to speak with me.
To you?
Yeah.
Not the whole jury, to you. Was there anybody with you at that time?
No. It was
Did
just
she indicate why they wanted to speak with you? Just you?
No.
Did she indicate what reporters?
No.
Did she ever talk to you about doing interviews with the media after that?
No.
But you indicated she brought some cards at some point?
She brought cards in to hand to the jurors.
Before?
After.
After?
The verdict was read.
Cards of media people?
Yes, sir.
Did she tell you she was writing a book?
No.
Did she indicate to you why it might be good for her if you did media interviews?
No.
but she had a conversation with you in the lunchroom of the
I
middle
believe it was the
school.
lunchroom. I
by-
think the day of the bomb threat.
The day of
But
the bomb threat.
I'm 100% sure she came to me and she told me that in the middle of the trial.
Was there a bailiff with her or just
No,
her?
it was just her.
Pulled you over and said, "Hey, I can make you famous. I can put you on TV."
She said she had media that wanted to talk to me. That's what she said.
Okay. I hyperbolize. I apologize, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
That's all I have.
All right, no further questions, Mr. Harpootlian?
No, Your Honor.
Very good. Thank you very much, ma'am. You are excused. All right, Mr. Harpootlian, that it?
I need to put one matter on the record, Your Honor, and that is it.
All right,
What to put on the record.
all right, sir.
Just want to talk to her after that and make it part of the record. Your Honor, earlier today, you received a very short affidavit from Juror Z. We'd like to proffer that and make it part of the record.
Right, I did not admit it, but I'll accept a written proffer, and if you would give the thing to me, I saw it on the screen on my law clerk's computer, but I don't have a printed out copy.
We don't either, but would you allow us to do that?
Well, I will allow before I close the record with Ms. Harris, if you can get it to us. When can you get it to us?
We could email it this afternoon.
Very well. How about do this? How about email it to Mr. Waters, to me, to Ms. Diaz, and to Ms. Harris, the court reporter. And I will say now that it's offered as a proffer, and I will receive it as a proffer. I have not admitted it into evidence.
Yes,
All right.
Your Honor, we referred to earlier on a email to the Japanese television folks. I do have copies of that. I'd like to make that part of the record.
All right, but hand it up to me and let me see it. And also, of course, to Ms. Waters. All right.
Your Honor, for the record, the hearing before Judge Newman to seal the body cam videos was on May 26, 2023. This email is in July, just to give you the context of
All
what's
right,
going
and
on.
this is being offered as a after the fact email to Rebecca Hill, and her replies garnered from the emails that were released by Cotton County at a certain point. And it addresses the issue I raised with Ms. Hill relative to the security of sealed records.
Exactly, Your
All
Honor.
right, I'll admit it. Mr. Waters?
As to this specific exhibit, Your Honor?
Yeah.
Your Honor, I mean, we don't have any objection other than the ones we've raised just generally to the testimony. But I have no further objection to
Very
Your
good.
Honor.
All right.
Your Honor, that's all we would have.
All right, hang on. All right, have you got a copy of it there? I got it. This is his next exhibit. Proffer is his one. All right, the proffer is your exhibit one, Mr. Harpootlian, and this, which I have admitted, is your exhibit two.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, now we proceed to closing. You prepared?
Yes, ma'am.
Very good. Mr. Waters.
Thank you, Your Honor. Just to go back and reiterate as to the standard, and ultimately, we've of course argued that the defendant has the burden. We've also discussed that the standard for Your Honor, of course, is first of all, was there any misconduct that occurred? And then regardless of that, whether or not there was any effect on the verdict. And the standard has been expressed in multiple cases is whether the verdict is solely the product of honest deliberation or the product of outside influence. And that inquiry fundamentally, as the court recognized from the very beginning, focuses on the jurors themselves, because it doesn't necessarily matter what was said as much or what was intended or what was inadvertent, even assuming that those existed. What matters is what the jurors heard, what they perceived, and whether or not it had any sort of effect on the verdict. And Your Honor went through that inquiry with these jurors. 11 of those jurors were clear and unequivocal that there was no effect on their verdict, and also clear and unequivocal that nothing was said that could in any way be inferred as any sort of attempt to influence them. And I think that's very important, Your Honor, because there can be sometimes behind the doors, as we've talked about, I think some of the cases recognize this, that some conversations can go on and things like that can happen. But ultimately, and while I think there were some cases cited in some of the various South Carolina decisions, that's unrealistic and not surprising to think that sometimes things like that can happen, an untoward comment or something was said. But that was an Aldrich, Your Honor, in the 1999 Supreme Court case. But the mere fact that something like that may be stated, that could be stated in a neutral reason, is not enough to undermine the verdict, because the inquiry ultimately boils down to what was it that those jurors heard, and in the end, though, did they listen to the instructions from the trial judge? Did they come to a fair and honest verdict? And Your Honor, the evidence here is overwhelming, I would say, from the people that matter, and that's those jurors. And that is, there was no effect on the jurors. And you saw every single one of them very clearly and strongly looked you in the eye, all 11 at least, and I'll get to the 12th one in a second, but looked you in the eye and said, no, that didn't happen. No, I didn't hear anything like that. No, there was no effect on our verdict. No, this was our verdict, and it was based solely, which was Your Honor's question, solely on the evidence and the law and the testimony at trial. And I think that carries the day. We have the one juror, and I want to make sure, because I'm about to say the number and I don't want to do that. Let me go back to Juror Z. And let's look at Juror Z and what she said, because Juror Z also said that, yes, I said this was my verdict. I was polled and said this was my verdict. Juror C also said that my verdict was solely based on the evidence and the law of the testimony at trial. Answered question number 2, yes. Absolutely, yes. But then goes on after that to say she heard some communications from the clerk, and then says, well, it had an effect on my verdict. Even after she had already answered question number 2, when she said her verdict was based solely on the evidence and the law and the testimony at trial. And beyond that, then, Your Honor, I think that it's very telling that the affidavit that was submitted from this particular juror, and we've been pointing this out from the beginning because it's very crucial and very telling, because despite the things that she alleges that happened, even though the other jurors say it didn't, despite the things that she alleges that happened, she says that she voted guilty because she felt pressure from other jurors. Not that her verdict was in any way affected from some supposed external influence. In that affidavit that was filed with the defense motion from day one, that is what she says, that she felt pressure from other jurors. And Your Honor, we've cited the cases over and over again that the internal mechanics of the jury room, the fact that one juror feels pressured by others, as long as there's not violence or things that go beyond the pale, that is not a basis for undermining a verdict. That is part of the deliberative process, and it's expected, and it occurs. But I think it's very telling that we have those conflicting answers. And Your Honor, without waiving any objection to the latest affidavit that we were just discussing from this juror, I think that's very telling, because now we have answer number 3 as it relates to this particular juror. And of course, it is clearly manufactured and rehabilitated, recognized after the fact. She, of course, is this juror is represented by Joe McCullough. Ultimately, we've got now a third version of events from this very juror. So we have this juror who's given answers all over the place that are inconsistent with 11 other jurors who were very strong and unequivocal that, yes, this was our verdict. It was based solely on the evidence, the law, and the testimony, that there were no communications from Becky Hill that influenced that verdict. And I think ultimately when you look at the case law, in the end, it's up to Your Honor to make that ultimate determination and looking at all that law together. We cited a number of decisions, including, as we discussed, the questions to be had. I sent an email where we set out some questions that it's not uncommon, perhaps, for a juror to have a second thought. But the law is very clear that it does not recognize that, because what that would do would be to consistently and constantly put every verdict that occurs in any courtroom in this state or in the nation at risk. Jurors don't have to vote in perpetuity. They vote on one day and one day only. And here, Your Honor, the evidence is overwhelming that those jurors' verdict was the product of honest deliberation. And the only bit of contrary evidence to that effect is from a juror who, frankly, not only said that it was purely the result of honest deliberation, but then has answers all over the place. And Your Honor, I would say that the other 11 jurors are credible. They were strong. They were clear with Your Honor. And I think that ultimately that carries the day. Now, we've had testimony from other people since the jurors were here. We've had testimony, obviously, from Ms. Hill. We've had testimony from Ms. Rhonda. And we've had testimony from this alternate juror. But again, none of that testimony at all goes to what is the ultimate test for Your Honor, and that is whether or not this verdict was the product of honest deliberation. And on that, again, the evidence is overwhelming and strong and clear that it was the product of honest deliberation. It's very interesting as we look at some of the testimony from the other witnesses. And obviously we have Miss Becky, and as Your Honor has pointed out, we're not here to go through some of the issues that have been alleged or are percolating out there. That's not the point of this proceeding here today. But Miss Becky is a court reporter and then became a clerk, and was clear to you that she never made any comment in an attempt to sway the jury one way or the other. We have Miss Rhonda. And Miss Rhonda came in and testified, but I would submit to Your Honor that this is kind of a red herring, because what Miss Rhonda described were conversations that she herself admitted are just the kind of conversations that go on. And that's the reality of it. The conversations that go on among a trial team when we're not in open court, where we're discussing things, the kind of conversations that go on among court staff behind the doors, those types of conversations go on. But that does not mean, nor does that necessarily indicate that somebody's not going to come out here and do their job fairly and understand the distinction between influencing a jury and not doing that. And one thing that I think is very important is Miss Rhonda was at that trial more than Miss Becky was. And she was very clear. And I probably was as repetitive as anyone here today in asking that question over and over again, because I didn't want that point to be lost, that Miss Rhonda said, I was there more than anyone else, and I never saw anything or observed anything or had anything happen that would cause me independently to go to Judge Newman, because that's what I would have done, to go to Judge Newman and say, something's not right about this. This needs to be fixed. Something's going on that's improper. And I think that that is an extremely crucial fact, because Miss Rhonda admitted and said, of course, as she would, that if something had happened that the judge needed to know about, she would have been the first one to do it. And it never happened. And she was here more than Miss Becky was. It never happened. When we look at the balance of those facts, when we have the clerk of court come in and testify that, you know, maybe I did this or maybe I did that, maybe I plagiarized the book, a portion of it, maybe I did this, maybe I wrote in things in there that are based on community knowledge or newspapers or poetic license or whatever you want to call it. I don't care about the book. And I would submit that Your Honor doesn't need to care about the book either, because the book and what happened with the book afterwards is not what is relevant to the inquiry. But she was clear that she did not have any attempt to influence that jury. She was clear about that. And Miss Rhonda was clear that she was not aware of anything like that either. And what does that do but corroborate the most important witnesses here? The defense, I think in one of their letters, tried to say that Miss Becky was the state's star witness, and that's not what this inquiry is about. It's not what this inquiry is about at all, because as I've said from day one, if there were not facts to be litigated, if we had not done an investigation and had those 11 jurors say, that didn't happen, there was no effect on our verdict. This was the product of honest deliberation, we would be the first ones here standing here to say that. But what we do know, Your Honor, is that what Miss Becky said and ultimately what Miss Rhonda said corroborates who are the true, if you want to say it, and I'm only using this term because the defense accused us of Miss Becky being our star witness. There are no star witnesses here. This isn't about stars. But what Miss Becky and Miss Rhonda do is corroborate who are the most important witnesses. And that are those jurors. And you have 11 of them strong as a rock saying this verdict was not influenced. Nobody tried to influence. And regardless, it was the product of our honest deliberation. And you have one juror who said that too, but then has answers that are all over the place. And if you go back to her original statement, what she says is not external influence anyway. It's not sufficient under the law. So I think that the proof here is overwhelming. I think the proof here corroborates what those jurors say. I think the only juror that we have to contend with, her testimony is compromised. And I'm not saying that that person is in here maliciously lying. I just think that this process is a lot. But it's clear that if there was any attempt to influence this jury, those jurors who sat in that box, every single one of them, you saw them, and we saw them for 6 weeks. They are conscientious. They take their obligations seriously. They were not here to reward friends or punish enemies. They were here to do their job appropriately and fairly. You saw that in their eyes. You saw that in their mannerisms. You saw that in their demeanor. And they were strong and clear that this verdict was fair. Your Honor, we would submit that the motion for new trial be denied.
Mr. Harpootlian.
Mr. Griffin will be arguing.
All right.
That's it.
Okay, if I stand here, Your Honor. That way I won't be interrupted by Mr. Harpootlian as I'm trying to make my points. Your Honor, I want to first start with State v. Green because I understand that that's the guidance. That's what we're following here. And reading, excerpts from State v. Green First, it is absolutely clear in State v. Green that we find ourselves, and the issue is whether there's a defendant's right to a fair and impartial jury under the Sixth Amendment has been violated. Reading from the opinion, it says, in the Sixth Amendment's context, the Supreme Court of the United States has held that, quote, any private communication, contact, or tampering with a jury during a trial about the matter pending before the jury is deemed presumptively prejudicial. Now, Green goes on to say that we are not going to categorically apply the presumption whenever there is a contact with the juror. But the question is it prejudicial? Not whether the verdict would have been different. It is it prejudicial? And I'll keep reading. The court says, we're not persuaded that the Rimmer presumption of prejudice, we're talking about prejudice, not is the verdict different? It was their prejudice. Was this tainted process? Was it prejudice to the defendant? Was the process prejudicial to the defendant because of extraneous communications? Not whether the verdict would have been different, but whether there's prejudice involved in the process of the trial. The court goes on to say, our unwillingness to categorically apply the Rimmer presumption of prejudice stems from our view that not every inappropriate comment by bailiff to a juror rises to the level of constitutional error. Goes on to say the attempted bribery of the jury and Rimmer conduct, which goes to the heart of the merits of the case, is a far cry from the circumstances presented in this case. The bailiff's actions here, though improper, did not touch the merits, but only dealt with the procedural question of how the judge might handle a jury impasse that apparently never materialized. The court says, while we decline to adopt the Rimmer presumption of prejudice in every instance of inappropriate bailiff communication to a juror, the occasion of this case presents an opportunity for our clerks of court and circuit judges to ensure that all bailiffs are properly trained. Now, the only thing the Green did was reject the presumption of prejudice in every case. And Your Honor, I just want to preserve for the record that our position is that the comments that you heard in this case go to the merits, go to the heart of the defense. And if you find that those comments were made, and I'm going to establish for the record, we clearly have proven that then we do get the Rimmer presumption, that we do get the Rimmer presumption if we have proven these comments were made. But I'm going to argue that we prove prejudice also in this case. So to start with, let's go to the evidence that was presented since Friday. And Your Honor, we have 12 deliberating jurors. In this case, what you've heard, 3 of the 12 have testified under oath that they heard Ms. Hill make comments about the case, whether it's, how they categorize it as merits or not. But Juror X on Friday acknowledged that Ms. Hill made a comment about Alex was going to testify, that it was going to be epic or some words like that, and that defendants don't normally testify. That's what Juror X said on Friday. Today, so that's one who says Ms. Hill made a comment about Alex's testimony, how it's going to be a big deal, and defendants don't normally testify. Juror Z today says that first she says Ms. Hill said to watch his actions, to watch him closely, and then she said there are other things that he said I don't remember. And then we were allowed to show her, and with Your Honor, I asked her questions about her affidavit, and she says, confirm what was in her affidavit, that Rebecca Hill told the jury not to be fooled by evidence presented by Mr. Murdaugh's attorneys, which I understood to mean that Mr. Murdaugh would lie when he testified. She also acknowledged, this is a truthful statement, that she instructed the jury to, quote, watch him closely, close quote, immediately before he testified, including look at his actions and look at his movements, which I understand to mean he was guilty. And she also said and confirmed that Ms. Hill said when they began deliberations that this, quote, this shouldn't take us long, close quote, and that if we deliberated past 11 p.m., that we'd be taken to a hotel. those statements go to the merits. Those statements will go to the heart of the defense. Those statements go to what Mr. Murdaugh, his credibility. So that's 2 deliberating jurors down. The 3rd deliberating juror who testified today is Juror P. And he says, you were asked, Juror P, did Ms. Hill make any comments about the case? And he says, yes. She said the day that Alex was taking the stand, excuse me, Juror P is a he, but he is saying that she, Ms. Hill, said the day Alex was taking the stand, that she, Ms. Hill, made the comment about watch his body language. That's all I recall. So 3 of the 12 deliberating jurors heard Ms. Hill speak about Alex Murdaugh's testimony. 3 of the 12. And then we get the alternate juror came in and basically corroborated what those 3 of the 12 heard. And she had additional things that she had heard, but she corroborated what those 3 of the 12 heard. And then you've got Ms. Hill who gets on the stand and denies it all. And Your Honor, I couldn't agree with you more that you're able to judge the credibility of witnesses. And on this record, there's no way to find Ms. Hill credible. There's no way to credit her statements that she did not make these statements about his testimony. I mean, she crossed herself up as Your Honor is questioning her about the transcript involving the egg lady and how the egg lady learned that there's some Facebook post that was allegedly attributed to her husband. There's no way the egg lady would have known that unless Ms. Hill told her, and that pretty much came out there. I mean, so, you know, and I know this is not a jury argument, but if someone misrepresents a fact to you once, I mean, I don't think you should go back and credit anything beyond that. What we hear from Ms. McElveen is that she heard these almost identical statements from Ms. Hill that Ms. Hill told that 3 of the 12 deliberating jurors heard, and the 4th alternate heard. That Ms. McElveen heard her make very similar statements about the defense's case, about Mr. Murdaugh's testimony. So you got to put Ms. McElveen's testimony in our category. And Ms. Hill gets up there and says, never drove a juror home. Ms. McElveen's got no dog in this fight. And she says, she goes to court one day, she hears that Ms. Hill took a juror home the night before and went and talked to her and said, you can't do that. And Ms. Hill said, I didn't talk to her about the case. Well, she gets on the stand under oath here and tells you, I never took a juror home. I mean, it's totally inconsistent. And for her to say, I never made these statements, you know, she tried, I mean, she kind of gave herself a little wiggle room at the end. Well, when they were lining up, I may have said he's going to testify today or something, but these jurors heard this information. And the question under Green and Rimmer, was it prejudicial? Now, what we got from Juror Z today, the question was, did these comments influence your verdict? And Juror Z says, yes. Then you ask how? And Juror Z says, to me, it felt like she made it seem like he was already guilty. Then you said, did it affect your finding of guilt in this case? And the answer was yes. And so that's prejudice, Your Honor. That is prejudice from one of the 12 deliberating jurors. Was your verdict influenced by what Ms. Hill said? And good grief, how could it not be? How could it not be? And to ask all these other jurors who heard the same thing, was it influenced? It's really an impossible task because you don't know what's influencing a jury. And frankly, that's why the Rimmer presumption is there. But let's try to sort this out. And Your Honor, I think it was a State v. Kelly case where the deputies went out and they were investigating the jurors' beliefs on the death penalty, and there was really no testimony about did that affect your verdict, but it was so it was just so wrong. The conduct was so wrongful that the Supreme Court says that's prejudicial and we're granting a new trial. I mean, this is prejudice, and this has been proven. I mean, Ms. Hill is not credible. Ms. Hill is not credible. And she's talking about her book, talking about taking literary license to lie. Literary license to lie is what that's what she thinks a literary license is. So her testimony should not be credited. We have proven, we have met our burden of proving that there was extraneous contact with these jurors. 3 of the 12 deliberating jurors have testified to that. 1 of the 12 says it influenced my verdict. How is that not prejudice? And that's all we have to prove. We believe, for the record, there is a presumption of prejudice that they have to overcome, but we have proven prejudice. And Your Honor, we respectfully request that a new trial should be granted based on the record developed today. Thank you.
All right. The arguments are closed. I will take until 5 of the hour to examine my notes, and then I will come and make a ruling from the bench on this matter. Court will be at ease.
I might have to fit the phone. Actually, I think we're done for right now. My cell phone's down to 9%. I don't know why it's not charging anymore, but it's not. So we may have to change out the phone. I'm trying to look now to see if it's still charging. So I guess we're good. Should have some people coming out. They're going to be ruling in about an hour. I just saw Becky Hill leave. Let me change this layout just a little bit. All right, guys. So I got a little bit of an issue going on here, and I'm not sure what it is. Let me see if I can try to change the cords out, see if maybe that might help a little bit. Okay, this works a little better. I don't know what's going on with my cord. It looks like my cord stopped charging. But I'm glad I didn't kill you guys from being able to see the what was going on inside the courthouse. But I'm gonna have to pay attention for the people coming out because I'm gonna try to get some photography. It's gonna be about an hour before anybody does anything. So what did you guys think? Just to do a quick poll, what did you guys think? Do you guys think right now, based on everything you heard, one, that you think Alec Murdaugh is going to get a new trial, and 2, that you do not believe he's going to get a new trial based on what you guys heard? 1, that he is, 2, that he's not. I'd like to see your, and there's no right or wrong answers, you know, it's what's going to be what the judge ends up ruling. But I'm just trying to check out the chat, see what you guys think about it in the chat. 1, 2. Okay. I think Becky's going to be a problem too, but I don't know if it rises to the level of what they need it to rise to. That's the problem I'm on. Like, I'm on the fence with it because, yes, I believe she did some unsavory things that we would kind of raise an eyebrow out. but did it affect the jury? The jury's the one that deliberated. They're the ones that came back. And I'm sorry, but it's weird for me because I do believe that she lied to the judge. I felt she lied to the judge. I felt like, based on everything I know about, and we were there at the trial, we've been everywhere related to this case. And for the first time, when Becky got on the stand, it came out, I was texting you guys thinking, she's doing really good, really good. And then it came to the point about the juror, the egg lady, the one that she spoke with as she was walking to Judge Newman's chambers. And it was clear on the record she was speaking to that juror. That juror was not a deliberating juror. So again, yes, it's wrong, but did it affect the outcome of his trial? And the answer is no. I don't think it did. 11 jurors said it didn't. The 12th juror has been flip-flopping all over the place. She said one thing on the affidavit back in August. She said that it was the jury that pressured her into changing. Then it was, while she was on the stand, she said it was Becky that, influenced her, which countered her own affidavit. So the judge let her read the affidavit and then asked her under oath if the affidavit was more accurate than the testimony she gave. And she said yes. So that means that it was the juror that swayed her, not Becky. But the problem I have is that there was another juror that said they heard Becky say something, but it wasn't to the level of what Dick and Jim were trying to say that she had said. And again, it comes down, did she influence the deliberating body? And based on everything I was hearing inside that courthouse, it doesn't appear that she did. Did she do things wrong? I think she did. My honest opinion, everything I heard, everything I saw with my own eyes, I truly believe she did some things inappropriately. But I don't think it rose to the level of a new trial. And again, that's obviously the judge is going to have to decide. She's the ultimate decider of this. She may, in abundance of caution, just say, hey, you know what, there's enough here that it rises to the level. But I just don't think it does, because literally nobody said they were influenced except one juror. And that juror's got problems because even as the hearing was going on, she wanted to provide an additional affidavit. So that would have been her third statement, her third inconsistent statement. And the judge wasn't going to have it. I mean, she had two bites at the apple. She flip-flopped, and she flip-flopped on the stand. So she almost impeached herself on the stand, in my opinion, for Juror Z, the very first juror. Juror P said he heard some things, but it did not influence him at all. So now the judge has to look at this juror that has pretty much impeached herself and look at the 11 jurors. I just don't see, again, did Becky do some things wrong? I believe she did. Were they detrimental to this case? I don't see it. I just don't see it. And I'm not trying to be biased or anything, because to be honest with you, you guys know I backed Becky Hill up until the wiretapping. Once the wiretapping happened, because I'm in politics, I know people. I preview my own politicians in my area. I do a lot of stuff when it comes to my community and activism and stuff like that. So it's like one of these things where I know politics. I know how cutthroat it can be. I know how dirty it can be. But you do things above board. And when this wasn't above board, I realized she had what it took to not do things above board. And that's a problem for me, because if you know anything about me, I believe that there is always a path forward, doing the right thing, always the right thing, and not deviating from that path. This is coming from a person that deviated from that path quite a lot, right? I don't very much anymore. Do I occasionally? I'm human, of course, naturally I do, but I didn't see her the way I now look at her post wiretapping. when they took her phone. But I told you, country boys, I'm sorry, they don't do anything without their mamas. I know my country boys. So I had already known. I knew. You couldn't convince me otherwise, right? So guys, it's going to be an hour. I think I'm not sure what I'm going to do. I haven't seen The Real Me Too yet. I might decide just to go back in, just to check, just to let her know what's going on. And that's just where we're at. I don't know what's going to happen, but to me, listening to everything, was it bad? Yeah, it was not as pleasant as I'd like it to be. Did it rise to the level of what we're here for? I just don't see it. I don't see it. I don't know if I will. Man, we're doing good. We're doing good in the neighborhood, y'all. Everything's charged up. The court's now working on the for the phone. You guys almost lost it. You guys don't even know how close you were. You were 9% away from it, and I was none the wiser because I got you guys hooked to the battery, right? I have you hooked to the battery. If you guys enjoyed this program, I know it's been kind of long. We're already going on 10 hours today. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. Don't forget to tell your people about Bullhorn Betty and the work that we do around this country. We do a little bit of everything, right? We cover cases just like we're doing, do commentary. We actually start doing investigative journalism as well as going out in the field and looking for these very people that are missing and deceased, the ones that have never made it home. We do a lot. We have a great team. Even Sonia, she sends out shirts, flyers, keychains to the families of these missing victims to give them a little starter kit to kind of help them get moving in helping find their missing loved one. So, there's a lot of good that can come from all of this. So, share, and subscribe. If you really want to help us out, consider being a monthly member. If you don't want to do a monthly membership, throw a couple bucks, right? If you got it. Otherwise, just like and share. That's the best thing you can do. That's the most impactful thing you can do here on YouTube is putting that thumbs up, getting it in the algorithm. Is The Real Me Too back? I've been waiting I kind of just left the courtroom because I had to get up and move. I was literally dying in there. I couldn't handle anymore. I was so stinking tired. I've been rolling since before 3 a.m. this morning, and we're going to be here until 6. I'm exhausted. We've been rolling here on this show for 10 hours today, and that was, what was that? 3 hours after I woke up. And I'm going to eat leftovers. I don't even want to go to eat. Like when we're done here, all I want to do is just get in the bed. I want to sleep. I just want to sleep. Yes, and don't forget to sub up. Our beautiful Sonia started her channel. We need all the good, loving people out here on YouTube to be starting channels, There's just a lot of junk and garbage out there, and I just don't want YouTube being eaten up with all this junk and garbage. There's better things to be doing with our times. There's better advocacy things that we can be doing. There's better, we can be helping a lot of people instead of arguing amongst each other. So if you're considering becoming a social media content creator, ask Sweet Misery. I give you, whenever you come out, I give you every little tidbit of information I can possibly give you to help you along. I hope everybody is successful on here, but I tell you what, I will support the heck out of some good content creators on this platform because it's just something that we need desperately. People don't get into all that nasty garbage, junk, evil crap. We need something uplifting, good content, things that are well researched. We all get a little bit here and a little bit there wrong, but it shouldn't be that wrong. So let's move it back into the courthouse and see what's going on. I'm going to go around and take some photos. So just stick around. We're down to the wire, guys. We're down to the last hour. We're going to know whether, before we leave this courthouse today, we're going to know whether this judge is going to allow him to move forward with this motion for new trial. So today's the day, folks. Today is the day. Now, let me do that one. There we go. Where you get to see me a little bit, but it doesn't take over the whole screen. You can see what's going on. Just 5-minute warning. I thought she said she'd be back in an hour. Did she not say an hour? Am I off on that? And somebody inform me because I can't hear out of this phone for some reason. Or is she supposed to be coming? Can somebody just pop in there and let me know? Betty time. Coming in. Betty time to come in. I'm not going to be in. I'm not going to let somebody put in the chat. Tell you know what? I'm done. I'm going to say. I think I'm going to be out here. She said 5. Oh, she said 5 o'clock. Okay. Can somebody put in the chat to Real Me Too and let her know that I'm just going to sit out here just to come out here when she's done with the court. I think I'm going to be out here with you guys because I need to be out here because once they start leaving, I want to get some photos of the people. I wish I seen Becky sooner, but I didn't. I think the good photos blurry, so that kind of sucks. I only got the backside of her that came out good, but I don't want that to happen again. And I just want to say to everybody that's been with me from the beginning here today, just thank you. Thank you for the ride. You know, thank you for participating and supporting a smaller channel. This is our newest, well, not our newest channel, but the newest channel that we're utilizing the most is this channel right here. I don't know what's going on with my main channel, but as soon as we can get back over there, we will. Obviously being from a 25, almost a 25,000 subscriber channel down to a 3,000 subscriber channel, it is really hurting the subscribers. It's really hurting, work like this where we have usually, a few hundred people in the chat when we're out live, where we only have like 111. So don't forget to share this new channel around. As soon as we can get back on that new channel or that old channel, we will. So, and I appreciate all of you. Yes. Thank you. Thank you, love. Well, that's okay. We'll be back on there, babe. We'll be back on there. Hopefully. We'll see what they do. We'll see. Keep your fingers crossed. We always say prayers, right? God moves mountains. All right, let's see. Oh, Miss Margaret, I haven't seen you in a little while, love. I hope you're doing really well. I feel like my lens has got a little spot on it. I don't know why my lens has got a spot on it, but it sure does. I like it. All right, I think I got it. I think I got it. Our batteries are just about shot, so that means we did a good job today. I can't believe this battery. Was it you, Miss Margaret, that got me this? That Taki battery? I tell you what, that's what has powered this show today. Is that battery. And I'm pretty sure it was you, Miss Margaret, that got it. As a matter of fact, I could be wrong. And if I am, I'm sorry to whoever did donate it, but I got to tell you, it's been one of the most outside of this stand that Jennifer got us. This is one of the most, the tripod and the battery is what's used the most out here in this field. I can tell you that. So, well, no, I'm out here. I'm watching it. Let the Real Me Too know we got it on the big screen. I'm listening. I'm listening. Does she really want me to come back in? I just don't feel like coming back in. I feel like if I come back in, I'm going to miss my photos. We got a few more minutes. Yeah, she's done with the cold. Ha ha ha. Well, what's crazy is I think, I've been having the battery issue and stuff like that. Well, when I got here, I had no problem, but it was really cold this morning. And when I parked, the car would not crank back up. I'm glad I brought the battery charger with me, but I think that, I bought the battery, probably, I can't even remember when the hell I bought the battery, 2022? So it actually might be the battery. So we'll check it out. Betty, don't want to miss the best part. Come back in. She's demanding me come back in. Hold on. Hey, Mom. Mom. My mom's letting me know court starting at 5. I'm not going back in. It's too late. By the time I get back up there, it's gonna be too late. Yeah, I'm gonna be here. I got my camera ready. I have so much plugged into my car and unplugged it all. Now the battery's fine. I don't know why that keeps kicking that up, but yeah, I did that. I did that too. I unplugged everything. But you know what? For whatever reason, I noticed the center console, it's just packed with stuff. And I keep wondering if it's just pushing that middle console up just enough that it turns the light on that I can't see it. I really think for whatever reason, that might be the problem. And I think it's draining the battery. So I think I'll try that first, Georgia Mom. I think I will try that first. So I've been trying to unplug everything and make sure the AC and the car or the radio and stuff is off. I don't know. I just need to, once I get back to Florida, I'll send it over to the mechanic. So it's not really that big of a deal, but. Oh, thank you. Thank you. All right, guys. So I'm just going to, this is good. We should be coming back any moment now. Battery is 400. So glad it worked. Mine was, you know what, now that this whole new inflation thing, I don't know how much my battery is. I bought it back in 2019 or 2020. So I have to think that, and I think I spent only 200, maybe 260 on mine. But yeah, you're right. Just touched my lens. You're right. It probably is going to be $400 because everything's just gone through.
Order, all rise.
Please be seated.
All right, guys, here it is. This is it. This is it. This is what everything's been about right here. Keep your fingers crossed. He doesn't look too happy.
In the matter of the state of South Carolina against Richard Alexander Murdaugh, 2022 GS 15-00592, 593, 594, and 595. The following constitutes my ruling on this matter from the bench. This order will be supplemented, as I will explain, after proposed formal orders are received from each side in this matter. This case is unique in my 20 years of experience as a lawyer and my 35 years of experience as an active justice of the Supreme Court and a senior active trial and appellate judge. Usually matters involving possible improper contact with or conduct of a juror arise during or shortly after the trial. The judge then puts the affected juror or jurors under oath, conducts an examination, and rules on the request for a new trial or a mistrial. In this case, I was appointed almost 9 months after the trial to replace the trial judge who was recused. It is now almost 10 months after the verdict was rendered and sentence imposed in this matter. It is now on appeal to the Court of Appeals. Several months after the appeal was filed, the defendant moved that his appeal be suspended and this matter be remanded to the trial court to consider his motion for a new trial on a charge that the Clerk of Court for Colleton County tampered with the jury by expressing her opinion to the jurors about what their verdict should be and about the credibility of the defendant who had elected to take the stand and testify on his own behalf. Since this matter has been remanded to me, I have set the matter for a pretrial and a final hearing, conducted a telephonic status conference with the attorneys for the parties on December the 21st, 2023. I have received briefs from the parties. I conducted a pretrial proceeding on January the 16th, 2024, in which I invited briefs and arguments by the parties and by the attorneys for certain of the jurors and for the Clerk of Court, Rebecca Hill. On Friday, January the 26th, 2024, I conducted a hearing on this matter in which I took testimony from one of the jurors. The conduct of the examination conducted solely by me. I received further argument from the attorneys for the state and for the defendant. Today, January the 29th, 2024, I have taken sworn testimony from the remaining 11 jurors who rendered a verdict in this case. This examination was conducted solely by me. I have found no case that provides otherwise in the many cases I have read on the subject of a motion for a new trial on the basis of after discovered evidence of jury tampering or misconduct. I have also received sworn testimony from the Clerk of Court, Rebecca Hill. Direct examination was conducted by Deputy Attorney General Creighton Waters. Cross-examination was conducted by Defendant Attorney Richard Harpootlian. I have also propounded questions myself to the Clerk of Court. I also received testimony from the Clerk of Court for Barnwell County, Rhonda McElveen, who attended most of the trial and assisted the Clerk of Court for Colleton County. I've also received testimony from the remaining alternate juror who was, when the matter was deliberated, dismissed from further service. The following is my ruling on the defendant's motion. The standard of proof. The state contends that in order to prevail, the defendant must show, 1, that the Clerk of Court made an improper comment or propounded an improper question to the member of the jury, to a member of the jury who rendered the verdict. 2, defendant must further show that Ms. Hill's improper comment or question actually influenced the juror's verdict, citing State v. Green, State v. Aldrett, and other opinions of our Supreme Court and other authorities. Defendant contends that he must show only that an improper question or comment was propounded to any juror by Clerk of Court Hill. If so proved, the defendant contends that the motion for the new trial must be granted. Defendant relies on United States v. Rimmer and many other cases. My ruling is this. On the law, the defendant has the burden of proving both the fact of the improper comment or question by the Clerk of Court, Rebecca Hill, to a juror or jurors, and 2, prejudice suffered by the defendant, specifically that the Hill improper comments to the juror or jurors influenced the juror to vote to convict defendant Murdaugh. The facts. Did Clerk of Court Hill make comments to any juror which expressed her opinion of what the verdict would be. Ms. Hill denies A, and so the question becomes, was her denial credible? I find that the Clerk of Court is not completely credible as a witness. Ms. Hill was attracted by the siren call of celebrity. She wanted to write a book about the trial and expressed that as early as November 2022, long before the trial began. She denies that this is so, but I find that she stated to the Clerk of Court, Rhonda McElveen, and others, her desire for a guilty verdict because it would sell books. She made comments about Murdaugh's demeanor as he testified, and she made some of those comments before he testified to at least one and maybe more jurors. Did Clerk of Court Hill's comments have any impact on the verdict of the jury? I find that the answer to this question is no. Each member of this jury took their involuntary assignment very seriously. They obeyed the instructions of the court. They obeyed their oath. These good and decent citizens of Colleton County stood to their duty and rendered their verdict without fear or favor. It was a difficult task. 11 of the jurors very unconditionally said they either heard no comment, or if they heard a comment, it had no effect. One juror was ambivalent in her testimony. She was then examined on her previous affidavit, in which she said the effect, if any, that she had was pressure she felt from other jurors. The cases are myriad that pressure from fellow jurors is a part of the normal give and take of jury deliberations. The court is not to inquire in any way about what is said in those deliberations. But the juror, who was somewhat ambivalent, said on her oath at the time of trial twice, and said on her oath before me in these proceedings that she stood to her oath. The Clerk of Court allowed public attention of the moment to overcome her duty. I have read the entire transcript of this lengthy trial, not an easy task. I have studied in detail all of the authorities cited. I have independently researched the case law, learned treatises, and scholarly articles on the subject. Although there is certainly a split in the federal circuits and in the states on the standard of review, I simply do not believe that the authority of our South Carolina Supreme Court requires a new trial in a very lengthy trial such as this on the strength of some fleeting and foolish comments by a publicity influenced clerk of court. This is a matter within the discretion of the trial judge, and I am the trial judge at this moment. I do not feel that I abuse my discretion when I find the defendant's motion for a new trial on the factual record before me must be denied, and it is so ordered. I will file a fuller order which denies this motion on the grounds I have recited on the record before me as a trial judge and the authorities that have been cited by all parties in this matter. To that end, I will hold the record open. I direct that within 4 business days of receipt by the attorneys in this matter of a transcript of these proceedings, a proposed order by the state denying the defendant's motion for a new trial with citations be sent to me and to opposing counsel. I will allow the defendant 4 business days from receipt of the state's proposed order to lodge objections and or submit an alternative proposed order. Upon receipt by the court of all proposed orders, I will finalize this record, submit a written order, and I will at that time transmit the written order to the Court of Appeals, the court which has remanded this matter to me. This hearing is adjourned.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Let me say this, and I should have said it before I began my order. Hey, members of the audience, would you just be patient with me for one more minute? Please keep your seats. I have probably had more experience with trial and appellate work than anyone else in this room for many years. And it has been an absolute pleasure to receive from these learned lawyers some of the best briefs I've ever received. I know they're a product not just of the attorneys who presented to me, but of the attorneys who sit with them and help compose the research and the writings that I received. I know that I put you on a very tight timeline, but my feeling is these matters are best disposed of by the trial judge in a very timely manner, so that you may then go to the authorities that really count more than I do. That is, the appellate authorities who will decide what the standard in this particular matter is. I've not seen a case such as this before. I doubt whether our appellate judges have seen a case such as this before. And they will take a lengthy time to study the record in this matter, the record in the part remanded to me. There are many issues in this case, issues over which I have absolutely no authority whatsoever. But I will say this about the record now that I have read it. And I will say this about the testimony that I heard Friday and today. Judge Newman said it best in his sentencing when he discussed the weight and the measure of the case presented and testimony and evidence submitted in this case when it was tried. It is a very compelling case supporting the verdict that the jurors reached. He said it with a lot more detail than I do, but now that I've read the record, I say as the successor trial judge, I agree that the evidence was overwhelming and the jury verdict not surprising. This matter is now adjourned.
she agreed with Judge Newman about the facts and the verdict and how it was, you know, that it was a compelling case and all of that. But the appeals court could say it's harmless error, is my point.
I got something before. You all have said that you said that you're investigating who might have actually committed these murders. Have you all found anything that you think you want to share with us? Is that active or is that?
About who committed the murders? Do you believe Alec Murdaugh has information, because his voice is on the kennel video? Do you think he has information about who did it? I know, but do you think is the question? You have to give me credit for trying, though. I like, yeah.
How did Alec react today? How did Alec react today?
Yeah, here, let me get like.
I'll take a and they lost. When you're grinding, you're gonna try to grab everything you can. Don't care what else. You're gonna try to hold on to it. And I think that's what they did today. We're just grabbing on something to hold on to.
Issue of, as a legal professional that I once was, I have a problem with some of the things that we heard Becky say. I'm thankful that it didn't sway the jury, but we have to be, yeah.
It's clear that there was some inconsistencies, both with the juror, said, and I think Justice Cole let the public know and let Becky know exactly what she thought of some of her testimony, and I think heard the end from Becky, and that she may have to answer for some things. I think Justice Cole gave a foreshadowing of what's.
Did you pick up on how much Justice Toll impeached the testimony of Becky Hill?
Becky Hill was not on trial. This is not Becky's trial.
Her credibility was a key question, though, in this case, and she was impeached regarding a lot of the questions. It was a correct, but her credibility regarding what she said or didn't say in front of them is a part of that. It's whether they were influenced. Correct. That's my point.
Not what may have happened since March 3rd. Since March 3rd, obviously, plagiarism allegation. Some allegations. All that would take place. Stick with the back to substantive merit statements.
I do like you. My name's Bullhorn Betty. Yeah, we've actually come over here visit the Clerk of Justice. Oh, sorry, it's Clayton coming right here.
That's a good question.
I think you should that. I don't yeah. I'm sorry. That's okay. Just don't mind me. It doesn't bother me. People bump into me. I bump into them.
I guess I'm done.
I guess we are done.
I actually laughed, so I thought it was like, man, I'm going to get the kind of line. Like, hey, I'm outside. He's coming back at 5. I think he was in the situ taking an hour break.
No. I was coming out here regardless. I wanted to get the photos of them coming out. All right, so we just need to grab the chair and load up. I'm ready to go back to the room. I'm done. I'm so over it. Here, hold this. I want to talk to Neil real quick.
Thank you, Mr. Bender, for everything.
Oh, I'm moving you guys around with me.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, you too.
What I'll do is I'll find you and I'll reach out to folks. But you'll remember everything's marketed to Bullhorn Betty. So Bullhorn Betty.
You know, it's the funniest thing because for Christmas, that's what I wanted to do is get cards made up for you when you go out places.
They were when I was trying to get my I never hear it, bringing them out. But I need to, because we need to start getting some.
I thought it was. I'm talking to him, but I don't think so. It's just. Oh, maybe it is. Is it? Oh, all right. I didn't see it.
I never turned it around.
No, I was
oh
following
my
you.
gosh, guys, we forgot all about you. Don't be mad at me. That is too funny. Okay, so let me get you guys back here so you can see my beautiful face, and then we're going to say goodbye. So we forgot we were still live. I'm so sorry. I just talked to Neil, and we're going to hopefully get something going with that. And then, this was a shocking day. I have to be honest. It's a shocker. I'm glad that she didn't sway the jury, but damn. All right, guys, we've been on here for 11 hours. You guys have rocked. You've been fabulous. You stuck with me, and we did this all from the new channel, so I really, really, really appreciate it. We'll see you guys tomorrow. I'll do a live from the room around 6:30, and then we'll probably be off. I think Karen and I are going, we got the room. I think Karen and I are going to go out and get some more content about, Yeah, that was me. Yes, that was me. All right, guys, we're gonna let you go. God bless. Have a great night.
Guys, give this video a like.
You need to give up a little Bullhorn Betty. That's the after out here.
Give it a like. Thumbs up.
All right, guys, I love you. We'll see you later.
Love you. You gotta do a coffee, man.